we are going to start that first heat at 7 minutes. So, we're going to start that first heat in about 5 minutes. That first heat we will have heat 6 of the round of 16 for the bed. Second Pupo will be in the bed. 35-minute heats, and we'll be starting at 12:05.
The 2025 World Surf League Championship Tour continues in Australia, where surfing is a cultural touchstone woven into the coastal fabric of the continent.
Oh, look at this set. It's pretty solid, man. 2 waves.
For the world's best, the pressure is mounting as the fight for the final 5 intensifies and the mid-season cut looms on the Outback's horizon. Fate will unfold across stops at Bells Beach, the Gold Coast, and Margaret River. 3 events on 3 different coasts, showcasing the iconic, diverse, and powerful waves Oz has to offer.
Oh my God!
This season, the inaugural Aussie Treble comes to life as men's and women's competitors chase another prize down under. It all starts with the pilgrimage to the Easter Rally on the shores of the Southern Ocean. Bells will ring out loud and history will be written at the 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
Welcome back. We needed a slow start to the morning. Yesterday was a huge one for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Our competitors have enjoyed a warm-up session today. Jake Marshall, one of the top scoring athletes yesterday. Felipe Toledo coming to life on the Bells Bowl. And Gentiel with that jersey on. And he'll be meeting Samuel Pupo in the first heat of the day here. Both surfers dropping great numbers on their road to what will be their best result this season. It's going to be a fantastic clash. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett here on the set. Rich, it's one of the best views that we have on the CT schedule, overlooking the Bells Bowl here. It's beautiful. We got the trophy next to us. Who's going to ring it?
Unknown at this point, Ron. There's a couple of favourites, obviously, as we decompress from all the action yesterday. But conditions have changed a little bit today, so it mixes things up when you actually look at who might ring the bell. But yeah, man, yesterday was just phenomenal. Some of the most historic performances we've seen at Bells Bowl. Power surfing from Ethan Ewing was still ringing in my mind.
Yeah, good surfing was celebrated last night. The town went into celebration mode on Anzac Day as well. But Xavier Huxtable's performance in the event was They were partying in the streets, and it was hard not to get stuck in the rip, but we managed to pull ourselves out of it.
We did. We chucked our life jackets on. We managed to avoid all the real heavy-duty partying, but yeah, we had a good time as well.
We're going to kick things off by getting stuck back into the round of 16 for the men, but let's get a bit more of a word on what's coming our way. Rosie's found Luana Silva.
I have found Luana Silva in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Luana, a little bit of a later call time than we used to. You've had a little surf this morning. You've probably done a couple of things before we've actually got underway. How are the waves?
Yeah, the waves look like they cleaned up a lot earlier than this morning. Looks like it'll be pretty fun for these next couple of heats. It looks like more consistent, so yeah, I'm excited to get underway.
We will be getting underway. We'll finish off with those the round of 16, the last 3 remaining heats of the men there. Then, Luana, you'll be in the quarterfinals of the women's, the first one, coming up against Lakey Peterson. That's a fun matchup.
Yeah, that's a really strong matchup. Lakey's practically a local out here, so she has a lot of knowledge, but I feel confident with my surfing, and I'm excited for that matchup.
I love it. Your first time in the quarterfinals, you're going to give it that little extra bit of a push?
Yeah, I'm going to give it everything I got. First time in the quarters this year, so it feels good.
You've been very impressive to watch so far. Good luck in that one.
Thank you, Rosie. Just moments away from getting this heat underway. It is heat number 6, the round of 16. Samuel Pupo up against Ian Gentiel. This will be a fun one. Both surfers bringing their best performances to the Bells Bowl for the 2025 season, and they're coming on at the right time, Rich. I mentioned it before. It's been hard for them to break past the round of 32. So they are both on their way to their best result as we hear Hell's Bells from ACDC starting to ring out over the event site.
Absolutely. It becomes a fixture down here when we get the day's action underway. We start blaring Hell's Bells over the loudspeaker. Our competitors can hear it as well, and that perhaps injects a little bit of energy and enthusiasm into the first heat of the morning. And took a little while to get underway here. Just had a high tide around 10 a.m. this morning, and the wind was up around 35 k an hour, and it's starting to back down a little bit. It's supposed to drop to about 15 k through the afternoon. So we are going to see conditions improve, but this swell's still treating us to some very contestable waves. Warm-up was great to watch this morning. Everyone getting out there, all the remaining competitors really getting amongst the action. And there is still some distance between the sets when they come, but when they come, highly contestable.
You're not really selling it with that word, contestable. But I think I know what you mean. There's opportunity. And that's what these competitors really are looking for. Of course, you know, the ocean can go a little inconsistent when you've got long period swells. We saw that a little bit yesterday. Yeah. But for the most part, people had opportunities. And if you lost out, generally, it was on the back of some mistakes. And that's what these surfers really need to prevent at this level is, you know, putting the ball in another competitor's court with an error, an unforced error.
Yeah, yeah. You're paddling into these type of heats going, okay, I can pretty much bank that I'm going to get 2 good scores. I may get a third. At a stretch, I'll get 4 shots at it. So the mistakes need to be minimised. But these 2 guys have done really well to get to this point in the competition. And, well, Ian Gentiel there, we see that he's replacing Gabriel Medina. We're wishing Gabs well in his recovery, that pec injury that's seen him out for all the events this year. But I was actually texting with him last night. He's making his way back. And
did you get a reply?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
yep,
nice.
yep. And no, he's starting to feel really good, and it won't be too long before we hopefully see him back in the jersey. Oh,
man, if you are at that top end of the ratings, you're trying to bank as many good results as you can without him in the draw, because he's
a beast,
an animal. We've seen that, and we do look forward to his return. But right now we're loving the push from those surfers down the back end of the ratings. These 2 in particular really strong so far on their road through the contest. Samuel Pupo, so strong in the Challenger Series last year, claiming a couple of victories, blowing our minds on the Gold Coast. I bet he can't wait to get back there, but really surfing well here on the Bells Bowl, looking sharp, just whipping through his turns. Great variation on the forehand. Ian Gentiel also has been in attack mode, really high risk stuff that he's thrown at the bowl.
Yeah, he's a very smooth character. And the way he approaches the wave, Ian Gentiel sort of stands a little bit taller in his approach, slightly narrower stance in comparison to Sammy, the Spider-Man, which we might call him now with the artwork on the board. But yeah, Sammy's been really fast twitch energy in the way he approaches the wave, staying nice and light and limber, and sizzling through his turns.
Absolutely. Yeah, Sammy, he had a bit of a head knock surfing on the North Shore prior to the first event of the season. Seemed to kind of rattle his confidence a little bit. And it's good to see him with a shot here at cracking the quarterfinals. No easy draw though. Ian Gentiel's an interesting character to study, isn't he? Because, you know, he just comes out of these heats and almost seems completely unfazed. You know, obviously has designs on fetching himself massive results. But it must be kind of unsettling for his rivals just how relaxed he is.
He seems super nonchalant about, you know, the lead into or the lead up to the heats, and then, you know, he gets a win, gets the post-heat interview, and really it's like, looks like he hasn't really gotten out of a trot in terms of his excitement, but he obviously wants to be here. He's invested. Had an incredible junior career and was touted by many as being the next big thing coming out of Hawaii. But yeah, like he is rock solid on the Lost program. Board shaped by Matt Biolis, looking really good under his feet. But yeah, he's unpredictable, I reckon.
Yeah, he said just having his mum here has been awesome. She's made her first trip down to Victoria, and prior to the 2025 season, he hadn't made a heat or won a heat down here at Bells. He's had a few now. Confidence is soaring. We'll see how he fares against Sammy Pupo. He's had a couple of runs at Bells Beach as well. He's been knocked in this round a couple of times before, never broken into the quarterfinal. So I mentioned both these surfers chasing their best result ever here at Bells right now, and also chasing their best result of the season.
Yeah, it's a real confidence-boosting moment here for both these guys, and whoever gets the win is going to see themselves into a quarterfinal matchup against Griffin Colapinto. So there's an opponent there on the rise. Griffin, obviously, you know, he's been a world title contender for the last couple of years. Way down in the ratings this year, but he's on the climb. But he's been in really good form throughout this event. And he closed out the action yesterday in a tight matchup against Xavier Huxtable. It was a little inconsistent, that heat. So, you know, they're going to get out of this heat. Whoever gets out of this heat, it's not going to be any easier come the next round.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo and Ian Gentiel, you know, they'd likely be getting cut at this venue based on their results so far this season, but they got a couple more to make up some points as we see Ian Gentiel getting things started here. Saturday afternoon, just after midday. A quarterfinal spot on the line. Not a huge wave. Some work on the outside, sticking with it. Just wanting to max out the points on offer. Climbs up over that final section, kicks the tail, rides on out. And we're waiting on those scores to drop in, Rich. Sammy on the outside. Didn't get in on the exchange. Yesterday we saw a lot of 2-3-way sets come in, so we did see sort of the opportunity for surfers to really fight it out in the same set. But Sammy not seeing the same potential in that first set, but he's picked something off on the outside now. So much speed, gets himself down the line, just loses contact with the board. I like the risk, and even if he hadn't made the connection through to the inside, maybe on the strength of that turn, could have potentially turned in a better number than Ian Gentiel there.
Yeah, it was a little more high risk, wasn't it? It has been, well, the story from the judges, they've been saying, give us the big moves, give us those high-risk energy moves, and we'll give you the score. So let's have a look at the replay here. Ian Gentiel streaking down the line here, pumping for speed, up and over that first foam section. Now the wave starts to stand up. Gets some fin drift on that second turn. Nice wrap as he comes through the final moments of the bowl, and some transition work all the way through to the inside. Connects again for the final turn.
Sammy on the replay here. This was just a mean little whipping turn out at the top to maintain some speed for this big section, which he set up nicely. Just kind of lost it halfway through the move. That drift across the roof. So Gentiel turns in a 4.33. Sammy Pupo just a 1.5, a throwaway number for him. Thinking about the Surfline forecast, Rich, looking pretty promising for this afternoon.
Yeah, it is. The swell that we had yesterday tapered off overnight, but today there's the start of a new energy coming through, and we'll see it continue on into tomorrow as well. But there is decent size set still coming through. As I said, highly contestable. We've just got a little bit of a different wind on it today compared to yesterday. We saw those perfect groomed conditions, but today we have a steady onshore flow coming out of the south, and that's creating a little bit of a bumpy canvas for the surfers to work with. As we see here in the morning, 6 to 8 foot faces, and then up 6 to 10 foot faces this afternoon. But you can see that onshore flow will continue on through the day, but it's classic onshore bells, which is really highly rippable, creates this little feathery lip for the surfers to bash. And then tomorrow you can see the wave height continuing through Sunday, and possibly our best chance to wrap up the event tomorrow.
Yeah, that tide too, just preventing us this morning from kicking off heats early. We want that optimal tide for waves on the bowl here, and with an increasing swell, things should get pretty promising. Already saw Sammy presented with a nice big chunky section to lean into. Unfortunately didn't stick it, but I think those moves are going to feature decent numbers today.
For sure. Well, we
saw plenty in the warm-up, didn't we?
Saw plenty in the warm-up. We saw yesterday, you know, 7 points, 7.5, 8 points even dropping for a big single aerial manoeuvre. Seth Manise, Griffin Colapinto, there was a number of turns. Also Felipe Toledo, we saw him started to tap into that aerial approach as well. I think we're going to see a bit of it.
So these two surfers have had the exact same result. Sammy started the year with a 33rd. It's been all 17ths for him up until now. And Ian Gentiel, he'd had all 17ths and then a 33rd in El Salvador. So they're really up against it. And this has been an important event for them to start making their move up those ratings. That GWM Aussie treble dream is still alive. But two surfers that were cut last year. Sammy made his way back via the Challenger Series and a strong campaign there. Ian Gentiel, he finished just the first surfer below that cut line. Yeah. That's why he's been called in as the replacement for Gabriel Medina. But, you know, I think both are overcoming different things in the opening stages of this season. As we see Gentiel now, who already has the lead, and kicks that tail on the first section, does well. Arrives at the second section kind of late, but manages to climb on top of it. And he sticks with it. This thing should reform, but doesn't. It just kind of didn't give him enough blue wall to work with to get on top of that final move.
Yeah, he was just a little caught behind, but these pockety moments that happen when the onshore conditions are presented to us, they actually have a bit of power and punch to them. Ian Gentiel did very well to get up for that second turn, but it did arrive late for him, and that set him back and put him behind, and he couldn't get to the open face again. Let's have a look at the replay here. Ian looking nice and light on his feet, pounds that first foamy section. You can see there was just that disconnect moment, and it just put him off timing by about half a second for that second turn. You can see the fins kicking free there, little unsteady moment there. Now he re-engages, gets back on that bottom turn and throws himself at the lip while it's already starting to come down at him. Did well to ride out, and then from this moment here, he was just caught a little behind.
Yeah, not leaving a whole lot of meat on the bone, is he? Almost down to the marrow with what he could extract out of that. And a 4.17 It's pretty tidy work. I don't even think he's really been presented with a decent section yet, but he's made 2 waves count. And we've seen it in this contest already, just getting the early numbers on the board, just getting a bit of a foundation laid, has really applied some pressure to some of the opponents. And some have melted under it, under that heat. So Ian Gentiel just building at the moment. Has he shut this heat down? Not by a long shot, but it's a positive start.
Yeah, it is, and I like how he looks invested in each wave at the moment. There's an energy that he's bringing to each ride, even though they're not higher scores. You know, sometimes Ian can be guilty of maybe looking a little disinterested only through his own sort of smooth style and his approach, but there's an energy about the way he's going on his rides at the moment, which I actually like. It translates to what the judges and go, oh, this guy's invested, he's involved here. And, you know, he's done well to extract a couple of 4-point rides out of some fairly substandard waves. Yet to see Sammy Pupo pull the trigger on a good wave. He'll just wait with priority now. He really needs to answer back, and the ideal situation for Sammy now would be to put a good score on the board, and that would actually apply a little bit of pressure back to Ian Gentiel.
Still got some fantastic heats to look to. The last couple of heats of the round of 16 are exceptional. And the Hydrolite heat to watch is this one for good reason. 2 surfers who featured in those WSL finals. 2 of the heavy hitters on big the CT hitters. Meeting in this round of 16, battling for a spot in the quarters.
Yeah, big hitters. You know, world title chances, campaigners, favourites in many a fantasy surfer team, and really this is a result of just where they were on the ratings coming into this event, down around 10th and 11th, I believe, coming into the Bells event, and you know they're matching up quite early. This is going to be a great one to watch. Felipe showed us he's showing form again. You know, he's really starting to fire up as we see him there. Perhaps just having a chat home. There he is.
See those chompers too? The ivories? Oh, I think that spells danger for the rest of the field. This guy's in a happy place at the moment. He's surfing so well. He had some big performances over there in El Salvador, dropped some good numbers. Yesterday, in tricky conditions, this former Bells winner looked right at home. You got to remember that Ethan Ewing, he had perfect clean canvases to do his best work. Felipe had a ribbed out cross shore that he had to deal with, and you know, I wouldn't have been surprised if his wave went into the 9s as well. It was surfed so well. Those calves, when he starts those moves upside down, they're just a thing of beauty and a lot more power in them than what people give him credit for.
100%. And I was chatting this morning with a couple of fans, and we're actually discussing Felipe, and pound for pound, his power output is right up there with say a Geordie or an Ethan. It's just he's a little shorter in stature, but his turns, you have to give them credit. And like you said, the way he can cut through chop, it's quite extraordinary. The angle of his carve, the way he comes up into it, is a different path to what other surfers take as well. And we need to appreciate those little subtleties in what he brings.
Well, just under 18 minutes remaining here, and Ian Gentiel's taking the early lead, Rich. Interesting. You know, I think, you know, you could probably speak to it. Trestles, 2003, getting the victory there. You have a picture, I think, even as spectators, we have a picture of what we're going to see at a venue, but you never get A1 conditions for that venue as the event unfolds. You would have faced, you know, tough opponents in all kinds of conditions on your road to that victory, and it's always the case, isn't it? It's going to be the same here at Bells this year. Your ability to adapt is really important on a road to a victory. Yeah,
we possibly haven't spoken about the adaptability. We'll get back to that point.
Oh, slick, speed building, floating re-entry here, but this wave just gives up on him. It's a fizzer. But yeah, even Ethan Ewing, you know, I think everyone's going marking him as the man to beat. Well, he's been on a magic roll here before, looking like an event winner, and kind of didn't adapt to, I guess, the inconsistency in the conditions that were on offer at the event at different stages, and it cost him heat wins late in the contest.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been left short with just one wave at times. And, well, the stars aligned yesterday for sure. But back to your point, you know, you never really... You'll be lucky to get one event, one heat and event where everything just connects and the conditions are perfect and everything's really happening and there's all this energy around that moment. But a lot of the time, you just have to figure out a way to get through that half-an-hour heat and be the winner at the end of it.
Sammy Pupo up at the moment. Pretty strong combination there on the outside, even though he was jumping up on top of those sections. He was giving it as much as he could, and he sticks with this one. So much variation on the forehand, a lot of progression in his act here, but he really sticks to the traditional stuff and clouts that wave a couple of times to finish it off. He's going to get himself right back in this heat now.
Yeah, the second half of that ride was actually really important for Sammy. He got some work done early, but those final two finishing turns are going to add a point to this wave, and it's going to get him right into this heat. Let's have a look at the replay here. So Sammy streaking down the line, connects with that first lip gliding floater up and over that foamy section. Somewhat awkward, but he tidies it up here. Some transition work, but I like these turns through the inside, Ron. Just clicking with the lip a little bit harder, showing some more flair.
Yeah, and it's a real point of difference to what we saw from Gentiel as well, who's kind of been missing the finishes on the inside, waiting on the numbers to roll through for Pupo. Just on 15 minutes to go. We'll be back after the break.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
Happy Saturday afternoon from the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. We're back into the men's round of 16, setting up some quarterfinal clashes. Ian Gentiel holding the lead over Samuel Pupo at the moment, but Sammy's just dropped a 6.17. Classy work, so fast out of the lip. Some clean fin releases on the inside to post the highest score of this heat so far, as Gentiel looks to improve on a 4.17 here. Bit of foam on the face, but gets some nice release in the tail on that first slash. Climbs up into the pocket, belts it again. A hallmark of Ian's approach, great timing. Lanky has some big calves that he can go to when the Bells bowl standing up, but look at the grovel work here in smaller conditions. Really clean stuff. Great combination. As he finishes strong right there on the shore break. He's going to run out of this one. And that will probably be his best number, Rich.
Not probably, definitely. That'll be his best number. I think he's going to match this 6. Great variety on that wave. and that energy that I was talking about. He really brought that to the very final moment on that wave. Getting spicy through some of those turns. Right back into this heat. Second wave of the set looked ugly from the start with all the foam on it, but it stood up really well. Little tail slide to start things off. Comes around this section, up and over the lip there, and I like this one here. Just hammers it, sends a ton of spray, and then keeps lively all the way through this inside section. Whips it here. Layback snap, and again all the way through to the inside, and then a little flare right on the sand. So really difficult, Ron, to hold that flow element in these type of conditions, but Ian's really focused on that at the moment, and producing some real nice transitioning turns and holding that speed. It's actually really hard to do, but he's doing it well.
10.5 minutes to go. Let's see what Kaipo's up to.
Yeah, Ron. You know, after a grouse afternoon of surfing yesterday, things have changed quite a bit out here. You guys can see it, the onshore conditions, and it's getting really tricky. The surfers they got to avoid that villain Doug rail, because there's all kinds of things that can get you caught up out here. It looks like Ian, though, flowing nicely between the bumps, as well as Sammy.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a battle, Kipes, between the praying mantis and the wasp. Sammy Pupo's got the sting, but you know, he's kind of unassuming, Ian Gentiel, isn't he? He's dangerous.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like a tutorial, right, for anyone watching right now on how to surf onshore reef breaks. And these are the world's best, right? So these guys can make it look good, but there's notes to be taken out here, because it's not easy, and these guys are flowing pretty well in some kind of tough conditions.
Yeah, spot on. Thanks, Kipes. Yeah, 5.6 for Ian Gentiel. Gets himself the number he needs to extend the requirement for Sammy Pupo. Still holding on to the best number, though. Sammy just needs a 3.76, making a move on the outside here at the moment. Nice section here. A clean hit. Has to chase down the open face again. We'll see a lot of that today. But on his way to a decent number, he wants this one to stand up again. He's really hoping this wave cooperates down the line. Winds through a nice carve. Bit of a setup turn for this final section, and he hammers it, makes it count. Loves the feel of it. Gives us a bit of a celebration. But on the outside, again, Ian Gentiel starting strong. Couple of big rips in the face. This wave's starting to flatten out for a moment now, but he's already done such great work. He will look for the connection. That's a no-brainer. We've seen how important that finish can be, especially when the conditions get to about this size. So Gentiel on his way to another good score here. Great exchange from these two fighters, looking to get themselves off the bottom of the rankings. A fall there for Gentiel, that'll cost him. But this one's shaping up to be a nice close battle to the finish.
This is going to tighten things up immensely, and a really good battle that we're starting to see here as we watch Sammy Pupo jump on the Red Bull ski and make his way out. We're kind of down to the final 8 minutes too. This has gone quickly. And that was a 4-wave set, Ron, so promising signs for this building swell into the afternoon. Sammy had to make a choice here. He took the second wave of the set. You can see he's got this instant acceleration. Projects beautifully off the lip, but only the one turn out in the bowl. And it was fairly lateral. It was down the line, but he got some good work done through the inside as the wave starts to stand up again. Nice carve, and then a clean snap.
Wow.
And then he starts throwing the webs everywhere. Spider-Man in full effect. Look at the chompers. He was happy with that one.
Yeah, it was another great finish, but it just, I wonder what kind of number the judges are going to throw here at Ian Gentiel, because he got the opportunity on steep wall to rip into a couple of big hooks.
Beautiful open face carves for Ian Gentiel. This was the 4th wave of the set, and Ian just off the ski. He had to really hustle to get onto this wave. Unfortunately, just tripping up on this final turn. So that'll extract a couple of points off this ride.
Got stuck in Sammy's web.
He did.
Yeah, just under 7 minutes to go here. And this is going to be very interesting, the numbers from this exchange.
Yeah, those big open calves from Ian out in the bowl section versus Sammy's strong finish.
Yeah, Sammy's actually, you know, was looking for 2 turns on the bowl. That's why he kind of maintained that kind of down the line approach. You know, I think if he could forecast that the section was going to lay flat, he might have gone for a big rotation on the first section, a big air even. But it was still tidy work. As you said, when he accelerates off the bottom, that transition from bottom turn into the lip is so quick. It does remind you of Felipe and just the kind of fast twitch.
Yeah, he doesn't, looking at his body language, it doesn't look like he's overexerting himself for that quick start-up acceleration from takeoff. He just automatically has it from the bottom turn. You know, you see surfers actually pumping and really working their board and the fins to try and get that forward projection. Sammy just looks like he's got a little turbo that he flicks the switch as soon as he takes off. We've got some scores starting to drop in here. Sammy Pupo, pocket sixes. He's dropped a 6-point ride on that second wave. And Ian Gentiel only managing the 5, so a point difference. And when I look at those 2 waves, and I think about the approach, Ian had those big swooping open face calves with a high risk, not really. And Sammy on the inside, it was more acute, the angles. It was more critical, the turn, and the wave stood up. So that's obviously what the judge is identifying.
Yeah, we know the end section here is a lottery. You can get there sometimes, have all the speed in the world, and just be faced with an ugly, lumpy, flat section that you can't really do anything with. And Sam found a section that was steep and completely timed it to perfection, capitalised on it, had an actual, almost a straight down vertical exit out of that turn. Shot his web, got himself a 6-point ride and the lead here. 4 minutes to go now.
Looking at just some of the judges' notes, excuse me, as we see another decent sized set coming through here, but right at the top of the order, a combination of high speed, powerful manoeuvres. And we saw Sammy just really connecting through the inside. Looks like we're going to see riders again here.
And Gentiel's after a 6.57. And you can tell just too much foam on the face there. And that wave not steep enough. So Sammy there doing a good good job with his positioning and just holding strong at the takeoff zone, and we'll have an opportunity here with this set approaching to possibly max his heat score total even more. Late takeoff, he's really deep here, going to get caught behind. So
well, that was purely a defensive move there. Just making sure that Ian Gentiel didn't turn around and catch that wave. Ian was in the perfect spot for it. Sammy a little too deep on the bowl. But what Sammy's done there is handed priority straight back to Ian Gentiel and given him an opportunity to actually achieve this score.
We know with the onshore winds, we're not going to see the same quality in the wave faces and the texture out there at the moment, but promising signs with the wave count. Ian Gentiel's up to 7 rides. Sammy Pupo, yes, caught behind on that one, but it was a decent sized set. He's had 4 waves, and really Sammy's been a little more patient just because Ian got the smart start with a couple of 4s. He's since sort of been the benefactor of priority and got himself on better waves.
Yeah, he certainly has, and just to your point about the onshore conditions, that it does push the wave down. So when you see an offshore wave, it definitely holds the line of the lip up a little bit more. You can see that Ian was actually looking at that, had to wait right till the moment where he saw that Sammy took off and utilised his priority. but he was in the button, right in the box seat. He could have gone straight down, hit the lip, and potentially been on his way to that 6.57.
Well, let's dive into the GWM heat recap here. Semi Pupo establishing a pretty decent lead now with a couple of 6-point rides.
Oh, you can see Sammy on the replay here, just all that speed and acceleration through the turns. Ian's been putting together a series of good manoeuvres. Gets a little tail slide there, comes through to the inside, just connects with the lip beautifully. So a real even matchup here. And Ian's just finding himself just a point short on each one of his rides. And I think it's just the speed at which Sammy's starting to connect with these manoeuvres. Brings this one all the way through to the inside. You can see here, watch this final turn, gets nice and vertical. Gets a little bit of tail release and starts throwing the webs out.
40 seconds to go here, and on the outside we've got a little bit of movement.
Well, it looks like both these guys were caught inside, way out of position.
Again, promising signs for a swell that should build throughout the day. 25 seconds to go. Ian Gentiel's got priority. The requirement, a 6.57. Checks that Apple Watch. Knows what he needs to do. Just needs that opportunity, and not sure he's going to get it, Rich.
No, I think this one's all over, and it will be Semi Pupo, who is going to march into the quarterfinals, and a really exciting matchup against Griffin Colapinto in the next round.
A positive result for both competitors. Ian Gentiel will have to settle for a 9th. That's his best finish here at Bells Beach, his best finish this year. But Semi Pupo into the quarters, and on the live ladder will be making a big climb. More big heats coming your way. Yago Dora takes on the high-scoring, high-flyer Jake Marshall next. We'll bring in Joe Tapel and Felicity Parmentier for the call.
Everybody, round of 16 continues with Yago Dora being the last goofy foot standing, taking on Jake Marshall, looking for a spot into the quarterfinals. Yago having the best start of his career as far as the first half of the season goes, getting a win in Portugal, and Jake Marshall just came off the best heat of his young career. A couple of big 9s on the bowl yesterday. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel and Flick Palmatier, who knows what it's like to put on a CT jersey. Flick, I guess the first question is, how's Jake going to return to Bells a day later after that superheat?
I think it's one of those things where you've got to remember to keep a lid on it because the job isn't done yet. And I know Jake's going to want to continue with that performance. He's going to pick up where he left off yesterday. And you're not going to want to celebrate too early. And here we go. Action already.
He already got a wave. During the break, Jake did this.
So nice little high line there. Another one to follow. And hits this second, third section up into the lip here. Does he get the finish? He does. So a few little turns, nice couple of combos, and just weaving this one through to the inside. And let's see if he gets the finish here. Nice paced approach. It's a good, nice start for Jake.
Well done. Also, Yago Dora getting his opener.
Yeah, so Yago, like you said, Joey, the last remaining goof in the draw. Connor O'Leary went down yesterday, and it's Yago out here doing it for the goofs. To see if he can get his maiden win out here and join that very limited list of goofies that have rung that bell. So bringing it through to the inside. This one just sort of lacking a little bit of energy, but he gets the finish. So nice sort of exchange here from the two guys, goof v regular.
That last turn probably felt great for Yago Dora. He's been just lighting up big events with a crazy backhand attack. In fact, last time Jake and Yago met at the CT level was in El Salvador last year. That's when Yago was going loony above the lip with crazy full rotations, variety of grabs. They catapulted him all the way to a runner-up finish last season at Punta Roca. This year, Punta Roca, well, gave him some trouble on his foot. He had to get stitches just heading into the lineup before the event started. So he had to take care of that throughout that event. I saw him a couple days ago. He said he has certain positions that he gets in on certain finishing moves where he's really hanging on and gripping. He can still feel it with some pain. And I mean, yeah, obviously being on your foot, surfing's your job. It's going to take a little bit longer to recover than other disciplines, but yeah, he's feeling great. Happy to be here in the round of 16. First score is in, Flick. Jake winning that opening exchange by a point.
Yeah, 5-3-3 for Jake and 4-3-3 for Yago. I think you could kind of see that. I think it's a great call here. Jake's wave just looked a little bit more put together. There was a few more bigger moments, I think, on that wave, but a nice start for both the guys.
Yeah, let's get the inside scoop from the water angle. Kaipa, what'd you think of the start of this one?
I like the exchange. I mean, there's a contrast going on right now, not just in stance, goofy versus regular, but Jake, I was impressed. Just, it was horizontal surfing, but very flowy, working down the line, just stitching it up, looking smooth. In contrast to Yago Dora, who's really putting an effort into going as vertical as he can on the backhand. So a contrasted approaches of surfing as well as stance. It looks like the judges, like you said, gave Jake the lead by a point. 5-3-3. Check in on the Apple Watch.
Nice, Kaipo. Kaipo, you spent some good time in San Diego in your life, but I guess more recently at Seaside Reef when the World Juniors went to town. People saying maybe some of the best waves they've scored for an event at that location. What was that wave like? What was the vibe like in Jake's hometown?
Yeah, you know, Seaside Reef is in the middle of North County, San Diego, and it's a wave-rich region, right? There's beach breaks there, there's the point at Swami's, there's the reef at Seaside Reef. For the World Juniors, it was incredible, but where Jake's from, I feel, makes well-rounded surfers because there's a variety of different types of waves there in North County, San Diego.
Yeah, also thinking about Taylor Knox, which was one of Mick Fanning's inspiration. So when Taylor would come here to compete and the amount of speed he'd have on the ball was definitely one of the best carver rail work type athletes that we've had on tour.
Yeah, well, the master of that cutback, right? That carving cutback. Here we go. Yago Dora, wave number 2, Joey, and Yago's flaring.
Love it. Little tail drift to start for Dora. Jams it on the next section, and now getting out in front, keeping the rhythm alive. 3 nice clean turns for our goofy footer from Florianopolis, Santa Catarina, Brazil. Nice easy pace in his step. Looks like he'll go the distance. Let's see what he can do for a finishing move. It's another off the top for Dora, and he hangs on. 2 CT wins in his career. The goal this year is to make Alexis WSL finals and compete for his first world title at the end of the season. Right now, he's matching his best result with an equal 9th. If he makes this heat, it will be his best of his career.
I like Kaipo's point, you know, that he brings up. Obviously, you got the contrast in stance, but not only is it stance, it's also approach, and we see it right here. Yago just puts it all on the line, adds that bit of progression to the first turn, and there is the difference that he's going to the lip. I think Jake, we saw that more horizontal approach, but it was very flowy. His wave size was also a little bit bigger, but when I kind of like this approach from Yago. He is giving a point of difference, and once he gets that opportunity to open up on a bigger wave, we're going to see where the judges' brains are at, and okay, we're going to award going like more vertical straight up into the lip, or are we going to still be, you know, rewarding that traditional Bells sort of flowy big carving maneuvers?
First heat win of the morning went to Samuel Pupo, who's hanging out with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, thanks so much. Well, Sammy, you really needed that win. Do you feel like you're starting to alleviate some of that pressure now heading into the quarterfinals?
I think I said this before. It's been such a tough year already. Now I'm just trying to relax, really enjoy. I feel like that's when my surfing shows the best, when I'm just relaxed and enjoying the moment. I feel like I've been like this event, and El Salvador too. I feel like I was in a good mindset. Just the waves really didn't show up for me there. But I'd say this year was probably the one I was a little bit more nervous. I went for surfing this morning. I just had a few waves that I paddled and I couldn't get in the wave. So I was kind of nervous, you know, conditions were a little bit tricky, but I feel like Bell is giving me a little bit of love back, so I'm happy with that.
And you got that out of the way in the free surf, and that's always good. You always see you having a couple of words with your brother. I mean, you guys are your #1 supporters. What was the word from him when you came in after that one?
He's just so good at supporting me. I feel like we had such a really good connection last year after we fell off tour, and we were traveling together for the Challenger, and it was just me and him, and it felt like it was just perfect, you know. We were giving advices to each other before the heats, and I feel like we have the same exact routine. We like the same stuff, same type of food, same timing. So, I mean, it just feels like we don't need anyone else with us. It's just us two. It's enough.
Sounds pretty special. And you will be coming up against Griffin Colapinto in that quarterfinal. What do you make of that matchup?
It's going to be exciting. Yeah, hopefully this next seed I'm going to be a little bit more relaxed. I feel like I am already. I knew this round was really important. I feel like every round is important, but this one is when you get to make the quarters, a little bit more points, and you feel like you're getting your rhythm going a lot more. And Griffin is just such an amazing surfer. I'm just happy to be in the water with him. We had I think only one matchup before, and he beat me, so it's 1-0. So I think I have to get one back, hopefully.
We're so stoked to see you in the quarters. Well done, Sammy.
Thank you, Rosie, and I love that Sammy's helping us with that research. Usually we're diving into those matchups ourselves, and he already is well aware of what's happened with himself and Griffin. It's going to be a quarterfinal for Sammy, best result of the season, and Griffin's in a similar type of situation this year, trying to get back towards the top 10. For Sammy, he's already moved up 5 spots on the live rankings, currently at number 27 in the world. If he can beat Griffin, he'll get onto the right side of the cut, inside the top 22, before heading to the Gold Coast.
It's a big heat coming up, you know, and I think just judging by the performance we saw Griff put on yesterday afternoon, he looks incredible. And I mean, I'm excited to see this go down. I think Sammy's in a really good headspace, it sounds like. I liked what he said, you know, about traveling with Miggy, his brother, last year, and he's like, it's all we needed. Like, yeah, I'd say it probably just feels like what it was when they were growing up together, just surfing and hanging out.
Here's Yago Dora, just speeding, adjusting that first section, wanting to throw the full rotation. When you see him avoid a section, you had something different in mind. Ends up falling on the punt. Here's Jake Marshall. Nice first connection there for Jake. The Californian throws down the top turn, creating some space here for a climb. So solid over that sharp eye surfboard. He's in hunting mode there. Tail drift, slides out. And that section unable to push him back into the wave. So incomplete on the finish. Jake's first was the 5.33. Yago's second scoring wave, a 5.17. So Jake was looking for just a 4.17 for a lead change. Coming off a super heat yesterday on the bowl. 2 big 9s, 18.33. Combined total, best of his career. And wild to think Joao Chianca had 8s, high 7s, and was still severely comboed in that matchup.
Yeah, we were talking about it, Joey, and I think it's not, it's not a sign of Joao not surfing well. I mean, the waves were just so good in that heat. So Yago just goes for that flyaway, like you said, Joey, and then behind him, Jake, second wave of the set, obviously a lot cleaner, snaps it up here, ever so slightly wraps this one, but you can see it this wave, that bit of onshore, it's just like, what it'll do is it'll crumble that section in front of you, and Jake just was playing a little bit of catch up, those third and fourth turns, gets around it, absolutely cracks that inside section, but just a little bit too much, pushing a little bit too hard potentially, and that water just sort of filling up underneath him. And look, he's got plenty of opportunity left. There's still, over 20 minutes on the clock.
Nice jump off the Red Bull ski. That gives you a lot of speed to paddle all the way back into the lineup. Jake Marshall getting rid of his previous career high by a long shot. It was a 15.5 total as his best before what we saw yesterday on the Bells Bowl. And he said he's been feeling great all year. He's just waiting for that big moment to show it to the world. And he got those perfect conditions at Bells yesterday against Joao Chianca. And this just really woke up the bluff at Bells. This was that turning point when the conditions got nice and clean, and Jake just felt right at home on the Dream Tour.
It was classic bowl, and I think this was just the pinnacle of the day, right? This was when the conditions were at its best, and Jake just took complete advantage of it with those big carve downs like what we just saw. I think he was the first one to really try one of those, and successfully do it on such a clean, crisp day at the bowl. Those big, extended carve downs, which are just, when you think of the bowl, you think of Joel, you think of Mick, especially Joel. I think my brain just goes to Joel and just those big carve downs that he used to do out here. And I feel like that's the benchmark, and Jake matched it yesterday.
Gosh, it feels good, doesn't it, when you see someone just going as fast as possible and just laying that rail over with control and finesse. Job well done for Jake, just still feeling solid after that performance, because he's got the lead at the moment over Yago Dora, 5.33 and a 4.57. Yeah, growing up in San Diego, Jake would have seen a lot of Taylor Knox. We were talking about him a little bit earlier. One of the best on the Bells Bowl. One of the best with power surfing, rail, and connectivity between turns. Taylor's in the island of Tavarua right now watching the heats go down. Proud of what Jake's doing for North County, San Diego. You also would have seen a lot of Rob Machado too. Rob, one of the best ever. Famous for the world title showdown with Kelly in the 90s. Big part of the momentum generation. But then you also have really cool surfers like, Ryan Birch, Joel Tudor, Derek Disney, people that will ride whatever they want and have a blast. So he's got a lot of influences from where he grew up.
Totally. Even back to that Taylor Knox conversation, you're going to know the answer to this, Joey. You will. Surf Facts 101. He, correct me if I'm wrong, won the contest down at Todos Santos that year when it was giant, right? And then got the cover of, what magazine was it? I forget.
I believe it was Surfing, right?
Oh my goodness, this wave. And that was kind of, that's been burned into my brain. I just had to bring that up.
That would have been one of your inspirations, to take on big waves.
For sure. I think I just remember that moment and seeing that and seeing Taylor Knox go, it's one thing to be on the CT, but then kind of make that crossover and be like, no, I'm going to have a crack here. And then ends up, he won that event, right? Did he win? I can't remember.
He won a big prize check. I believe it was $1,000 a foot. So got a check for, I believe, $52,000. Taylor, correct me if I'm wrong. But it was a big moment. Mike Parsons screamed at him to go. I think Mike was like, because they're such good friends, he was like, you're not going to go on this thing. That's just the motivating factor for your friend. And Taylor just goes, whoa. And it was a career defining moment because he's on tour at the time. And all of a sudden he's down this giant session at Toledo. So that was insane.
It's kind of that, you know, we've seen it happen more and more often in this day and age as well, but I feel like that's the start of those guys on the CT sort of just being like, no, I'm gonna become more well-rounded, and I've always liked to have a dig, but you know, you even think to this current era of surfing, you know, my mind goes to John and what he's been able to do and his performances in the Eddy and things like that. So it's been really cool to see that.
Yeah, those guys have those decisions to make, like Jake. Like, where do I want to go with my surfing? Do I want to be a tour guy? Do I want to do a little bit of everything? Remember running into Jake's dad years ago, and Nick Marshall, his younger brother, just paddled out at Waimea. I think he was like 10. And his dad, John's just like, am I a good parent? He really wanted to go. It's like, oh, you're a great parent, getting him into great waves. 16:40 on the clock here. Jake out in front. Remember, a big heat is coming up next in the round of 16. Felipe Toledo is taking on Jack Robinson for a spot in the quarters. Take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
Yago Dora is the most underrated surfer on the championship tour. The Brazilian is a cool, casual, creative genius who surfs with a style that is so technically advanced, it's hard to comprehend.
I love surfing itself more than anything, and competing is what makes me want to be better each day and keep improving.
Gets there early for the big rotation above the lip. Upside down, Yago Dora pulls off one of the best punts of the year.
Where most of the surfers can get a bit inverted with their tail out high above their head, you know, Yago's consistently tweaking and boning out airs and actually grabbing so many different ways.
Dora goes to the air, answers back.
I like to be creative and really be free to do whatever I want on a wave. The feeling I have from surfing is more important than any title, I think.
Beautiful piece there from Inside Pro Surfing featuring Yago Dora, and what a run he's been on this season. Being one of the favorites to watch for multiple years now, as he just set fire as a wild card at Saquarema years ago, and almost went all the way, made the semifinals, got past multiple world champions like Mick Fanning, lost to a family friend, Adriano de Souza, who's now a super coach these days. But that was the realization to, I think, himself too, that he belonged on the championship tour full time. He's done amazing things in Brazil. Really feeds off that local support and energy, bringing him to multiple finals days at that venue, and he was finally able to get a win on the road. It happened this year at Stop 3 in Portugal in a nice battle with Italo Ferreira. As we look out the back, seeing some waves coming through. Jake's out front, but Yago's got priority and only needs a 4.74. Letting that first wave go through. Now Yago is the one out there in red, so a little bit wider than Jake. Jake showing his intent to go, and so Yago will take it off him. He's got some open face to work with here. Quickly to the top. Beautiful bottom turn, throws down the wrap. Driving into the open face again. Nice arc there, going more straight up. Well-timed backhand snap into a carve. Dora feeling it. Multiple turns out the back and now running towards the end section. It could be a little soft in there, but judges like to see you finish on your feet, and he'll just throw it in to the whitewater a couple of times. Well done. Yago having priority at the right time. Looking for the lead over Jake. And even doing well in the end. Sometimes that end section wall doesn't give you much, does it? And you just want to show that you're still in control.
Yeah, this was really well surfed. My favorite wave of the heat. Gets up into the lip here, carves around this section, and then he actually ends up creating a second little vertical hit here. With that first carve, he sets that up so that he's so deep. He actually created that little bit of foam to hit, which was really cool, super creative. And then brings it through the inside. This wave also had a bit more height to it as well. So I think just the sheer fact of the height gives you more energy, more speed throughout those turns. It was my favorite wave of the heat.
Great job for Yago. Just love how creative he was, just choosing lines that created moments for himself. Setting up the carves and then right to the backside snap with a lip to hit.
Yeah, he could have easily have just gone around that and sort of, or not even created that section or just gone for the one turn, but just the awareness to be like, no, I'm going to drop down here, carve through this first section, and yeah, just created this beautiful little coping for him to actually send it vertical, which on that section there is quite rare. You don't really get that, you know, that wide into the bowl. Like usually that, you know, that's turn 1 or 2, not turn 4. So that was pretty impressive, and I reckon it's probably going to be the best number of the heat.
Great job for Yago. And when your dad is one of the best coaches in the world of surfing, sometimes your inspirations are really close to you.
The biggest one for me was Adriano's title, because I was like really close to it. I don't know, it just showed me how some things play out and like how the universe works, and it makes things happen like in the way they're supposed to happen sometimes. Like on the finals day, everything was happening where like felt like Mick was gonna win the title that day, and then like somehow everything changed again and Adriano ended up winning, and it was like, yeah, just a weird feeling, like how things connected to him, not only like the surfing itself, but like how everything played a part in like making that day being his day.
Great words from Yago right in transition after his previous wave. He's already in motion again. Hasn't even heard the score yet, but just sticking to surfing. Nice end section. He's got time to hit it this time. His wave before was just already a bunch of whitewater, and he got there nice and early to now have a couple of waves for the judges to digest with 9:10 on the clock. But yeah, wonderful words from Yago. His dad coaching Adriano to that world title year in 2015. And he was going through the breakdown of what happened at Pipe. There were 6 world title contenders that year that Adriano won. It was wild. And yeah, there's so much momentum with Mick. There was a lot of momentum with Felipe that year too. Owen Wright was on the beach. Julian, as Jack Robinson prepares. Passing all these great names as he heads down to the beach. But yeah, it was a roller coaster of a world title race. You know, that was the year Mick Fanning split the points with Julian at J-Bay. Adriano had a final with Mick here at Bells. That was a tiebreak decision that went Mick's way. Adriano beat John Florence at Margaret River. He came up the stairs and said, I just beat the best surfer in the world. Adriano was so quick to acknowledge his heroes, but always found a way to beat them in just great conditions too. Margaret River was all time that day. And Yago's just taking in all the notes, just like watching his dad work with Adriano. He's turning to like a big brother for him, and learned a lot, and then qualified for the tour. And now he's a world title threat. This is what he just did.
Yeah, so this one he paddled back out after the previous wave and he just got this underneath priority. I mean, he was sitting a bit further in than Jake. Jake sort of had a look, but Yago said, oh, I'll roll the dice here. And I actually liked it. There was a bit more size to this one as well as a set wave. Probably, for me, when I compare it to his previous, the 627 that's locked in, highest wave of the heat so far. I don't know if it'll go that high, but just, yeah, potentially maybe going to equal that backup score. But it was nice surfing. It had a bit more size, so it, potentially could go a bit higher actually.
Yago Dora putting up a couple of waves back-to-back for the panel. Wave previous, not the most recent wave, was the 6.27. And then last wave, a throwaway, 4.87. And with his hands up there, he just can have the on-site announcers give him the facts there. Sean Doherty. And that voice actually sounds like Reggae Ellis. He was the tracks editor for many years. He's seen a lot of pro surfing. I think he's already passed the 30 bell mark.
Whoa.
30 years of bells for Reggae Ellis.
It's iconic.
You can ask him about any final. He tells you like it happened yesterday, including the youngest final ever, Nicky Wood at 16, beating a 17-year-old Richard Dog Marsh. So Yago out in front, trying to do it for the Goofies and for himself. Spotting the quarterfinals on the line. Jake Marshall with priority. As we mentioned, a lot of the heroes Jake would have had growing up in San Diego. Where Yago comes from, Florianopolis. He's got a lot of talent. We've seen a lot of Mateus Hurdy. They have the same home break. Joaquina Beach, William Cardoso, Lucas Silveira, Peterson Crisanto, Marco Giorgi. It actually gets a little colder in the south of Brazil, so they'd get used to wearing wetsuits in the winter months. Here's Yago. Hits that first section. He's finding a flow here in these onshore conditions. Beautiful bottom turn. How about a tail blow to surf that section up? Looks like he's got a little inside wall. It's not even breaking. Now he's going to go left. Why not?
Of course.
And just turns in a tidy little front side tail slide. That's just going to feel good for a goof.
You can almost tell as soon as the goof starts switching the other way that they're like, whoa! It's almost like you get more pop in your stance.
The patience game for Jake Marshall, and just drills the first turn. Well overhead section. Holds that rail. Off to a great start. Tracking down the line into the pocket. Just his fourth look in this matchup. Nice easy flow off the bottom, off the top. He'll lose a climbing float. But some of the best rail decisions he's had in this heat. While Yago's just getting active, running after waves. Jake very selective, but I think that'll pay off.
That was great surfing. It was the best wave of the heat so far, just in quality. You could tell straight away. Let's break down Yago's first. So this one here, up into the lip, sort of a transition floater, comes around this section, little carve, but I like how he just overpowers this section and goes progressive. He knows there's not much else to offer here. That water's going to fill into the bowl. Let's just blow the fins out. So he's giving that variety on your backhand here, which is hard to do. And brings it through to the inside. And like we said, Joey, you could just already see he was just getting excited to go left. I don't blame him. And just gets snappy on the inside. Releases the fins, looks so comfortable, but out the back, best quality wave of the heat. Instantly tells size, the power, the energy he's carrying through that turn. It's undeniable. Big carve down, reminiscent of yesterday's sort of approach. Banks it around. It's another carving maneuver here. Things steepen up. You can just tell when it steepens up on that section like it did, that it just the size of the wave to like allow you to get into that sort of turn as we have a closer look at just how, whoa, the whole nose of his board was underneath the water then. You could just tell how hard he's pushing. And just look at all that spray being projected, that back arm coming around. He's on his way to another great score here. Just beautiful technique, just so reminiscent of yesterday. You could just, the patience game played off.
Well done. Jake Marshall lighting up some sections, Kaipo. He's still in form from what he did yesterday on the bowl.
Yeah, great for Jake Marshall to talk about the P's of pro surfing. Priority, positioning, picking the right wave, paddling, and performing. And the sixth one is, for Jake, was patience. The patience paid off for Jake Marshall.
Perfectly said. Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, the key thing that Kaipo was talking about is definitely that patience part really stood out. You know, tale of two stories. Yago's going to keep swinging, and he's doing a good job at that. They kind of both played their hand well, you know, under priority. Yago's building 6.27, his last 6.10. And Jake's going, yep, keep surfing. I've got a certain wave I'm looking for. Judges are digesting it now. With Yago improving, though, Marshall needs a 7.04.
Another 5 Ps, Joey. Patience prevents piss poor performance.
So look at that. Recipe for success.
The 5 Ps. Very good. Patience game's playing off. But it's a hard thing to do to back yourself out there when there's probably only a couple of waves coming through, and if you get out of that wrong rotation and you see that heat-winning wave come through, you're thinking, oh, no, you know, it's a hard thing to back yourself for that quality of kind of wave to come through in the heat. So hats off to Jake for nerves of steel.
Perfectly practiced. Okay, we're done. We're moving on 55 seconds. Jake waiting for that score to come through. Toledo, Jack Robinson, you can see them preparing in the water. Numbers in, Jake does it, 7.43, turns the heat on Yago. Yago has priority and now needs a 6.5. That feels fantastic for Jake, stressful for Yago. And just the timing was brilliant. Waited so long and score comes in. There's only 30 seconds left and Yago's just paddling to the horizon. Jake's right next to him just to feel the energy with him and to apply that pressure. There are some lines out there. Yago's paddling out to try to get into the wave in time. He's moving, 5 seconds to go. Yago paddles, needs a 6.5, he's up in time. This wave counts. First turn just a tap. He's got a lot of speed from it. Ton of white water shutting him down, and it's not gonna let him perform. There's the frustration. Aww. But he still has a big heart to send to the fans here on the cliff. And Jake Marshall does it again. And in completely different conditions from yesterday. Just shows how in form he is at this venue in the state of Victoria. Jake's on to the quarterfinals.
Oh, he's put on a good performance, and like you said, different conditions today. It seems to me he's figuring it out. He knows he's identifying exactly the waves that he wants for his type of surfing.
Jake's always said he feels at home here at Bells. There's some similarities to what he feels in Southern California. Loves surfing in a wetsuit. Loves these longer right-handers where he's got time to show off that power and precision on the Bells Bowl. And getting past a guy who's been in the rhythm with results and winning an event this year. And when you're a low seed, you're always going to be up against it. Crucial for Jake to move up in the rankings. And he will run on past up the stairs and prepare for a quarterfinal, which will either be with Toledo or Jack Robinson. How about this matchup coming up next?
heat of the round. Go straight through the quarters. And yeah, well, then Venus going to start the men's quarters. See how it goes. Now we'll put us in a pretty decent position to finish contest. Ring the bell.
How do you eliminate pressure and expectations and all the head noise that comes with it?
We are not from the surf industry.
She has a very cool, calm exterior, but she internalizes.
Drive is a big word. I think from being a single mommy, he carries that weight with him.
Surfing's so hard to win a contest, win a heat, win a world title. He's a little bit tortured by it, like almost destiny.
He wants to put on a show. He wants to surf his best. He wants to do it for himself. He wants to do it for the fans.
He sees things differently to everyone else.
A lot of sacrifices for sure.
There's a ton of pressure. But a ride that's only just beginning, it feels like.
Really enjoying season 3. Yetis, as told by series, is just phenomenal. And Jack Robinson has an episode dropping when we get to the Gold Coast at the next stop of the season. But now it's time for the Hydra Light Heat to watch. Felipe Toledo versus Jack Robinson. How good is this for a spot in the quarterfinals? Toledo and Jack really enjoying their seeding at the moment, growing into that top 10, getting closer to the final 5 where they've been multiple times, especially with Toledo owning the finals in back-to-back seasons, winning 2 world titles, then taking a year off. And now looking for world title number 3 this year. Things already got started, Flick, during the break.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we have a paddle here, Felipe deep. And looks like Jack might have also taken off too. And then Jack getting busy again. Must be wave number 2 for him. Streaking down the line. Finds a bit of nice clean face. Arcs around there. Looking for a sort of lip section here. Does it get steeper? It does. He gets up into the lip. And let's see if he brings it through to the inside. What's he got for us? Looks like this is steepening up. Gets the finish. Not done yet, actually. He's going to squeeze a bit more out of this one. Really suck the marrow out of that one. Gets the finish.
What an exciting start.
Whew. You could just see, look at the arc on that maneuver. Just that water displaced. Really, really beautiful surfing. And after this maneuver here, he actually does create a bit of space for himself to go vertical up into the lip. So Jack just doing the most at the beginning stages of this heat. And sort of continuing with the form that we saw yesterday, but he's going to be asking a question of Felipe, but for sure Felipe is going to be answering.
Sometimes those starts are some of the most entertaining moments in a big heat. Just who's going to demand the inside position. Toledo trying to get off to that quick start at 2.0. Opened up some room for Jack to throw down a 7.83.
Wow, big number for the beginning of this heat, and especially considering, I mean, we talked about it before, you know, it's the Hydrolite heat to watch, and for good reason, because normally you wouldn't see these two matched up so early on, right? And you touched on it, Joey, but it really is the seeding. As you see the breakdown of the score there, 7-8-3 for Jack. But yes, the seeding that has forced this hand so early on in this round of 16 heat. They're both outside that top 5, and that's why they're matching up. So it's fun for us to watch here, but it feels a bit premature, but we're definitely going to have a heater in our hands.
Gosh, what a huge start for Jack Robinson. 7.83, Felipe 2.0. Let's now catch up with Jake Marshall with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, what an exciting heat. That exchange with yourself and Yago was super impressive, but Jake, pretty competitive in the water with yourself and Yago.
Oh, super competitive. I mean, that's what we love. I mean, that's what we're doing, you know, we're competing. So, yeah, Yago's had my number for sure in the past, but felt really good to get one up on him right there.
And yeah, it was a little bit like slow with the bigger sets, and I really just tried to like drop the anchor and wait for that bomb. And when I saw it coming in, I knew I had my opportunity, so I was stoked to take advantage of it.
Yesterday, you're one of our standout performers. Today's a new day, different kinds of conditions. How did you amp yourself up for this round?
Yeah, pretty easy to get amped up. I mean, I'm really hungry right now. I really want to get a big result here. And yeah, sometimes it's hard coming off a really good heat like yesterday because you got to like reset back to zero and know that it's a new heat, and you're going to have to kind of start from scratch. So I was like super pumped on yesterday, but obviously had to just come down to earth and start all over again. And that's what we're going to do again in the next round. So yeah, but I was stoked to get through that one.
Second time this season you're in the quarterfinals. What can we look forward to?
Yeah, I've kind of been stuck on this quarterfinal deal throughout my time last couple of years on tour. So I'm stoked to get here, but definitely not satisfied with this result. So I really feel like I can do a lot more in this event, and I know my surfing's there. So I'm super hungry, and I really want to go all the way here.
He's in the hunt for a big result. We'll send it back to you guys, Joe.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Jake's in the zone. You could tell he's just ready for more, and I can't wait to see it into the quarters. He quartered at Pipeline to kick off the season and then had some tougher results. He's made the final series before, but he's still looking for his first major CT win. Maybe it'll happen this year right at Bells Beach. Pretty tough, though, and it's a great conversation Rosie brought up, just peaking, having the heat of your life. That could feel like you've won the contest, you know, and you could kind of let out all that steam, and sometimes to follow, you could not find your feet. But yeah, Jake found the magic in different onshore conditions this morning.
Yeah, to me, it just says that he's figured this place out. You know, it's really contrasting conditions this morning. Obviously, you've got that onshore raffle on there, maybe slightly smaller as well, not as much grunt, not as much power. Yesterday, beautiful corduroy lines, just not a drop of water out of place. It was as good as it gets, right? And there's that argument, it's easier to surf good waves and figure out, okay, identify that's a good one, but today it's harder for sure to identify that. And to me, it's saying, okay, Jake's figuring this place out. And I think, yeah, you touched on it, Joey, and so did Jake. He had to keep a lid on it. He couldn't celebrate yet because the job's not done, and he's hungry for a win.
How do you break down Jack's prep? You know, he really stands out to me, you know, kind of compared to the rest on tour, of where he goes with his headspace before a big matchup.
I think he's been doing it for a very long time and sort of been at that forefront of, looks like Jack actually might be having a little look here as we see Felipe take it.
Felipe Toledo, two-time world champion, snapped a slide through that whitewater section. Look at him just springing down the line, punching that one out, but a real quick fall in transition. So warming up into this heat, a 2 to start, and then a wipeout on that turn to transition out of it. He already knows the score from Jack Robinson, so he was surfing with intent to change things around, and now there's a set coming that's got some size.
Well, just when I said it was a little bit smaller, that swell's still sticking around. But it looks like Jack might be potentially looking. He's going to try. You know what? Like, it's just classic here. When it's onshore, you want that second wave of the set. It's classic example, the last heat, Jake. He really waited for that perfectly groomed wave. Jack looks like he's sort of paddling with a bit more intention here. This wave face is going to be a lot smoother, and he's going to roll the dice.
Jack Robinson is flying. He'll go for a big float to come around the corner, driving into a big open face hook. The man from WA in rhythm, huge carve again. Great pace, great tempo, throws a lot into that finishing move. It had whitewater, it wasn't that easy lip line to read, but he drilled it with total control. Big advantage to Jack Robinson, already has a 7.83 and capitalizing on Felipe's fall.
Wow, the guys from Trig Point Board Riders now are going to be going crazy. That group chat's going to be blowing up, but yeah, that's where Jack caught his first waves, when he was a Grommy. So the boys all supporting, and the girls, but I mean, they're going to be going wild for this one, because what a great way to back up.
I'd like to read a couple of those messages in there.
Maybe not, PJ. First of all, let's break down Felipe. And this one, you know, just that first wave of the set, really see how difficult this wave was to surf. That one just filling up, the nose picks, but behind him, Jack takes off. Beautiful wave selection. Similarities to Jake's wave, that clean open face, and he just drives through this turn. And beautiful choice of turn in the roundhouse and then into this big open carve. And surfing it with a great pace, you know, just not over surfing anything, not overcooking anything, right timing. But look at that, and flying through it too, just surfing with so much speed. That board's looking so good, sharp eye underneath his feet. Anytime you can place a full roundhouse out here is just, while still in the bowl, is an incredible feat, right? Because you're just demonstrating just the speed you have and the carry through the turn. But Jack's looking solid. He's put up a couple of nice scores now and making Felipe's job very hard.
Jack Robinson, 8.7 and a 7.83 for an enormous total out front and a jump start on this Hydrolite heat to watch. Toledo, very quiet, just had a 2 on a float, then fell in transition on his second wave and got a 3. As we know, as a 2-time world champion, Felipe's reputation out here as a past champion in 2022, 2-time finalist as well. He can get himself out of jail really quickly. Had a 10 as a rookie back in 2013. He's surfed with the greats out here. He's had heats with Mick, CJ Hobgood, Michelle, Dusty Payne. He's seen a lot in his time, over a decade on tour. The judges love that, though, all agreeing that was excellent surfing from Jack Robinson. He wants to hear it again.
Oh, this is just so good. This is just like the wizardry. This is the kind of games you play. I mean, even Jack just paddling back out. He doesn't have priority, but he's gone in position further out than Felipe. Quite a bit further out, if I must say so. And it's a bit of a power move, I will say. And he also putting the hands up, that signals to the beach commentator. I want to hear that score again. I might have already heard it on the way out, but I just want to hear it one more time. Can you read out that excellent score, please? But yeah, I mean, this all comes into it, you know. I think if the shoe was on the other foot, Felipe would have been doing the same. But to your point, Joe, I think Felipe, you can never count him out. I mean, he's a world champ. He's 2-time world champ. And if anyone, you know, he's got 20 minutes on the clock, is going to be able to do this. This is why this is the heat to watch this morning. It's going to be Felipe.
Gosh, what a great time to get the Oakberry surf conditions from Kaipo Guerrero. Seeing that set and Jack getting an 8.7.
Yeah, that was excellent. Just like the power pack of an Oakberry acai bowl. The Oakberry surf conditions, 6 to 8 foot. You can see the swell increasing, tide dropping. We got about a 10-mile-per-hour onshore wind right now. But it seems like it's been no problem for especially Jack Robinson to perform with this onshore wind. I like to see this swell increasing out here, Joe.
Yeah, that set kind of took us by surprise. Have you seen anything that big throughout the day, or was that kind of the biggest wave so far?
Yeah, I think that was the biggest wave so far. But we're expecting it, you know, like we're going to lose water on the reef, and hopefully we're going to get more swell, and I want to see more teeth out here at the Bells Bowl. Good man, Kaipo. Exciting times here in the round of 16. A lot of delayed calls. Kind of made me think it was still the morning time. But yeah, 1:30 in the afternoon. Quarters on deck for the women. Luana Silva, Lakey Peterson. We'll see how far we can go today. But yeah, onshore bells bringing some excitement. Jack, 8.7, 7.83. What a big total out in front of the man who's known to be the king of high-performance surfing. And the exciting part for us, it might be stressful for Felipe, but I don't know. He's a champ. He could just be going, let me dig in. But I'm just amping on how he's going to approach this, how to break a combo. He has so many different ways he could do it.
Yeah, I think with a surfer of his caliber and everything that he's achieved in the sport to this day, I think you kind of, at this point, you're living for these moments that are really going to push you as a competitor. And I think Geordie spoke to it pretty good the other day. He's like, I've said all I can say, I've done all I can do. Like, I just love surfing and I just want these moments. And I think similar for Felipe, it's like, I've really proved everything I can, so let's just test me. Let's put me in these hard situations and let's see how I bounce back. And I have no doubt that he's so capable right now to put down a big number. just wave selection is totally it right now. He just needs to find one of those waves with that clean face.
Jack looking for his first final out here. He's peaked at the semifinals in the past. He'll look, but Felipe will take it to get started here. Big carve, radical tail slide for Phil. Now off the top with a beautiful arc. A lot of speed always through his turns. He punches out the rebound, and you can tell he's just doing that without even thinking, just blitzing sections. Didn't have the size that Jack's had on his waves, but you could tell he's surfing at 100%.
Oh, 100%, and so powerful. Just the way he's ripping through those turns, the upper body torque that he has. He's looking pretty sure-footed now. He's had those couple of small waves, that one little fall, but I think right now, just hearing those scores that Jack's locked in, I think that's fired him up. And you know what? There was a cheeky little sell by Jack, I will say, because Jack really made him think about that. If you see Jack here really paddling and making Felipe really commit to that one smaller wave, and look, it's going to be a nice score for these two turns, but I mean, if this wave had had an inside section and connection, I think obviously he's going to drop a better score, but nice little sell there from Jack, and yeah, Jack's got priority now, so Felipe maybe going to sniff around on the inside a bit.
That was big. That was a big one. Jack did not want that wave at all.
No.
Good read flick, and right now he's in a better position with priority and a gigantic lead out front. Toledo returning to the tour, and anytime he's not in a Final Five position, he's going to be asked the question, how's your season going? And for him, he's going great. He did mention on the glass yesterday how he's like, yeah, it's funny, after a year off, you feel like there's some growing going on, just getting back into the jersey again. You know, he's like, I've been on tour for over a decade, and he was kind of like scratching his head going, it's funny having like new feelings again and kind of getting back into your job. But when you're quietly just kind of on inside the top 10 picture, it's top 5, and you've got all these unbelievable events that are coming for Felipe, he's in an incredible place. Just quickly on the sell from Jack, it's a throwaway really for Toledo in the grand scheme of things, because he's still comboed with now 15:45 on the clock. We are going to take a quick break. We'll finish up this big heat right after this. Flashing back to 2022, the tour stopped at G-Land in Indonesia, and it was Felipe Toledo and Jack Robinson meeting up in the final, and Jack was going next level, especially with the wild factor of him turning in buzzer beaters back-to-back, getting past Medina as he was returning to the jersey, and then doing the same thing to Toledo with the clock winding down. Jack just settled in and was able to create a huge moment for himself. This was just his second year on tour, and he found that winning feeling once again.
This is when we started, I mean, I kind of have grown up with him, so I've known this, but this is when we started to really see the wizardry of Jack and just the rabbits he can pull out of the hat in the dying seconds of heats. I mean, he did it in Margaret River, like you said, he does it here, and it's just, I mean, you can never count out Felipe, but you really can never count out Jack, and it just goes to show that connection, that almost weird connection that he has with the ocean, and yeah, I guess it's just a great sign of things to come, you know?
He's always been a great dancer, too. As we check out the head-to-head history, the 2 wins for Jack. We just watched one of them. That was a G-Land final. And also he had a heat as a wild card at the box on his home break. It was a runaway win where he had a giant total. That's that 18.57 heat score. That was surfing the slab, his home break. Toledo with 1 win. That was at Jeffreys Bay back in 2023 in a quarterfinal. So it's been fun with these 2. Jack has so much respect for Felipe. When they had that first heat together at the box, he just was saying how Felipe is one of his favorites. He's a good friend to him. And they just wanted more. So for Jack to see Felipe's name on paper, you know, he was really looking forward to this battle at the bowl today.
Oh, for sure. These 2 guys here are 2 of the very, very best. You know, obviously Felipe has been the best 2 years running, two-time world champ. I think, you know, I think about their styles and their strengths, and for me, Felipe has to be one of the fastest surfers on tour, undeniably. We've said it so many times. And high performance, right? That's where I go in my brain. And then Jack they're actually quite 2 contrasting surfers. I think when I think about Jack, I think, you know, consequential waves and those big Hail Mary sort of moments in bigger, powerful surf. And I think that's an area where, you know, you think back to finals the last couple of years where it's been at lowers on that really high performance wave. And Jack obviously is incredible, but I feel like, you know, it's just like you think about this year coming into finals, it's cloud break. And it's a complete contrast to the performance style wave that lowers is. And I mean, you start thinking about that, you know, world title, and even if he was coming in at number 5 seed, I think you'd really be backing him going into that world title race.
100%. 8 to 12 foot cloud break. Jack Robinson, number 5 seed. Good luck.
Wow. I almost want to say it's slightly unbeatable. I mean, how do you think about all those waves that he's grown up surfing, and just the performances we've seen from him from even such a young age at waves like Chopes, North Point, the box, Pipeline, Backdoor, like performances that are like out of this world at such a young age. The read that he has, the control in the barrel, it's pretty incredible.
The 2 men are starting to paddle a little bit together. It's Jack's turn with priority if he wants it. He's not even looking at that wave. Felipe takes a longer look. That year they met in that final at G-Land was a world title year for Felipe. He accomplished his first of 2. And kind of with Yago earlier bringing up the inspiration of Adriano, that 2015 year. Felipe was a contender at Pipe. Kind of go how many years it was until he accomplished the first and then second world title. And he was even runner-up to Medina the year before. So talk about flooding with emotion, and finally able to own the tour as he's up now. Toledo looking to break the combination. Quick whip there. Nice punchy little climb. And going for a grab rail, nose pick reverse. Great maneuver choice there to force the score from the panel, just incomplete on the effort. And he might pick this one up on the inside. He could always set up a ride from the Red Bull skis as well. This might just be settling him down, trying to regain a rhythm in this heat. It's just been owned by Jack Robinson.
It's pretty crazy, you know, we're getting down to under 10 minutes and Jack's only taken off on 2 waves. Feeling and looking pretty connected. I loved the start of that wave from Felipe. It was good wave choice. It was nice and clean face. And then just the projection and the squirt that he got out of that second maneuver. And he had the right idea just to go for that sort of, you know, big grab rail reverse sort of move underneath the lip. I thought that was really cool. If he'd made that, we haven't seen anything like that yet here on the bowl. He could have been looking at breaking that combo, but he's going to have to try again.
Kaipu Guerrero, best seat in the house in the ocean, watching these 2 go for it. Right now, Felipe's got to find a way to break this combo with 8.5 to go.
Yeah, it's really, really hard when a surfer like Jack Robinson has heat control, right? The big lead and just hangs on to that priority. He wants to chip away, melt down that clock. He's sitting pretty much, Joe, in Zen mode right now, controlling the lineup, forcing Felipe just to take those leftovers. I don't think any of those leftovers have had the number in them to even get out of the combo, so Felipe's in a tough spot.
He really is, Kaipo. You saw him just reset. He was like, you know what? I'm just going to grab a ride from the water patrol and see if he can change some sort of rhythm. As we know, Kipes, he can turn this in one big maneuver. He's that kind of guy. Let's see if he can get a section, and there's waves coming through. What are you seeing out there?
Okay, let's take a look at what we got. We got a couple of medium-sized waves, larger sets on the horizon. I would like to see Felipe take a chance, get further up the reef a little bit, force the hand on Jack, and at least try to get that priority back. And that might be what Felipe is doing right now.
Thank you, Kaipo. Great scene set here of this entire lineup. You see how big this lineup is at Bell's. They're always making sure they're in the right place by lining things up on land. Felipe getting dropped off. You can see him paddling out there. And our great water patrol team with guys like Tony Ray, Lyndon Ringrose, Tully Wiley was out there. As you can see, Felipe now dropped off again. Unfortunately, he doesn't have priority, and he's right next to Jack. And what a show it was for Jack at the start, really owning the beginning as we go into the GWM recap.
Yeah, I mean, that first wave, it was a bit of a tussle for it. Felipe sort of pushed him. Jack takes off behind, drops this 7.83. And for me, it's the selection of waves. It's quality for Jack. It is the clean, open face and just powerful. Right now, he's not looking like he's going to fall. He just looks very sure-footed and looks pretty fired up. It was a nice start to this heat, and you know someone's connected when they're only taking off on 2 waves and they've banked their 2 scores. He's got complete heat control. So this is the 8.7. This one really made me sit a bit straighter up in my chair. I think this move here, when you can do this roundhouse on the bowl and then back it up with another carve, I mean, it just demonstrates how fast you're surfing to whip through that section and just powering through it. You know, he's muscling his way through this. Felipe's had a couple of moments. He has got a 5.83, so looking strong. I mean, the form's good. I think for me, it's just the wave selection that sort of let him down. I think maybe potentially could have just made Jack, you know, ask the question of Jack a bit more when it comes to those waves, and kind of been scrapping around on the inside. If Felipe gets that opportunity to open up on a clean face wave, I think he's in the form to throw down a good score.
Great call, Flick. Yeah, Toledo just needs to get a set without priority. It can be tough because Jack's been doing a great job selling waves. Toledo's on this one, looking to break the combo. Driving out front, crushes that section. Well done for Phil. Punches the fins into reverse. Now a foam climb. Just showing off all that talent. Known as the king of high performance for a reason. He's just been trying to force it on waves that haven't given him too much in this heat. And now driving through that, he's in attack mode, wants to spring into a finish. What a ride from Felipe Toledo. One of the best ever, on page 1 of the all-time win list, with 15 CT wins with those 2 world titles. And his Bell back in 2022 on the way to that first title as we look back at this wave again.
Yeah, for me, this is his best wave. I mean, he goes straight up into the lip here, comes around this section, and I just love that turn especially, but this next one, just that ability, it's just so easy for him. It's just like he could do it with his eyes closed almost, you know? It's just, there's no struggle there. It's just control and just really easy to watch on the eye. I think it's just great demonstration of surfing, really explosive finish as well. So looking potentially going to drop this, going to break the combo and put a bit more pressure on Jack.
Felipe really hoping he could break that combination. But now 3:35 on the clock. He gets a lift out the back. Jack still waiting with priority, being very selective with a gigantic total. For all of our fans watching out there on YouTube or Facebook Live, streams will be stopping at the end of this heat, round of 16. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. So that quarterfinal start next with Lulu and Lakey Peterson. Everyone in Brazil coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and Globoplay. For fans in the US, coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and ESPN+. So that's in about 2:45 from now as we get into the quarterfinals. Luana Silva taking on Lakey Peterson as the women are up next. Felipe checking his Apple Watch. His last score was a 6.43, so he's still comboed. After all that hard work, it's really come down to Jack being on the better waves. A lot more size, bigger sections. And he's owned it from the very start of this heat.
Yeah, he's paddled out and he's had that presence the whole heat that he's totally in control. I think it just feels that he identified the exact waves that he wanted out there. Probably watched Jake before, watched Jake drop that 7, identified it was the clean face, that bigger, that bigger wave that's going to give him that more speed, the energy through the turns, and he's just had total heat control and looked so poised. I mean, he never really looks frantic, let's be real, but was basically put on a clinic. Good demonstration of what to do on onshore Bells Bowl.
Just that connection with the ocean, being in the moment. We watched his buzzer beaters coming off the break, that win in G-Land over Felipe, where he had less than a minute on the clock. And the wild part about that, he did that twice that finals day. Can get kind of mystical when you talk about the relationship with Mother Ocean. To be on tour, you've got to have it. Jack's got it at a whole nother level as we go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo for the 8.7.
Instantly, just the power of the wave, the size. You can just see the speed he's carrying through the turn. The speed allows all that water to fly off the back of the wave, just displacing with so much power. For me, it's a clear distinction, just the speed you're carrying through the turns on those bigger waves and then just projecting through that foam. Really just fully connected. But back to that point, Joey, I even think that there's been so many moments he's given us like that on tour. Even, a couple of years back, we're at Chopes and he was fighting for that spot in the Final 5 with Gabby Medina. And I remember he was totally on the ropes. Gabby had him, and then all of a sudden, coming into the last minute of the heat, just pulls the rabbit out of the hat. I mean, even with Al, he did go down to Al, but he did pull out the 10 earlier this year,
So true. Great memories and great surfing from Felipe in this event. He's just going to throw shakas and prepare for the Gold Coast. He's not going to make the quarters this time, but he's got a lot of fire to unload up at Burley Heads. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to Jack Robinson into the quarters, looking for his first bell of his career. Ben Rose happy. Coach for Jack, Leandro Dora. There's Jack's mom and Jack's wife there, Julia, that enjoyed all of that. And that was a really stress-free watch for the Robinson camp because he had that lead so early.
Yeah, he did. He just had total control. It was pretty impressive to watch. Are we missing something? Felipe did the shakas. Yago did the heart and the bird. What are we missing here? Is this like a little thing that they're all agreed to do on and we don't know about?
Yeah, we got to get in on this. As we see Jack reverse his way out, he will have Jake Marshall in quarterfinal number 4. And once again, all the fans watching on YouTube or Facebook Live, those streams are coming to an end since we've finished the round of 16. New live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. For everyone in Brazil, coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and Globoplay. And all the fans watching in the U.S., coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and ESPN+. Quarters are starting now. Lakey Peterson taking on Luana Silva, followed by Sal Fitz and Brisa Hennessy. A lot to look forward to. We'll bring in Ronnie Blanky, Rosie Hodge, and Richie Lovett for the call. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Stone and Wood, unofficial beer of WSL Australia.
Get ready for it. It's quarterfinals time here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Luana Silva on a charge up the live rankings. Lakey Peterson desperate to get a victory here in a place she calls her second home. This should be a fantastic clash. Ronnie Blakey with Rosie Hodge, Richie Lovett. I love this point in the competition, Rosie. One of these competitors could potentially be 3 heat wins away from ringing the most iconic trophy in the sport.
6 waves. I mean, that's what it's going to take today. Well, just looking at Luana Silva, the first time we're seeing her in the quarterfinals. Lakey Peterson at her second home here at Bells Beach. This is a great matchup.
Yeah, and Luana's got a few things to overcome, Rich, because she's made the quarterfinals 3 times in the past. She's never broken into the semis of a championship tour event, but the form suggests that she's ready to make that move.
Yeah, I think it's the roadblock's there, but I think it's been a mental roadblock that she's needed to overcome, because we know that she surfs well enough, and it feels like she's been injected with a little bit of confidence through this event, but she's up against it here. Lakey Peterson's in really good form at the moment.
Definitely. Well, Luana's going to get things started. This is a replay, this one during the break.
Yeah, tricky little wave. She really scratches into it hard. She had a little free surf this morning. You can see there's a little chatter under the fins there. Tries to engage that rail, does well to work this one over. Does she find this connection? Beautiful right there. Does she hang on to it? That's just a little bit unfortunate. Those are the kinds of mistakes you need to eliminate at this point of the competition.
Yeah, 4.5. Lakey Peterson, a throwaway score for her, but Lakey's back at the takeoff zone with waves approaching and priority. Luana's sort of a long way from an ideal position to capitalise on this set, might even miss out. So let's see what Lakey can get done on the inside, looking to line this one up. The whitewater hits her for a moment, but she does well to get into it nicely. Really needs to capitalise here. Nice floating re-entry. Will chase down that open phase, getting caught behind here for a minute, not looking good. She'll hope that this wave just sort of slows down a bit to allow a turn down the line. It doesn't, so it'll likely be another throwaway score for her. Couple of previous head-to-head heats for these two competitors, both of them won by Lakey Peterson. That was at Pipe 2022 in the round of 16, and Sunset 2024 round of 16. So a couple of just hurdles, a bit of history that Luana's got to overcome here. But we've seen it in this contest already. So many surfers that were desperate for the result, charging towards the higher end of the rankings with some gritty performances. Lakey, the 3rd most experienced surfer in the draw when it comes to this venue, surfing in her 11th Bells event. Her best result is a semi-final finish. But yeah, just behind Tyler Wright, who's had 12 previous appearances here. Sally Fitzgibbons, the most, 14. I guess the real positive for these competitors in these first 2 quarterfinals is that I think the heavy favourites are down the bottom side of the draw in Gabriella Bryan and Tyler Wright, just based on form and their recent history with this venue. So, you know, there's no easy heats, Rosie, but that might be working in their favour.
Definitely, and just the chance. I mean, we've got the former winners that are coming up. We've got Sally Fitzgibbons in the second quarterfinal, and then, like you said, Tyler Wright on the other end of that, who's also won out here at Bells. But you're talking about experience out here in this lineup. Like you said, Lakey has the second most, so she's going to lean on that experience. This is her second home break, so that comfort level is going to come into play here when these conditions are a little bit more tricky.
Well, just under 28 minutes remaining here. 3.83 for Lakey Peterson. Feels this heat hasn't really caught fire just yet. So while there's a break, let's get caught up with another quarterfinalist, Fawn.
Thanks, Bronny. Jack, amazing surfing in that heat, but even more impressive, mate. A perfect strategic heat. We know how dangerous Felipe is. If he gets even just an inch, but you just shut up shop. and suffocated him out of that one. No potential or opportunity given.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you go out there and you surf for maybe 2 minutes of the heat, and then you sit for another 33 minutes. So there's a lot more competing than surfing in that heat. And yeah, just did what I did and just compete.
It must be such a satisfying feeling to know that your game plan is that locked. Like, yeah, it was just so steely, man.
Yeah, I felt great. You know, I felt like just go and do my best and just focus on myself. And you know, no matter who it is, I know, yeah, he's super dangerous, and everyone's super dangerous on the tour. But just focus on myself.
That's it, man. Yesterday in your heat, you were absolutely going off, but there was just a little bit of chatter in the face and the rail was disengaging slightly. Yeah. Today, the rails just look so locked in.
Yeah, it felt good. I was kind of had a couple of little bobbles almost yesterday, but I just recovered it and pulled it back because there was a little bit of chatter on the face. But yeah, today's super rippable. It has like good lips. You can really like jam the sections. So yeah, another one done, and maybe later, maybe tomorrow.
Love that jam, mate. Love that jam.
Let's do it.
Finally, Jake Marshall in your quarterfinal, a guy you're 2-0 up on, but he's been deadly in this comp so far.
Yeah, he's been competing super well and finding really good waves. So yeah, just do what I do and go focus on myself once again.
Best of luck in the quarters, Jack. Thanks.
Oh, he looks focused. Jack Robinson on his way to his best finish this season. Into the quarterfinals, and while we've got some time here, we should have a look at the quarterfinals for the men that are set. They're looking incredible. Great head-to-head matchups. Still a few people chasing their second Bells title here, Rosie.
Yeah, incredible matchups. Looking at some of my favorites, the Jordy Smith, Morgan, Siblick. I mean, Morgan's been such an amazing wild card. And then the Sammy Pupo versus Griffin Colapinto. They're down in the doldrums of the rankings at the moment. Can they make a late charge with that cut looming?
Yeah, I like, I'll go the bookends. Ethan Ewing, who's just been in magical form through the event. And then Kanoa, he's building as well, dropping some of the bigger scores. And then obviously that last heat, Jack Marshall and Jack Rubbo. That's going to be a real hard-fought battle. Those guys are in great form.
And then checking out what's going on the women's side. We mentioned it before. Luana Silva, Lakey Peterson out there fighting at the moment. Sally Fitzgibbons, a couple of Bells titles for her. She's got the most experience of anyone in this quarterfinal bracket, but the real form has been in the bottom side of the draw.
Yeah, I mean, Gabriella Bryan, it's hard to go past her. She's looking incredible. It's a rematch of the El Salvador final with Isabella Nicholls, and then also another rematch from El Salvador is the Betty Lou Sakura Johnson versus Tyler Wright that we saw happen in El Salvador, where Betty got that nod, so some competitive heats.
Oh, it's going to be good. Bring it on, I say. And yeah, out there at the moment, just under 24.5 minutes to go. And priority is with Luana Silva, who we've always, you know, touted to achieve great things on the championship tour. It feels like confidence has been an issue for her. But winning a World Junior title and reconnecting with that event-winning feeling this year, I think will work in her favour. Obviously, it's been a tricky run through the first stages of the season. All ninth place finishes so far, but on her way to her best result. And really, I think just finding some freedom with the individual turns that she's laying down in this event.
I think surfing is just such a tricky thing, and really the component of self-belief and confidence is such a big one. Because you look at Luana's surfing, she's a World Tour surfer all day long. You mentioned the World Junior Champ title. She just needs to fill that space and find that confidence, and I think the results will start coming.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you can see her just in this event. The confidence has been building, and that sense of belonging, that you belong in the quarterfinals and that you could potentially win an event. I know I didn't have that belief when I was on tour. I always was like, oh, it'd be great to make the semis. And until you actually start believing that you can win the event, I think that's where the dreams start coming true. And I'm not sure that Luana's there yet, but she's getting close.
Lakey Peterson, on the other hand, a really impressive performance in the first event of the season. Got herself a semi-final finish, lost out to the eventual event winner, but it's been a run of ninths since then, and a real slide down the rankings up until this point. So this is a good rebound. This is an event that I think Rosie, you could probably speak to it, that Lakey, you know, is really driven to do well in, and it feels like the expectation of herself to get a big result has really kind of hurt her the last few years.
Definitely, yeah. You can feel, I mean, she's made semi-finals here multiple times before, but I think it's just clicking into that final. She's had some major wins on the championship tour, and I think we've seen Lakey do some of her best surfing this season in her career, but the results haven't been quite falling in her favor. So to see her kind of catch fire here at Bells Beach, it would be just such a fairy tale to see her ring that bell.
Yeah, both these surfers cut from the tour last season. Lakey heartbreakingly just missed out on that 10th position, finished up in 11th spot, but got a chance to sort of step away, go work on her surfing and just get a bit of a breather, a sabbatical, if you will, from tour competition, tour life, because it's been a long grind for her. She's one of the most successful competitors on the CT, 6 career wins, and definitely someone that we've put the highlighter over for the GWM Aussie treble. She could definitely be parking a tank, the GWM tank in the driveway at the end of this Aussie leg, as we see now. Luana just climbing up over the section, used priority for this wave. Doesn't get a whole lot out of it, so you'd have to call that an error in judgment.
I think these conditions are tricky, Richie. I mean, just listening to some of the guys come in, even after the free surf, Sammy Pupo said in his free surf he missed a couple waves and kind of got that out of his system. I think it's a lot more difficult in this water than we even think it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's just the implication of this wind that's got the surfers off kilter a little bit, because it's not straightforward. The takeoff zone, it changes around a little bit. The swell lines come in, but they're uneven. So there is a little bit more to figure out and think about during these heats, but it's great that we still do have plenty of swell in the lineup here. And Lakey Peterson, important wave here. Luana, just want to identify that, you know, Lakey's lucky that she's not got a bigger score that she needs to really achieve here. Luana left 2 points on that opening wave with that final manoeuvre where she didn't make it. If she'd made that, that would have been up in the 6s. So she's been given a little opportunity here to really stay in the hunt. This next wave for both the surfers is going to be a real defining moment in the heat.
Set waves approaching, both competitors at the takeoff zone. First choice of rides out there will be for Lakey Peterson, holding that priority. She looks to be having a think about this one. We're just on 19.5 minutes ago. They're going to let this one slide through. Rosie, I mentioned those 6 career CT wins for Lakey Peterson all over the championship tour schedule. What stands out for you as your favourite Lakey Peterson moment?
I think her win at Margaret River. I think we were always, like, you know, so impressed with Lakey's small wave game, her progressive approach, but to see her win at Margaret River, where it was really gnarly on that inside section, she had to get through Steph Gilmore in that one on her road to the final. That was amazing to me. Just the challenge of surfing bigger waves and to have a triumph in those kinds of conditions was like, I was just so impressed and inspired.
Yeah, it was awesome. What about you, Rich?
Just her performances on the Gold Coast. I think that year that we moved down to Kirra, she had an amazing event there and really felt like that was kind of seeing Lakey at her best. But again, you know, on these sort of right-handers where she feels super comfortable, that's her wheelhouse. I think that's her strengths. She's got that big open face wrap that she can go to. And you can see she's actually been working on a repertoire. You know, it's clear. She's been trying to get a lot more radical and be able to just get a bit more critical in those moments on the wave where it calls for it, and it's paying off.
Yeah, it just felt when she came on as a rookie, she was just going to be an absolute event-winning force, but it's so hard to break through. You've got to keep in mind too, Lakey was unfortunate enough to be part of an era that was dominated by 2 of the greatest ever seen, or the 2 greatest we've ever seen, in Carissa Moore, of course, and Stephanie Gilmore. You know, add Tyler Wright and Sally Fitzgibbons to the mix, and Sally at the peak of, you know, her powers as a championship tour competitor was almost a lock for quarterfinals and better at every venue on the tour. She was so consistent. So Lakey did so well as a rookie to break through and get a win at the US Open, but it took her 6 years to win again. And as you said, Rich, it was on the Gold Coast in barreling conditions. And that great forehand approach has been put to such fantastic use. It's where the majority of her wins have come, and she'll have an opportunity here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach this year to win yet again if she can survive this quarterfinal clash. Nice hit there, looking to build some speed, not going to get around the section. Her husband Tom just lives around the corner. They spend a lot of time here. Her mum Sue also in town to watch Lakey compete. 30 years of age now, and as we said before, got cut from the tour last year, got the call up to compete, a wild card to compete this season, and is really looking to make that count with a strong finish here.
That's 2 waves in a row now, where Lakey's done that one turn and then been caught behind. So for me, that's maybe go back to the drawing board and just reassess the wave choice. I've been noting some of these slightly smaller waves that are running along the reef just a little bit better, with potentially scoring opportunity on them. So back to your point, Rosie, it's a difficult lineup to figure out at the moment.
Sure is. Well, we've been talking about our favourite Lakey Peterson moments. Let's get her thoughts on a standout moment in her career.
Favorite moment I think that I've had on tour so far is when I won the J-Bay event in 2023. I got carried up the beach, and when I got up to the steps, all the girls on tour came down and sprayed me with champagne and beer, and I think that moment for me just stands out more than anything else. Obviously the win was incredible, but I think having all my peers like show up for me meant more to me than anything else. And yeah, it was really cool. I was like dumbfounded that everyone came down and supported me in that way. And it kind of felt like maybe I've done something right or supported them in ways, you know, over all the years. So I felt like that was a really special moment for me in my career.
A beautiful moment, and you know, all the women really do support one another nicely, but that kind of treatment is reserved for the veterans. 13th year on the championship tour, multiple victories, and still doing fantastic surfing. So great to get Lakey's thoughts on that moment. Luana Silva, though, she's in a slightly better position, but this heat still kind of feels wide open at the moment with 14.5 minutes to go. No one's really dropped the bottom score, so very evenly matched.
I think looking at it, you'd just be thinking Luana is hopefully not harping on the fact that she wasn't able to complete that inside maneuver, because that would have been that point of separation at the moment. Like you said, Richie, that would have seen that wave up into the sixes and she'd feel a little bit more in control. She does have the priority now. Lakey kind of went on that smaller wave and got the 3-point ride. So Luana's just got to take confidence out of the fact she got the 4.5 without the finish.
Quarterfinal time here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. The women are out there at the moment. Jack Robinson's just made the jump there with his son Zed. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break as Felipe Toledo departs the event for 2025. Let's dive into the polls this morning, or this afternoon. We finished off the round of 16 and set up our quarterfinal bracket for the man with Sammy Pupo advancing, looking really sharp.
Yeah, Spider-Man was in scintillating form this morning, just zipping over these sections, and hammer time as he aggressively attacked these waves down the line, gets to the finishing maneuver on each one of his rides, and sealed the deal. Put it to bed against Ian Gentiel.
He sure did. Jake Marshall continued his high-scoring run and put it together. They get the jump on Yago Dora, Rosie.
Yeah, really hard to back up a performance like he had yesterday, but he came out, he was in charge. It was a tricky heat up against Yago Dora. He had to fight back with this wave, Richie.
Oh, just some sort of crazy rhythm that Jake Marshall's on at the moment. And one of the standout surfers from the last 2 days, without a doubt. Big swooping arcs and some ferocious hacks.
Really just pacing himself, waiting for those bigger sets, setting that rail and banking some good scores. Jack Robinson dominating tactically against Felipe Toledo and also doing some brilliant surfing.
Unbelievable stuff from Jack Robinson, just to be in total control, comboing Felipe Toledo, a combo that he was unable to get out of come the end of the heat.
Yeah, Jack just diffusing Felipe, which is an incredibly hard thing to do. The world champion is never out of it, but Jack just really never let him into this heat. It was beautiful surfing, picking off the best waves, and just looking so at home here, executing great rail turns, combined with some sharp, aggressive, critical turns through the inside as well.
A great performance tactically, also looking strong when he got to his feet. Jack Robinson getting it done with a heat score total of 16.53, setting up our quarterfinals for the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Ethan Ewing, Geordie Smith in those first 2 quarterfinals. They're still chasing a second Bells title. Kanoa Igarashi, Morgan Siblick wandering the belt for the first time. On the bottom side of the draw, Griffin Colapinto, who finished runner-up here last year, up against Sammy Pupo, and Jake Marshall against Jack Robinson, 2 high-scoring surfers fighting for a place in the semis. Bring it on. It is going to be a fantastic finish. We know that conditions, they're not the same as yesterday. It's still challenging, but this is still the opportunity to ring the most iconic trophy, the Bells Trophy, for these competitors. So motivation is really high for them, and we've got a couple of replays to watch here during the break. Lakey Peterson picking off a bomb.
Yeah, under priority, taking this first wave of the set. Better opening turn from her. This wave flattens out a tiny bit. She brings it through to this inside section. Hammers that one, rides it out clean, so better way for her. This one from Luana was unbelievable, Richie.
Wow, Luana just attacks that first section. A bigger wave you can see and a smoother face. Comes up to this second section here and just absolutely tags it, gets the third. So 3 explosive maneuvers on one of the biggest sets we've seen in the last hour.
Yeah, real positive for the conditions. A set that size that, you know, actually broke before it reached the shore break section, didn't taper off at all. And if you can pick off a wave like that here at Bells Beach and get the timing right, big numbers will come, and that's the case. 7.67 for the surfer representing Brazil that grew up surfing Sunset, and obviously that has helped just sort of evolve her style and approach over the years. She's used to big lumpy sections of water, and she made good work at that ride.
Give her something to sink her teeth into. Those 3 sections just had that meat to it. We have that swell that's filling in, but just to see Luana, you can almost see the pressure just releasing off her shoulders as she's doing some of her best surfing, getting some of the better numbers that we've seen from her. It's going to free her up.
The judges let Luana know. They gave her just a little indication of what they think of her surfing in the opening round when she dropped a single turn and went into the mid-5s on the ride. And she picked up on it straight away. She was like, that was nice to receive that, knowing that if I can find a combination that, you know, I could push towards the excellent range. The turn was better than any of the moves that she laid down on that wave, but it was a tricky wave to surf. She still timed it beautifully, 7.67. And Lakey Peterson's going to have some work to do here. she kind of really took the shine off what Lakey was able to achieve on the first wave of the set.
Absolutely, and Lakey only getting that single manoeuvre out in that bowl section and then through to the inside, whereas Luana didn't shy away from any of the sections coming at her, and it was repetitive and in a good way though. You know, the connection between those 3 turns was really, really smooth. She really went out each section, and the judges are paying it off.
Yeah, the best ride that she's had this year, 7.67. You can see why. Really solid, just building confidence now. And with that, you know, the 4.5, I think, is just going to be there for a short period. I think the next exchange we'll see her drop that. But Lakey's in it because she's got a 5.5. So, you know, an excellent, near excellent score of her own. And we got a really good quarterfinal heat warming up here.
Yeah, it's, you know, the 6.68, this heat is still wide open. Lakey with that priority, a couple lines out the back.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go, Rich. Let's have another look at it. Just how tall that wall was.
Yeah, she sort of cuts it a little bit short, but at the right moment, because it allows her to get down into this bottom turn and get up for this final finishing maneuver. Bang, connects with the lip again. All the way through to the inside, tricky section, that final one, and just drifting the surfboard over that foamy section.
She did so well. I mean, she was snowboarding over moguls there. There was big lumps coming out of it. She was kind of wiping the spray off her face into each of those maneuvers. So really surfing on instinct.
Well, both these surfers had amazing amateur careers. Lakey was, you know, a bit of a trailblazer when it came to progression. He had some great progressive surfers on the CT in the past. Melanie Bartel sort of springs to mind, but Lakey as a junior was throwing air reverses in NSA events pretty early on as a 15-year-old.
Yeah, and crazy to watch Lakey's progression onto the championship tour, because she started surfing relatively late. I mean, I think she was about 8 or 9 years old when she started surfing. First tried it at Manly Beach in Australia, took a lesson, absolutely fell in love with it, and later became a career. And I think she's always had that athlete instinct too. So to see her, you know, be on that progressive side and really make an ascent on the championship tour was always coming.
Yeah, well, her mum Sue was an Olympic swimmer, or a swimming champion of note. But Luana Silva too, similar, I think, really got used to that winning feeling as a junior. And my observation is that sometimes when people win so much as juniors in their amateur careers, and really the first time they start losing is when they join the championship tour ranks, that they kind of have they struggle with it harder than some people that didn't get that same success as youngsters.
It's actually such a great point. I think it's a tough thing to deal with, those losses on the championship tour. You start to feel a little bit beat down, you start to lose confidence, and I think when it comes so easy in your junior career, you're always winning, you're always on a high, you're a hot new thing. To take a few of those losses and get more gritty and take it as character building, that's what you have to turn it around into and rechannel that energy.
Yeah, and I'm actually really happy Luana opted to have a shot at the World Junior title, because she has evolved performance-wise kind of past a lot of the people that compete in the juniors, with full respect. But for her to remind herself that she is young and get that moment, I think is a real turning point for her.
Yeah, absolutely. And you always want to be evolving, and you always want to be improving. And you can see, like, the trajectory of Luana, it's kind of still at the early stages, you know, and even in her interviews, you pay attention, she's not really talking with conviction yet, because she hasn't got the results, and she's not really feeling that strong momentum yet, but it'll come. And all these heats, they're all character building. And if she does get the win here, this is another little breakthrough where she just climbs up another rung on that ladder. And yeah, I do belong here. I can beat the veterans and the best in the world.
I think if she gets rid of this 4.5, you know, we'll start to see that conviction, Rich. As we have a look at the GWM heat recap, this is the best ride of the Well, this is the 4.5 to kick things off.
Luana doing some amazing surfing. This was the section right here, just unable to stick that one. Still 4.5 in a scoreline. Lakey answers back.
Yeah, Lakey's just been getting these slightly smaller waves, only offering the one turn, milking them all the way through to the inside. But just look at the two waves that Luana Silva has picked up here. And she's attacking these sections, one after the other, waiting patiently for the wave to form up again, connects well. Beautiful, staying in control in these bumpy conditions. And you can see there, it's really starting to resonate through her. She's showing the emotion.
You look at this matchup on paper, you think about Lakey being the third most experienced surfer in the draw, and the fact she spends so much time out here, you'd think that she would be on the two best waves that come through. But I think we're seeing conditions change. We're seeing sets kind of start to roll through that are a little bit taller, and Luana's just found herself in great rhythm with those set waves. So only a minute to go now. Lakey with that priority, just begging for an opportunity. Her waves have really flattened after her first turn, so she hasn't been able to find the big combos.
Definitely feel like she's been out of rotation. She's had to take that first wave of the set with the priority that she's had on offer, but for sure, just not been on those quality waves. It's clearly illustrated in that recap that Luana's been on the bigger, better waves.
Yeah, those second waves in the set, it's been the trend. Rich and often is here, where it kind of grooms, especially on an onshore day, grooms the lineup a little bit.
Absolutely, and it sucks a bit more of the water off the reef, so that second wave tends to stand up a little bit more off the steeper sections, and we always know that it's much easier to attack the wave in those critical moments. We see a little sportsmanship there, and disappointment for Lakey. You can see it. She knows this one is all over.
Yeah, well, still a pretty decent result for Lakey, and a bit of a turnaround to her season. She'd also been counting ninths at her last three efforts here at Bells Beach, so a quarterfinal finish. But what about Luana Silva into the semi-finals for the first time in her championship tour career, and it couldn't have come at a better time. She needed to make a jump up the ladder. That was a very tough draw, and she found the single best ride of the heat. It was a beauty and surfed it so well.
You know, she's ready for a semi-final. She's got so much energy. Big result.
She's absolutely buzzing. She's going to go charging up the live rankings. A highlight move for her as we gear up for quarterfinal 2. Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Brisa Hennessy.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Hydrolite, official rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By BioGlam, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University, your ambition belongs here.
We're looking to set up our semi-finals on the women's side. Quarterfinal number 2 will be Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the most winning surfers ever on the championship tour, taking on Hennessy, who's racked up some impressive performances of her own since joining the CT ranks. Quite a bit of head-to-head history between these two. And the winner of this one is going to take on Silva in the semis. Ronnie Blakey alongside Rosie Hodge and Richie Lovett. Interesting heat, Rosie. And the ledger's even for these two with the head-to-head history.
Oh, I know, and I love that little bit of competitive edge as we look at this one. That little set that just came through the bowls lineup caught both of these women just out of position.
Yeah, maybe some points gone begging there, and a little bit of cat and mouse at the start of this one. But I see this pretty evenly matched, really, when you look at these two surfers. Very similar in the way that they approach the wave. I've got to give the power nod to Hennessy, especially in her current form. I feel like in the last 12 months, much like Gabriella Bryan, has really started tapping into a deeper line. She's got some great equipment under her feet. So she's going to be looking to really implement that power game against Sally.
Yeah, you talk about Sal's incredible record at this venue. It's actually incredible. The first 9 years that she competed here, it was quarterfinals or better. She's taken 2 wins, a runner-up, 4 semis and 3 quarters. I guess the only thing that you've got to have a look at is her recent results at this venue. And there was a quarterfinal in 2022, but prior to that, a 9th, and the last couple of years it's been 9th place finishes as well. So those quarterfinals, those semis have been a little harder to come by. So Sal just thrilled to probably be here in the quarters with an opportunity to potentially get a 3rd Bells title, which would put her in elite company.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Sally was just so uber consistent, and it wasn't just here at Bells that she was making quarterfinals or better. That was across the events on tour. She was always right there in the conversation for event wins, and now to see her kind of slip a little bit in those performances and in those results, to be in the quarterfinals, I think that's going to unleash a different look at Sally's surfing. She knows the Bells Bowl so well. She surfed it in every kind of condition. I'm excited to see her competing here today.
Set waves approaching. Silva, she's making her way into the competitors area, the athlete zone at the moment. And I'm sure there'll be some great chatter amongst her crew, because this is a huge moment for Luana.
Oh gosh. Eu caí na primeira.
She's buzzing.
Tears of joy.
Yeah, big moment for her. And just seems to really be gathering that confidence up with each and every performance as she charges through the rounds here. So still no scores on the board for Sally Fitzgibbons and Hennessy. Sal has 12 career wins. Amazing. And you definitely have to throw her in the mix as a favourite for the GWM Aussie treble as well, because she's had so much success here at home.
Yeah, she's a powerful force at all the locations. Of course, we're down here at Bells Beach. We'll head to Burleigh Heads on the Gold Coast, then over to Margaret River in Western Australia. And she's had success at all of those places. And I mean, she's a real sentimental favourite too, globally. She's just, well, a veteran on the tour now, but still in fighting form. She's been beaten down a couple of times over the last few years too, but finds a way to come bounding back. You know, she's been, she kind of dominated the Challenger Series, and she's still got the form there.
I love it. She loves the game, and I also just love that she kind of has that same mentality as Kelly. Is like, you want me to go? Retire me. Put me out the pasture, and no one's been able to do it just yet. She just keeps rebounding so well.
Well, and Sally saying in a post-heat after she beat Katie Simmers in that round of 16, she wants to go against the best. She wants to be bringing out her best performances. Brisa's got some impressive stats here at Bells too.
She sure does. From the last 3 years, a couple of semi-final finishes, and you know, she's one of the rare crew that have been able to break through that dominant pack over recent times and claim big wins and huge heats. So if Sal wants that challenge, she finds it right here in the quarterfinals.
Well, Brisa's found herself in the WSL Final 5 multiple times, so just to see her rankings charge and how well she's doing, as we see, maybe we'll see our first wave of the exchange.
Oh, the veteran gets the inside position. Let's see if she can make this ride count. The competitors forced to be patient after being caught out of position, and Sal, couple of solid hits on the bowl. You just sense when she gets down here to Bells, the motivation levels are elevated, much like Tyler Wright. And I think dreams of winning this trophy a third time. This has been a fantastic ride already, and with a strong finish here, she'll bank a good score. Solid stuff there for the 34-year-old from the south coast of New South Wales. On the outside, Brisa Hennessy. She'll get a chance to respond here. Brisa's power's been so impressive. Just a little under the section there, but still hangs on. Rips through a little carve, just a transition move really. We'll want something high impact here for the finish. Floats up over the foam. You have to give the advantage to Sally on the exchange there.
And that was a good opportunity for Brisa to answer back. I feel like she was just that tiny bit off-timed on her sections and her maneuver placement. As we see another look at Sally's wave, this one had a lot of chop up the face, a smaller wave. She did so well to kind of fight through all of these sections, wind through on that rail. This looks like a board that she's actually brought to a number of stops on the championship tour. That turn right there, so well timed, right in the apex of that section. And finishing clean too. I mean, she really took that opportunity and ran with it. This one, Richie, what did you think?
Well, from the outset, it looked like it was going to be a fantastic wave, and I'm sure if Brisa had her time again, she'd perhaps approach it a little bit differently, get to that first turn quicker, and then there was a little bit of lateral surfing down the line here to finish off. Gets the rebound and gets to the finish, but no real acute direction changes on that wave, so definitely Sally is going to get the bigger number for this opening exchange.
All right, waiting on the scores to come through at the moment, but Vorna, a huge moment for Luana, a tough draw. She got the job done.
Thanks, Bronny. Absolutely right. And Luana, before we talk about the heat, let's absorb this moment. You are through to the semi-finals for the first time in your career here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
I don't know if there could be a better place to do a semi-final. This event is so historical. I've watched it ever since I was a little girl, and it's been a dream of mine. I've seen all my heroes win it. Steph, Carissa win all back-to-back, and it's just a dream come true, and I really can't believe it, and I'm really happy.
Lakey is, such a mad opponent, so much experience. She's such a great competitor. You had a couple of days to think about it, but we were chatting off camera and you were saying you just couldn't wait to get out there. You were just like, let me at it. I really want to get out there. I think that's just the best mindset to have coming into a heat like that.
I couldn't wait. I was just itching to get out there. I wish we surfed yesterday, because yesterday was pumping and all the guys were ripping. But, I kind of had to calm myself down and just be present in the moment, just chill, But at the end of the day, yeah, Lakey, we coach with Leandro, so it was a hard heat. But you never know what to expect from Lakey. She's such a tough opponent, and yeah, I'm just stoked to take that up.
And just finally, it was a tricky heat at the start, really took a while to get going, but your wave selection was just on point, and you continue with this wonderful rhythm you've got with this area at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I was just watching with Leandro for a little bit, and we were here, basically down here the whole morning. I surfed early, and then it was always, if there was a big set, it's always like maybe the second wave of the set. I don't know, I just kind of timed it right. I'm really happy with that, and I wish I made my last turn on my first wave, because that would have been really big too. yeah, but moving forward, I just want to stay in the same mindset.
Well, you're absolutely ripping, and you look every bit worthy of that semi-final appearance. Good luck, and we look forward to seeing you in the next one. Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, to my mom, my dad, my brother, grandma who's watching at home. My mom's coming to Oz tomorrow, but thank you for cheering. Sorry for the nerves, but yeah, let's go.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Luana Silva, massive opportunity for her to stay alive on the tour and also in this event into the semi-finals for the first time. 2009, Silvana Lima broke through, the first Brazilian on the women's side to ring the bell. Tatiana Weston-Webb got close in 2018 against Stephanie Gilmore. They're going to have another strong player chasing down a Bell's title on finals day. As we see Sally Fitzgibbons up, who banked a 5.5 on her opening ride. Brisa Hennessy managed a 4. Sal's got a good section here and really delivers a high-quality turn, punching through the lip. Surfed her first wave really well. I think the judges with that number, the 5.5, were asking more of her, and she's brought it on this ride as she comes through to the inside. Clean finish. A heap of backwash and reverb off the shoreline, but I think you'd call that complete.
That was vintage Sally Fitzgibbons. That second turn was so powerful, and just attacking that inside section over that big rock boil and through that reverb shorey section.
You hit the nail on the head, Rosie. This is a Sally Fitzgibbons reinvigorated. Maybe the energy of Bells Beach is exactly what she needs to start marching up the ratings and solidifying her spot into a quarterfinal. She's done everything right to this point. She's been on the 2 best waves, and funnily enough, she's actually been taking the first wave of the set. So somehow she's got this sixth sense, because there hasn't been a second wave. So she's performing incredibly well on it. Just her composure on the waves at the moment, something noteworthy for sure.
And with that priority, scratching into this one, she really waits on the tail, waiting for the correct moment to start her campaign on this wave. This turn right here was the best for me. Just so in that critical section, comes out with a lot of speed to get around this whitewater section, stays low. And then also this, I mean, look at all of that backwash coming at you. She's never shied away from attacking an inside section. We'll see if the judges call it complete, but that right there, that's a Sally Fitz that you see on posters.
Yeah, that was awesome. Kaipo watching on from the water. And Kaipo, Sally, a 5.5 on her first wave. Knew she had to give it a bit more. That one turn was so dynamic. I'm sure you saw the blades hanging out the back.
Tight surfing from Sally Fitz. And yeah, look at, I'm actually getting all the information on my Apple Watch that Sally's seeing as well. So 5.5 and a 7-point ride for Sal. So last one was a 7. Got 19 minutes, 24 seconds left, and she's in second priority. But up now, we have Brisa Hennessy surfing, trying to answer back, Ron.
Yeah, Brisa doesn't want to get left behind here, and with surfing like that, she won't. We knew she was always going to put up a solid fight here. Yeah, the heat is on in a big way. A semi-final spot on the line here, and Brisa responds nicely.
Love that answer back from Brisa. I mean, a hot knife through butter right there on the Channel Islands equipment. Brisa staying low and compact and just edging her way through all of those sections.
I know, interestingly enough, that Sally, you know, had been getting boards from the same shaper as Brisa for some time. She's stepped onto the Channel Islands now, but was on the, I think, the Pangs, Rich, for a long period of time, which Sally's on now.
Yeah, and she's been working really closely with Glenn Pang, but let's just focus in on Brisa Hennessy, the finishing manoeuvre. Great comeback wave, as you both mentioned. We've got a heat on our hands here, which is fantastic. We always want to see a good battle. We never want to really see it one-sided. And this is going to put Brisa right back into it. But yeah, I do work with Sally a lot, obviously. through the FCS connection, but she spends a lot of time on the surfboard program, figuring out what works for her, what doesn't work for her. She has had a little bit of a change up in equipment because she has put on a little bit of muscle, so she needs a little bit more foam under there, a bit more fin to push against as well, so she's gone for a more rake back fin. Those little adjustments is just goes to show you how invested she is. She's still right there and looking good at the moment in this heat.
Well, she's, as I mentioned earlier, one of the most winning surfers ever on the championship tour, tied with Margot Oberg with 12 championship tour wins, and she wants more. So she continues to evolve. If she can get a victory here this year, she'll join Jodie Cooper, Courtney Conlog with 13 victories. And then there's a bit of room to make up to get to the next level and join the greats, Frida Zamba and Tyler Wright, who are on 17 victories each. But what an elite company to be part of.
It's like diamond, platinum, gold, silver, bronze.
Oh, yeah, I'm still a Ruby frequent flyer. I've been trying to get off that level forever. Come on, WSL, get me on the road. 17 minutes to go here. And this heat is starting to warm up in a big way. Six for Brisa Hennessy. A nice response to Sally Fitzgibbons, 7. She needs a 6.51 to track Sally down.
On behalf of Namotu Valley team, we would like to wish you all the best. Woo! Hooray! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Katie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Katie!
Oh, that message coming in from Namotu, and there is Katie Breese's mum. Her birthday today. We wish her all the best. That was her absolutely mad husband, Mike, Breese's dad, jumping off the platform, the helipad there, over on Namotu Island where he works as a manager. Hawaiian on the fly, great fisherman. Great value, actually. It's just a total potty mouth, too, has to be said. But Breese out there in the lineup trying to put together a good performance for her mum on her birthday. And obviously for herself, chasing glory here at Bells Beach, just fighting the whitewater here, determined to find the open face and get a couple of big turns done on the inside. Unfortunately, didn't really extract the points she needs out of that last ride. Sally Fitzgibbons with an opportunity, but she opts for priority and control at the takeoff point instead.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a paddle battle on our hands, but yeah, that wave for Breese was just such a tricky one to surf, just going through the motions on that takeoff and just not quite tapping into the wall of the wave.
There's a ton of sets starting to pour into the lineup. And what we didn't see was a little shift in priority. Sally paddled for a wave, handed it to Brisa. Brisa got the pick of this set when it first started charging through. She took that wave, didn't capitalise. Sally took off behind her, didn't capitalise. So we've reset everything. It looks like Sally may get an opportunity for one of these last waves in the set.
Yeah, making a motion towards this one, but opts out of it. Just too far on the inside.
Correct. It's a good leave.
And Sal's got what she needs at the moment, Rich.
She does. On each one of her scoring rides, she's a point and a half better on the second backup ride. So she's in a commanding position, a power position in this heat at the moment. She will re-establish priority, so it's hers to lose at the moment.
What's the golden rule with priority in this situation if you're Sally?
Do not take off on a wave unless you are bettering your score. So her total motivation at the moment is to pick a wave where she can better that 5-5, increase it by maybe a couple of points at least, and really put a lot of pressure. Because at the moment, 6.5 is what Brisa needs, and with each point that she can better her lower score, it's just going to add to that tally.
And Sally wants to be at the takeoff zone to sum up each wave that comes in and make a call on whether Brisa's going to be able to turn that wave into a 6.5.
Absolutely. She wants to be able to play a little bit of offense, but really, I think at this point, still stay on the attack. Looks like she wants this one.
Brisa made her think about it too. And Sally, knowing that she can improve on her situation, happy to take this ride. Nice carve to get started. It's a tall enough wall that it stands up a couple more times for her. And she has some speed to let go of a big finish turn. Nice little layback hit there. Trying to better a 5.5.
She's done that for sure. That wave had such a nice line to it. As she took off a bigger set wave for Sally, she had a lot of speed through all of those maneuvers. I really liked it from her. I have that inkling that it's going to improve her situation. And yeah, I think she was tuning into what you were saying, Richie, because she did that perfectly.
I agree, Rosie. And she's shown us something different on this wave too, stretching out the turns a little bit more, because that's what the wave called for. Stands up nicely, patiently, carves off the top for the first turn, and you can see there's these down moments between the turn as she waits again patiently. She drags this third maneuver out. You can see just holds onto that layback for an extra little moment there, just to put emphasis on that turn.
Got a bit of release out of that final move.
What I liked about this from Sally too is the speed that she's going into these maneuvers with. I think with the other waves that we saw, she almost kind of burnt off some speed before she attacked the section. This one gave her that slingshot feeling where she was into those big dynamic sections early and with a lot of power and speed behind her.
Again, these taller walls that break, shut down before they reach that shore break section, they're right under the nose of the judging panel. And I think, you know, that those taller walls warrant those bigger numbers, 8.17. And now Brisa Hennessy, whose best score so far is a point under Sally's second score, has to make up ground and needs a 9.17.
Yeah.
And we said in the beginning of this heat, I think you said, Richie, that this is an even matchup. So I think the surfing that Sally's doing to get the 8.17 is what Brisa is capable of to get the 9.17 in response. It's all about finding that quality wave.
Yeah, she's putting fuel on the fire at the moment too. You can see the determination on Sally's face as she paddles in, hearing that score drop, an excellent number. She's really building in confidence now.
Yeah, there was a period of time where Sally held a remarkable record for a run of quarterfinal finishes. I think she got up around the mid-40s, 40-odd quarterfinals in a row or better. And, you know, that was a consistency that she maintained for a long time as a championship tour competitor. But in recent times, it's been hard for her to break into these quarterfinal heats. And this year, this is the first time we've seen her in this round. But at Bells Beach, you know, she's tapping into experience. She's tapping into the energy of the play. She really loves it down here. But I do feel like Brisa just surfs with a little bit more power. She surfs with a bit more edge and a bit more speed at the moment. So even though Sal's got that 8.17, I think if Brisa finds the sections, she's more than capable of turning in a stronger score than a 917.
I agree with you, Ronnie, and I think that's all about the scale in this heat at the moment with Sally with the 817. Like I said, Brisa is so capable of dropping in that 917, but it's all about really taking her time with that priority and finding that wave that's going to offer her that number.
Sally's just dropped her 41st excellent wave here at Bells Beach in her career. Unbelievable stuff as we see Brisa now looking for a near perfect ride, and there's some of that aggression, that power that we were talking about, and she hammers the pocket on the second turn. A finish on this ride could see her get the number she needs to get into the lead. Loading up, Brisa Hennessy gets the float and she finishes it off. Doesn't worry about the fist pump, but the body language says, how do you like that?
Amazing answer back from Brisa. I mean, those crisp turns on the outside, she was taking off and surfing for that 9. And oftentimes you'll see a surfer where they kind of try and make it into more chewable nugget pieces. I feel like Brisa looked at that wave and said, this is my opportunity to strike.
I've been around this game long enough to know when I see excellent surfing, this feels excellent to me. Look at this wall standing up in front of her. Open face carve. And then I love how she gets a little higher here. A little bit more angle on the turn. Big swooping cutback. She brings it all the way through to the inside. Critical moment here. She needed to finish it. Stays on her feet. Great ride.
More speed and more time on the rail for me. For Brisa, she's going into these maneuvers with a lot of speed and just holding on to that velocity and putting that rail line right in the guts of the wave. And that bottom turn, just putting that board on an edge, and then again, just tapping it right in that lip line. Yeah, excellent surfing for me. Is it the 917? It's all in the judge's hands.
If it's not the 917, it's going to match or get very close to Sally's 8.17. So we got a real heat on our hand here. And the requirement, if she doesn't get the score, is going to be nowhere near that 9. It's going to be back down around the 7.
Oh, you said the word guts there, Rosie, which I love. But it's a gut feeling that I've got that was the best wave of the heat. You know, you can only run on that. The panel does the work. They're breaking it down. They're making the comparisons. But you just got to go with what you were feeling through the opening combination, and it just felt like it was the fastest, the most powerful. It was also the cleanest, steepest wall we've seen in this heat. And here is the number, a 9.4. And Brisa Hennessy gets the lead.
Brisa Hennessy goes to...
That's the best present Katie's had today. Sorry, Mike. The jewelry's lovely, but that was unbelievable. A 9.4, and Brisa now with an opportunity to improve on a 6, because she's just tapped into rare performance form there.
What a heat. What a heat. You know, this is a real battle now, and Sally had all the control in the world through the first 20 minutes of this one. And, well, Brisa Hennessy has just wrestled it back off her with some just amazing surfing.
Brisa got the opportunity as a young Rip Curl sponsored surfer to compete in this event back in 2016. Her first ever championship tour head-to-head heat was with Sally Fitzgibbons.
Wow, that's some history right there. I mean, these are the moments that she's probably thinking back to. Someone who's probably looked up to Sally on the tour for such a long time. Wow, what a heat for it to be so close. The 4 minutes remaining. I mean, Sally, she's done everything right. She really can't fault any of her performance, but it's just Brisa. That 9.4 was unbelievable. There's still time on the clock. Sally has the priority.
Yeah, well, if anyone's going to stand up for this challenge, it's Sally Fitzgibbons. She won't roll over here. She will give it everything she's got if she gets another set.
Yeah, Brisa just a grom at that point, and Sally at Bells, you know, taught her a lesson. But the very next year, Brisa at home got one back on Sally and ended her title run in 2017 as a wild card. They've gone head-to-head 4 times now, and it's flip-flopped each time that they've met. Sally got the jumper on Brisa in Bali in a semi-final in 2019, and then Brisa sunset got her back in 2023. So their 5th battle here, but let's have a look at the split screen.
So this is just really looking at the two excellent scores that we've seen in the heat. Very similar opening turns, but you see the steepness in Breesa's wave right there on that second opportunity where Sally's goes a little bit more lateral. And then Breesa again winds this one through, so gets that third cutback maneuver in. Sally's dynamic finish to me was a touch better than what Breesa was able to do on this last section, but I think Breesa did so well to maintain her composure through that tricky section.
There's a couple of things for me. Definitely the second turn of Breesa's that you highlighted, Rosie. And just the wave was a little bit taller as well, and the attack from Breesa on that second turn, that's, I think, where the difference in the score was.
Both excellent rides. I think spot on, the judges, with that exchange. Just a little bit more commitment to the first turn from Breesa, and a lot of it had to do with the wall and just how clean the face was. Sally almost hit a bump as she rode out of her carve. It kind of flattened the turn out a little bit on her. But yeah, a brilliant combination from Breesa and a massive number, 9.4. So impressive to fight back in that situation.
And just back to their head-to-head stats, I mean, we know how dominant Sally was, but it just shows the generational shift as Breesa came onto tour and started getting wins against these veterans and showing this next wave of women surfers. Now Breesa having a couple of laps on the championship tour, but here we go, some lines.
This is exciting. Looks like we're going to get a couple of final rides here. Just a quick text from Sally that I got before this event. She just was highlighting how excited she is about where her own surfing is and the rail game and how it's developed. And she goes, I'm going to keep turning up for this process. I'm going to keep turning up to the events. And I really want some of that new surfing to shine through.
Well, we've seen it in this quarterfinal heat as she finds herself against Breesa Hennessy, who has been in the final 5 picture a couple of times. These two have had similar battles where they've been cut from the tour and gone back and dominated the Challenger Series. Breesa looking to improve on a 6 here to extend her lead over Sally Fitzgibbons, but there hasn't been a whole lot in this ride, so Sally may get another opportunity. Time ticking by. Just 50 seconds to go, and Sal sitting a little further down the line here. Had she taken a fall on the outside? Bit of foam on the face here to negotiate. She does need a decent score, a 7.24. She looks out the back. She's never going to wave the white flag, but she was weighing up her options there for a moment. Now she's just totally engaged in this ride. Digs into that turn. This section standing up on the inside. Might need something monstrous. Swings the tail and just loses it in trying to ride out. What a quarterfinal heat. And what a deserving moment for Breesa Hennessy, dropping a 9.4 on her mum's birthday and moving on through to the semi-finals.
Just incredible, and you can't fault the answer back there from Sally. Just so much fight in her, but an emotional one there. Breesa, incredible performance, the highest wave of the women's event so far, the 9.4.
Yeah, I felt like we were going to see a wave go into the 9s, whether it was from Sally or whether it was from Breesa after the 8.17 dropped. It just felt like there was going to be more opportunities out there with this swell starting to increase and some added consistency out there at the moment.
Yeah, well, the only real consolation for Sally is the numbers. You know, she's back to excellent form. She didn't get the win, but she showed us what she's still all about. She's going to keep fighting. She'll move on to Burleigh Heads and show up again.
Well, the best result of the year for both Sally Fitzgibbons and Breesa Hennessy, who's still got a shot at ringing the bell this year. We're going to take a quick break. Gabriella Bryan, Isabella Nicholls up next with Joe and Flick in for the call.
My favourite place to come and unwind is here at About Time Bathhouse. The place is amazing, the facilities, the treatments.
Yeah, I'm so glad you showed me. I mean, it feels like we're miles away, but we're right here in the heart of Turkey.
It's amazing. Dream day.
Yeah, being here in Victoria isn't just about being outdoors and surfing. There's also a relaxing and rejuvenating side to it.
What a time to be watching heats. 9.4 from Brisa Hennessy. They move to the semifinals and now setting up a rematch from what we saw in the final at Punta Roca in El Salvador. The Hydrolite heat to watch is a huge one. Gabriella Bryan taking on Isabella Nicholls. They just shared the ocean together in Central America where it was like a bathtub, maybe warmer than a bathtub. It was hot and there's some big ripping. And hey, Mike.
Oh, I see you guys.
Oh, Mike Hennessy's on FaceTime.
You're on camera.
Happy birthday, Katie. That is so cool. Mike's fired up. He's on the island of Namotu. They spend so much time there, the Hennessy family, so everybody was watching in that little bar restaurant there on that beautiful island. That's where everyone's going to be for the Lexus WSL Finals at the end of the year. And with a 9-4 from Brisa, best result in the making this year, she's hoping to be competing for a world title, which would feel like another home break, representing Costa Rica, but a true citizen of the world, isn't she?
Well, I mean, she's definitely going to be one to watch. If she's in that final 5 conversation, she's got the most experience, you know, probably out of any women on tour there. And she's really been pushing the limits as well in the last couple of years. Like, you know, when it gets a bit bigger and a bit meatier, she's been pulling into some big barrels. So she'd definitely be one to watch.
Wow, they are happy. The birthday's getting better and better for Katie Hennessy. Now we're into this super heat. Hydrolite heat to watch. Gabby Bryan, now the new world #1. With Katie Simmers losing early, getting her toughest result of the season so far. Katie's in good spirits though. Her younger brother Timo celebrated his 18th birthday yesterday. So they're having a blast at the Janjuk pub as we see this set still pouring through. Isabella Nicholls was really amazing in her chat about this match coming up. She was really looking forward to it. She had some great things about Gabby too. She's even in the loss of the final, she's like, how great is it when someone in form goes all the way? You could tell there was that true surfer in her that really wanted to celebrate with Gabby Bryan, even though they were fighting for the same goal that day.
Yeah, we touched on it yesterday afternoon too when we were talking about Ethan and the form you're in, and not necessarily, sometimes that informed surfer doesn't always end up getting the W, but you can just see how much. It's true, right? It is like, it's a really weird thing. It doesn't matter sometimes how good you're surfing, how good your heats are, and then all of a sudden things can just come undone in the final.
I was with you yesterday when you broke that down. Sometimes it's emotional because we're invested in that top performance, right?
You are, and I think from Isabella's perspective, you're a surfer, you're one of the best in the world. You can see when someone's in good form, and it's undeniable. And obviously she could just register that coming into El Salvador, like, of course, every dog has their day, Joey, you know, and it's just like, you know, on my day, of course I can beat her, but sometimes just certain surfers have that energy and have that flow with the wave, and that was Gabby over in El Salvador.
What a brilliant performance, making comparisons to the power of Carissa Moore that we severely miss on tour. Riss, hope you're doing great. Having her first baby. Congrats to Luke as well, her wonderful husband. They were all over this event. 3 straight wins for Carissa. Now she's watching heats because of Gabby Bryan, one of her best friends, who's having a stellar season on tour in a short period of time, has just worked out the system on the championship tour. Let's dive into the rivalry that we have between these two. Gabby representing Hawaii, Isabella, Australia, from Coolum Beach up on the Sunshine Coast. This is their 6th meeting now. Previous 5. It's now 3-2 in favor of Gabby Bryan.
Yeah, it's interesting though. I mean, even if it's quite evenly matched. Obviously, Gabby's got the jump right now when you just talk about wins. But, you know, max wave score, you can take Isabella Nicholls, 8.67 there. So she's got that highest wave score. but very evenly matched. And even when I'm trying to break down both these surfers and you look at the contrast in their styles and their approaches, one thing I say they have in common is their forehand, right? I think both these surfers, their forehand is, that's their powerhouse, that's their strength. But if you want to break it down more, I think Gabriella, we've spoken about it so much, but easily the strongest woman on tour. When she lays that board on rail, she's displacing the most sort of water. Isabella Nicholls surfs more directly in the pocket. I think maybe more of an acute, just a more acute angles, and I think maybe responsible because she grew up in Queensland on those long right-hand point, sand bottom point breaks, which are fast running, right? And you have to be quick, you have to be whippy. Whereas Gabriella, obviously from Hawaii, just that open ocean feel, bit more raw. So there is differences, even though both their strengths are their forehand hat.
Very secretive too, all those spots that Gabby surfs at home. You're always like, oh, where's your favorite wave? She's like, next question. Nah, she's awesome. She's always so fun to talk to, always laughing, always a hard worker. Growing up, she went to Kapa'a Middle School, was getting her boards from Al-Kaili at the time, then started traveling to Oahu, met Kahea Hart, really pushed her in bigger waves as well. And her dad loves a surf trip. They're often going to Indonesia. Back in the day, there was that tsunami back in 2004 that really affected the community right next to Nias, and her dad actually was a big help in rebuilding that community. So Gabby Bryan was fortunate enough to take a lot of trips to Nias and Indonesia at a very young age, but just was always just in love with surfing. And you're seeing that love pay off now. Your new world #1. Can see how that feels. I think it'll be really real for her when she's in bright yellow on the Gold Coast. Right now, though, she's just focused on a bell. Waves coming through, Flick. Still no takers yet. Sometimes those sets aren't always just an easy read on which one to take. You see how flat those ones are, not really hitting the ball, and they're just working on positioning, especially when they're pushing each other deep. We'll see if they can get this one started.
Yeah, I think just a little bit out of position too. I mean, those big fat burgery sets, they're not necessarily the ones that they're looking for anyway. So you can see them sort of repositioning now and hopefully in the spot for the next set.
As they reposition, let's hear what Gabby had to say about her goals for 2025.
My biggest goal for 2025 is to win the world title. I know I'm capable of doing it. I want to put myself in a position in Fiji in that final 5 to have a shot at it, and it's super exciting that the finals are going to be in Fiji. I fell in love with Fiji last year. That was my last stop, so it's a wave that pushes me out of my comfort zone, which is super exciting, and backhand barrel riding has always been something I've been working on and going to continue to work on, so it's going to push me, and I'm always up for a challenge.
Yeah, she really loved that experience, surfing cloud breaks, surfing restaurants, true paradise. She actually had a goal of going to Fiji since she was a mini grom growing up on Kauai. And then she gets to make that dream real and compete for the world title race. And as you remember from that event at Cloud Break, it was a heartbreak for Gabby Bryan because she did have a spot in the final 5 and lost it when the wild card, now rookie Aaron Brooks, beat her at the time. Finally getting started with a wave ridden by Isabella Nicholls through the white water, going vertical with that climb, and she'll have to eject. So a short opener for Isabella Nicholls after a scrappy start for positioning. Advantage Gabby Bryan.
I mean, it's just totally just a bit out of position. Maybe that wave choice not the best, but I mean, just a master stroke by Gabby. Now she's just going to reposition. You can see her just moving down that reef a bit. She's got a landmark, she's looking into the beach. She's going to reposition and probably be in quite a good spot now for that next set.
Quick score for Isabella Nicholls at 2.67. Brisa getting a hug.
Oh, gosh. Ow, Mom.
Nicely someone on. Nope, we don't. Yeah, so maybe just a quick note to the crew down on the beach at the front row.
Yes, sir.
The tide's technically turned around, so maybe coming back in.
Sometimes you squeeze your kids so hard they have to tap out. That was one of those moments. That was a birthday present. Katie's so happy, so proud of Brisa. A 9-4 to turn it. That was huge. Great coaching as well from Yago Dora, who's had a busy event like he always does, but he had his whole team, or two of his surfers were in the same heat to kick off the quarters with Lakey and Luana. Luana getting the jump into her first CT semifinal. And now Brisa will be there with her in that first semifinal, probably tomorrow on finals day.
Whew, that's going to be a good one. I just loved how, emotional Lulu was, and we were speaking about it. It's just so cool to see her sort of step into that and just be so excited by it and grateful. And I mean, she could potentially be getting her maiden win here on the bowl, and it's pretty cool to see. I think her surfing does suit the bowl. You think, my favourite waves I've ever watched of Lulu are at sunset, and I think back to the clips that she's put on socials, just when she's free surfing out there and how at ease she looks like, at sunset. And I think there's similarities you can draw between, sunset and the bowl here at Bells, and if it all came together and she chooses the right waves, could be her day tomorrow.
Pretty exciting when you have those firsts happen, especially for Lulu, who's been affected by the cut a couple of times in her career. Getting the call up for another full season with Steph Gilmore's announcement before Pipeline that she was going to continue her hiatus. Great to hang with Steph this week at Bells. She was a part of that Icons heat with Mick Fanning and Mason Ho. One of the greats at Bells, winning 4 times, another 4 runner-ups in the past. She's all over this event. That's the fun part about this event. It's seeing all the greats walk down those stairs. Margot Oberg has a cool Kauai connection. Margot winning a few world titles, winning Bells, kind of in the modern day area of really deciding what pro surfing was in those early IPS days, then to the ASP. Margot, born in Pennsylvania, moved to La Jolla, grew up surfing in La Jolla, then moved to the Hawaiian Islands, winning her world title for Hawaii and all of her major events, including Bells. So Gabby Bryan would have ran into Margot. Margot having a surf school on Kauai for a very long time, as you see her name there, 3 Bells. I believe Margot moved to Santa Cruz, if I'm not mistaken, recently. That was the last I heard. Still teaching people how to surf. Definitely paving the way for all the greats. Before Lisa, before Lane. Meredith Falconer winning in 2001. There's Soph winning. Sofia Milanovic doing it for Peru. What an era that was.
That was an amazing era, That was Peru's first ever world champ too, which I was pretty lucky. I got to go on a trip to Peru. We had a women's qualifying series event there, and it was after she'd won a world title, right? And I didn't really understand the gravity of what that meant until I was there with her, and it was crazy. It was like, I've never witnessed anything like it. Thousands and thousands of people. She couldn't go anywhere, like security behind every car, like people running out onto the street screaming her name. We arrived at the airport, we get in the car and she's like, we can't stop on the way to Mancora, which is this town where she's like, and I was like, why is that? She's like, oh, we can't. And then all of a sudden one of us needed to use the bathroom and she's like, no, we stopped the car, and it was just, she was mobbed. It was crazy.
Oh, wow, I love that story. Sophia, what a superhero. As we watch Isabella Nicholls just try to feel her way through that one. Without priority, she probably felt like she'd take a chance there. Yeah, it's amazing how those just changed the world for surfing. Sophia winning a world title for Peru. That CT event started showing up in South America, in Peru, and that was because of Soph. Running down the line with Gabriella Bryan. Big whip in the pocket, solid start, right off the top again. She had to be patient to wait for this wave, but she's still at 100%. Love that combination. Big open face carve, then hits the lip. She's going the distance on this one. Nice connection on the forehand, and Gabriella Bryan rides away and will, in fact, take the lead over Isabella Nicholls.
Wow, that first carve, there was just so much power through that. Just demonstrating and sort of illustrating what we're talking about. She's the most powerful surfer on the women's tour, and I mean, that was a smaller sort of wave. It was good quality though. There was clean face there. Had a little bit of froth, but on the face of the wave, let's have a look. But yeah, really quite clean if you look at the face of this wave. And she eyes off this first section. Beautiful timing. And just, boards are looking really good under her feet. Mayhems are looking very nice. Just carrying through the turns, just throwing so much spray. And solid, you know, just working it through, getting the finishing turn. Probably also knows, you know, hearing the scores that Bella's got, the 267, the 183, knowing if I just convert on this and finish, I'm going to be, like, you know, this is going to be really positive. We can put a real dent in this and come out on top here. So nice combination there. That was the moment, the carve into the snap. Just beautifully done. Just from strength to strength she goes.
Great start for Gabby Bryan, your new world #1. Drops a 6.0. Isabella with priority is waiting to answer back. Let's catch up with Brisa Hennessy with Vaughn.
Well, when your back's against the ropes, that's when you really find out what you're made of, and you either take a beating or you come out swinging. And Brisa, you came out swinging a massive KO with a 9.4 in that heat. What a moment.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm seriously speechless. That was, yeah, I mean, I kept on thinking, like, this is my opportunity, and this quote always comes into my head this whole year, and it's like, you know, you wish and you pray for growth, but the universe and God doesn't give you growth, it gives you the opportunity to grow. And you're given opportunities, and it's up to you, I think, to level up and take them, and yeah, gosh, that meant a lot to me.
It was a tricky start to the heat. Sal had so much control, and when that opportunity came up, as you said, you just pounced. I mean, your surfing was so aggressive, you just went into a total attack mode, and the score reflected that. It was really cool to watch.
Yeah, gosh, I think Bells sent me that wave. It was, you know, one of those picturesque, beautiful Bells Bowl, and yeah, I don't even remember really what I did, and I felt like, yeah, I still have a lot more to give, and yeah, I'm just grateful that, yeah, someone out there sent that to me, and it's my mom's birthday, so it's just all around good vibes, and I'm glad that we can go home and celebrate on a good note.
That's true. It's amazing. You've got a semi coming up with Luana Silva, who you actually have a 3-0 record against, but she's also feeling that energy out there in the Bells Bowl. It's going to be a great matchup.
For sure, yeah. Luana, I've been seeing in this event just how much she's been able to level up and really take hold of the pressure, and I feel like that's so inspiring. You know, I think pressure makes diamonds, and pressure in a sense is a privilege. Like, I feel like it's not easy. Like, to get what you want and to be successful, it's not going to be an easy journey, because challenge, it's exactly what makes it worth it, you know, the journey. And yeah, I'm so grateful.
Oh, that's beautifully said. Well, you surfed your first ever CT here, and now you are into the semi-finals of the Rip Curl Pro. Congratulations. We can't wait to see you in action again.
Yeah, and it was an honor to surf against Sally. I mean, I look up to her so much, just in and out of the water as a person, as a surfer. She's such a just an inspiration light. But yeah, thank you for everyone watching. Sorry again for all the heart attacks and gray hairs. And yeah, muchísimas gracias a todos en Costa Rica. Vamos con todo. Estamos muy cerca y sí, solo pura vida. Mi corazón es muy lleno. Gracias.
Love it. Thank you so much, Vaughn. Thank you, Brisa Hennessy. We know she could do a lot of things with her life. Like, she could be a top chef at a restaurant, have her own cookbook, but if she ever wrote like a book of poetry with inspirational quotes in it, I would buy it. You know, she's always had that theme and different mantras that have helped her throughout sometimes most challenging years, you know, with health and, you know, all these different things. And she just, through it all, grows. And we're seeing the best version of Brisa, 9.4, her best number ever at Bells. She's been in a semifinal, even as, you know, recent as last year, but she's never won this event. So off to a great start.
She's off to a great start. I really love Brisa. I just love how reflective she is. The older she gets, the better she gets. You know, she's always been like that, but she just gives such good insights, and she's not someone to shy away from the truth and just tell you how she's really feeling. And you don't get that all the time, so I just really appreciate her, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of it.
That's right. So just quickly on the live rankings, Brisa up 4 spots with that victory into the semifinals. She's now at 8th on the rankings. It's just Katie Simmers and Gabby Bryan who have officially made it past the midseason cut. So Brisa on the right side of the cut now, inside the top 10 to surf for the complete season and a chance to compete for a world title in late August into early September. Meanwhile, tons of waves throughout this heat. Not a whole lot of rides. Gabby Bryan had the 6. They're wetting all these go through, but we do have a wave of consequence that just came through as far as the score is concerned. 8.77 for Isabella Nicholls. And she's holding priority and deciding not to go.
Wow, that's a giant number. Let's have a look what went down. I mean, she's flipped the script completely, so nice wave choice, nice clean face, places that first turn in the beautiful section of the wave, jabs it up there with a second one. Wave gets a little bit slower through this section, but a lot of those points are going to be coming from those first couple of carving maneuvers. Let's see the finish she gets. Just nice projection out of the lip there. It always looks so good when you meet that end section with so much power. These two couple of turns here, I think, you know, money. A lot of points are coming from here. Nice transition. She eyeballs that second section, lays it on rail again. Beautiful technique. But for me, she starts strong and she finishes strong. Just that good impression in the judge's mind from the get-go. Wave obviously gets a little bit slow through this midsection. But for me, the way she finishes here on the inside, just that speed she comes out of that lip line floater with, it's a really positive thing to leave in the judge's brain. It's like, yes, I started strong, I finished strong, give me a good score, and she's got it. She's done a good job here.
8.77, so we've had some big numbers in the last couple of heats. Sally into the 8s, Brisa that 9.4, now an 8.77 to take the lead off. World number 1, Gabby Bryan in motion though. Nice tight jam in the pocket. Emerging out in front. Clean rails on the wrap again. Nice flowy cut back. And Gabby drills it. Doing a great job to stay patient on that wave where it had a nice slower pace. Then she was able to really rip into some powerful hooks. Isabella had a much better wave just on the look of the wave and the speed she carried, but Gabby is only needing a 5.45 here.
Yeah, chasing that 5 off, just jams it in the pocket. A little bit of variation, something different there. She put the layback in. Another little carve, and I think it's going to be right there. I think maybe potentially to change the lead here. She get really explosive finish. She's just trying to better that. You just got to think back to her 4.67, right? Is it better than that? But I'm really impressed with Isabella. I just can't say it enough. I mean, just to flip the script like that and drop that 8.77. Putting the pressure on Gabby.
That was huge. You could tell her headspace is clear and she's ready. Still enjoying this rematch from the Punta Roca final as Tyler Wright prepares for Betty Lou coming up next. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events: Bells Beach, Gold Coast and Margaret River in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300? Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
Can't wait to see who the surfers are that get to take home that GWM Tank 300. It's bold, it's adventure ready, 4x4, perfect for running around this coastline here on the Surf Coast, here in Torquay. Beautiful state of Victoria. You can get lost down the Great Ocean Road and find really quiet surf spots, great locals that'll tell you where to go. Kangaroos everywhere, still a big deal to me when I see them in the paddock right behind there in that view. Look at that scaffolding, all those stands there, they're all dedicated to the legends of the sport. There's a Mick Fanning grandstand now, that's where everyone was sitting, so support Xavier Huxtable yesterday. Catching up to another great ride from Isabella Nicholls.
Wow, okay, so Bella getting to work, just putting that board on rail, surfing beautifully here. She's trying to drop the 2.67, gets a nice fit. That board looks great. It looks like to me it's slightly longer. She looks good with a little bit more extra length, and then Gabriella behind her. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, she went down so hard there. But let's just break it down. Let's see what happened. If she's making this, I mean, just as one single turn, it's the best turn of the heat so far. But oh my gosh, she went down hard. I mean, she's going to need a few chiropractic adjustments after that by the looks of it. Just
wow,
completely, just like the trapdoor fell out from underneath her and just gobbled her up.
Well, she was planning on landing that turn. There was no kind of eject before she went down. She was planning on pulling off what would have been one of the most powerful turns of the event. You can tell Gabby Bryan's really trying to give it to Bells right now, pushing so hard on those sections. Isabella's just been kind of on the right waves. It's reminding me of Jack Robinson versus Felipe, where Jack just picked off the bombs and surfed them very well, or Felipe was doing hard work on his waves that were not sets and probably doing the more technical type of turns, but couldn't get out of that mid-range. And Gabby Bryan's probably trying to settle down a little bit with now passing the 5-minute warning. World number one's in trouble.
World number one is in trouble. I think it's just the wave selection thing. I just think about the 877, the 717. They're the two best waves of the heat so far. They've had that really beautiful, clean, open face to them, and with that bigger sort of set comes more energy and power. And you know, Bella's been doing beautiful surfing, and the placement of the turns has been good, but not as probably progressive as what Gabby has been doing. But just when you have the wave select, you can't deny a score like that on a wave like that. With great timing from Bella and just beautifully finishing it, they're 8s every day. It's a 7 every day, you know. Whereas I think, yeah, Gabby, it's a wave selection thing for her right now, and she's got priority, so she's just going to need to sit and wait for a good one. She needs a giant score right now to do it in a single wave.
I think one thing you learn about watching pro surfing and being close to it, and for surf fans around the world, it's like you know how to handle adversity and become better, which is the story of Isabella Nicholls as she's out in front of this one. We dive into the GWM recap, and Gabby had to wait for her first wave for a few minutes. Opened right up into a 6.0 and led the heat at that stage.
Yeah, she did. She came out of the gates firing, and I thought, okay, same form as what we've always seen the last few events, but then Bella just drops this absolute hammer. Big open face carves, and judges have been absolutely loving that. They've been eating it up the last couple of days. They want to see big carving maneuvers on that bowl, and that's exactly what Bella did. She brings it through to the inside here and projects out of this section with just so much speed, and then quickly backs it up with the 717. So just smart surfing. And if you think about, I mean, this wave's probably, what, double the size of what Gabriella's has been sort of taking off on. And I mean, technically, if you think back to that one moment we just saw of Gabriella, that one meaty turn that she had, if she'd made that one, I think she was on her way to a good score and then continued on with the rest of that wave. Like, she's had moments, but it's a wave selection thing for me.
Isabella Nicholls, 8.77, 7.17. What a big heat total out in front. You know, she was looking forward to a rematch from the final that she had with Gabby in El Salvador. But I was just thinking about Isabella's career, you know, qualifying, having a pretty successful rookie season in 2021, beating some of her heroes, and then doing well to save her spot at the cut at Margaret River when she won the event. Just the emotion through the roof of that success where the cut was introduced, and then having the other thing happen the following year where she was devastated. She went on social media. She said, how crazy is it? A year ago, it was the best day of my life. A year later, the toughest. And she had to go to the Challenger Series and started working with Maddie Granger, who is one of the great coaches in the high performance centers in New South Wales. And Maddie Granger told me that first year when she got to North Narrabeen and they're doing some work, he could tell she was still devastated. She was like in a grieving process of getting knocked off the tour. And he was like, hang on, let's just go surfing. His whole point was just to have the fun come back again. And his whole training program for Isabella was finding joy in something that she loves, because she was still just down, like the emotional impact of facing the cut for the first time. She went on to win that event and put herself back on tour. Oddly enough, she fell off again.
I know. It's tough, right?
Hung out with Maddie Granger, and then it was so different. It was like, I'm ready for this. We did this last time. I'm not devastated. And she won the first event again in Sydney. And he was so happy to see that success mentally as an athlete, as a competitor, where she was so prepared to back up that CS title. And look where she is again, back on tour.
Well, I think, yeah, and I guess he's also just registering the growth within her. Like, you know, we've been here before, we can do this. And I guess just the shift in her mindset to be like, no, I do believe in myself. I back myself this time to do it. I mean, the Challenger Series is tough, right? I mean, you've got so many surfers. You've got, you know, 5-6 events that you're contending with, and you can only drop 1 or 2. And it's really tricky, especially on the women's side. We've obviously got that expansion of the tour coming up next year, but prior to that, you only have the top 5 going through, which is a small number of women. And, you know, you basically, on the women's side, prior to that, need to make semifinals onwards. So Bella's done a great thing to get the job done.
And look at this. We're counting it out. Isabella Nicholls gets Gabriella Bryan back from finish runner-up to Bryan in El Salvador. Takes out this win in the quarters and takes out world number 1. What a run for Isabella Nicholls. She will be into the semifinals here at Bells Beach. Look at those numbers. She was on the best waves. Didn't start easy. She had a couple up and downs. Gabby had the 6, and she picked the right waves of the set and was able to eliminate the best on tour this year in Gabby Bryan. Gabby will be moving to the Gold Coast. Isabella still with the goal of winning a bell this year. And a couple of falls from Gabby Bryan, including a really solid snap that she couldn't hang on to as this one continues. Tyler Wright, Betty Lou coming up next. We hope to see everybody down here on the Surf Coast. If you haven't been here before, it's magic. It's beautiful. There's a lot of waves, a lot of nice people, and they keep it looking incredible on the coastline. You can kind of see that little S trail just kind of S-ing its way through the bush there. You can walk along that all the way to Bells from Janjuk and see the best in the world compete at the bowl. You'll pass Winky Pop and get a great spot to watch surfing history go down. History will be written in this seat. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson taking on Tyler Wright, Hawaii versus Australia. That's always been a fun rivalry. And Betty Lou, one of the younger names on tour the last few years, taking on an established veteran who's won 2 bells, won 17 contests at the highest level, back-to-back world titles. Here we go. Betty Lou got started during the break.
Yeah, so Betty just slicing out of the top there. Drives out onto the open face. Does she find any steepness here? It looks like this wave might be slowing up a bit. She's got to stick with it. She wants to find a finish here. So this wave probably, you think, probably going to be a backup of hers. Let's see what she's got on the inside. Gets a nice little tap. Oh, she just comes unstuck there. But smaller wave to start.
That's Dan Ross there, driving that Red Bull ski. Dan Ross is awesome. He was on tour for a long time. Charger, I loved watching Dan at like Big Bells, Big Sunset. Oh, Charger. So cool to catch up with him. He's pretty mellow, you know, but gosh, he's still one of the best surfers on the planet.
Recently got a crazy one at Shipsterns not too long ago. He said he hadn't surfed in a really long time, and if anyone's interested, they should go have a look at that wave on socials. It's pretty meaty, it's pretty scary, it's pretty big.
If you're saying it's scary, I'm trembling.
No, that thing's, it was mutant, it was crazy.
So much talent around this entire contest as far as shredding's concerned. Great panel, obviously, all of them surf incredibly well. Judges doing a great job throughout this event. And they always have time for the surfers. If you want to have a conversation, you can have it. Flick, do you kind of recommend that to surfers that are qualifying, like new rookies? Start developing a conversation with the judges when you have a question?
I think it's one of the best things you can do. I mean, you want to have an open dialogue there, and I think when things aren't flowing your way, like I think, and even when things are going your way, I think it's also good to have a dialogue to dissect, okay, well, what was it out of that 9.4 that really made you guys want to put that number on the paper, you know? And I mean, someone who has scored amazing numbers out here is Tyler. I mean, you just got to look at the stat there. 2 times ringer of the bell. She's looking for a third.
Just want to thank Lane Beachley for creating events back in the day on the tour when it really needed more events, and Lane did it on her own. She was like, all right, I'll put an event up, you know, work with sponsors herself, and she made the tour better and gave Tyler Wright a platform to beat everybody when she was 14. That's when everyone got to know who Tyler Wright was. Tyler said she went for a surf after that. She didn't realize everyone knew who she was. She was like, her profile was huge, and she was still a Grom. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson whips that first section. Quick little directional change. Little turn there to change gears, and she will try to find a place to step on the end section. You could tell it was hard to really commit to a big turn there.
Well, it kind of had 2 little sections in it that it just had 2 waves, and I think she went to place it on the highest little section and kind of got caught in that little bobble, just couldn't ride down in front of it. But Betty, if she gets through this, it'll be her best result to date. You can see that down there. She's made the quarters here before. So she's looking to take down Tyler, but here Tyler goes.
The Australian vet, growing up on the south coast of New South Wales, living in Newcastle these days. Nice flow, couple of nice fades. That bright pink John Pizell surfboard. Winds up and finds a nice section to attack. Just love the patience in Tyler. Gave us some good anticipation for that finishing move. Well done.
Yeah, that was great. I think that wave started strong and it finished strong too. I just love that. Like, it just as a sort of I guess, like a theory when it comes to putting down a wave. Let's break down Betty's first. This one I thought she was incredibly deep on, but it turns out positioning was quite good because she comes around that section and allows her to really drive up into the lip. Second turn, she places really well. You can tell this wave has a lot of lump and bump through it. It's very difficult to read. Drops down here, and then she goes the high road there, and I think maybe if she just stuck, it was very difficult, easy for me to say here. Tyler out the back, looking cruisy, lays that board on rail, gets up into the lip. This is going to be a great score, I think. Just that two-turn combo, and just how strong she finishes here on the inside. And I just don't like it. I just like how there's no funny business. It's just cruise it through. I'm not going to hop through here. It's just nice rail transitions, and she finishes with that exclamation mark. So it's going to be a good score for Tyler.
Checking out the live rankings. You can see Gabby Bryan out of the contest. Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum knocked out at Winky Pop the same day that Caitlin went down. So now Tyler Wright is the highest seed left in the contest, moving up a spot to number 4 in the world, but knows that 10,000 points is on the line for a win, so she could really go for it if she can get into the final here at Bells and maybe win her 3rd bell. Isabella already jumping up a spot as well, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the top 3 already out, their names are shaded, there's room for movement. And Brisa as well, I mean, she's dark horse for me at the moment. I mean, we obviously know how good she is. She's jumped up 4 places, but just, I think this place, it suits her style of surfing. And I mean, if that last heat was anything to go by, dropping that 9.4, she's looking pretty deadly. So Brisa's moving up those rankings, Isabella as well, but room for Tyler here, I think, too.
That's right. So on page 2, we've got Luana Silva and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Betty Lou 12th, Luana 13th. But they've got some room to move to get on the right side of the cut. We know the tour is expanding for the women next year, so they'll take the top 14 from the CT to kick off at Pipeline in 2026. However, if you want to compete for a world title, you've got to be in the top 10 this season to surf the complete year in 2025.
Yeah, I love the idea that they're doing this. It's really cool, right? And we touched on it in the previous heat that, you know, the Challenger Series, you had to be in that top 5 to qualify, and how difficult that is. And realistically, when you look on paper, that's semifinals and above on the Challenger Series, which the ratio, when you compare it to women trying to get on, is really hard. And I think it's cool that we're expanding the tour. And, you know, even we look to Nadia Aristabe, who she got she's got that opportunity because, you know, Joanne DeFay, she's on maternity leave this year, but she was number 6. So she just missed out from qualifying. And, you know, it's just so, like, I understand that feeling as well. It's heartbreaking when you're right there. It's so close. And it feels like you've almost got one hand there, like on the CT, and all of a sudden, I mean, there she is on screen. But I've been impressed by what I've seen from her. This is just all so new, you know, we're talking new waves, new experiences, and I've been really impressed by what I've seen by her on the Challenger Series, even in the last 3 years. You look back through her results, I think she finished in the 30s around there the first year. Then the second year catapulted right up to number 8 on the Challenger Series, and then the following year, number 6. So just her progression has been really amazing to watch. And yeah, to feel step into these shoes of being a CT surfer and experiencing these new waves, it's been good to watch.
Yeah, I've been liking Nadia Aristabe's program, even in the event and out of the event. You know, in El Salvador, when she lost, she turned it into like the best vacation of your life and was surfing Sunzal every day, longboarding, shortboarding, making movies. She's right there in the little VIP area, having an oakberry acai, just enjoying it all. You know, she's not like wearing losses. You can tell she's taking it all in and really enjoying the Dream Tour, and knowing that she's getting a valuable experience to bring with her to years to come. Talk about sometimes a title race starts a couple of years in advance or a year in advance. You know, even just finding your flow on tour, you're just building towards your ultimate goal. You know, for Tyler Wright, it didn't come straight away for world titles. Here's Steph, Carissa, you know, even rivals that weren't winning titles like Sally Fitzgibbons that she would run into in those early years. Carissa had a lot of wins over Tyler in the beginning. Tyler had so much respect for Riss that she was like, okay, I got to figure out a way to beat Carissa Moore. And she started really finding her winning feeling when she joined forces with Glenn Micro Hall. She won like 5 events that first world title year. Clinched it in France, which was earlier than the season finale at Maui at the time. And that was one of the coolest celebrations. She was still in the water, clinched her world title. She wore her big brother Owen's jersey, rode switch stance, and then she was able to back it up the next season. Wow, waves on the way.
Whoa, okay, this looks like a big set out on the horizon. Women are just a bit out of position for this one. Maybe not this second one. The second one looks like we could have cleaner wave face. It's not surprising they're letting that first one go. First wave of the set generally has a little bit of lump and bump. Looks like Tyler's going.
Tyler already with a 7. Nice flow, looking comfortable. Nice and easy wrap. Little chatter. She really wanted to push there. She recovers. She knows how to just channel speed and put it in the right place. How about that section? Attacks it. Tyler Reich shuts it down beautifully. Now Betty Lou on the next one. Surfer from the North Shore of Oahu. Nice and easy on her pace. Puts it up on the end section. Has time to celebrate on the way back down. Both surfers turning in great rides back to back. Betty Lou looking to improve on a 4.5, and Tyler's put another big score with her 7.0.
Wow, that was some great surfing. Those first 2 turns that we clocked onto, those last 2, sorry, they looked really, really impressive. Just the sheer size of the wave, how that clean face looked, and just the way her board was slicing through the wave. I feel like she's going to be dropping a great score. She's going to be matching Tyler now. I mean, she's already got that 5 previous to that as well, which is probably going to end up being her backup after that, I'd say. So let's have a look at the work she got done before where we caught up to. So, wow, big turn out of the top of the lip. This is going to be giant. I think I've got a good feeling about this score. Just the way she finishes this too. Explosive. Big wave, lots of energy, lots of speed, lots of power. And let's get caught up with what Tyler got done again. So this one just kind of didn't really stand up on the bowl. She also had that tiny little bauble there. So Tyler's obviously going to improve. I mean, she's going to drop, you know, at that moment, she was only chasing a 2.5 to go up into the lead. Of course, she's getting that last turn was great. But Betty Lou, holy smokes.
Wow. As soon as we saw that replay, seeing your eyes go wide, that first turn was brilliant from Betty Lou. The way before the 5, you could tell it was just hard to really lay the rail over.
Coming in hot.
Look at that. That was incredible. Both riding that same set, and they're actually battling for priority. This is insane. Getting just catapulted off the ski.
Stop it.
Look at this. They're still shoulder to shoulder here. Betty Lou on the wave after Tyler. So with this being this close, Tyler wants to make sure it's going to continue the rotation. And it's going to go to Betty Lou. Wow.
Whoa.
That was big. Now you see the paddle battles when you're paddling out, but it's a little bit different off the Red Bull ski. Let's see what happened here.
Coming in with some speed.
Betty Lou's already paddling, and then just a launch. And just goes, hello, friend. Look at that. She was hovering. Betty Lou's like, where did you come from? And even with the effort from Tyler to really catch up to Betty Lou there, it does go to Johnson from Hawaii to get priority again. But gosh, great effort for Tyler Wright just to try to see if she could get one past Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
I kind of like that. I love that mentality. Let's leave no stone unturned. Let's really go for it. And I think, I mean, you both can be said about, the same can be said about both these women. They've got tenacity within them, both of them, and they're not going to back down, and I absolutely love that. They're going to push the barriers in every sort of way, not just only on the wave, but strategy-wise in the water. You know, that heat IQ that we talk about all day long, just the way you put together the heat, the structure of it. You're dotting all the I's and you're crossing all the T's.
Love that little excitement halfway through quarterfinal number 4. Well, one surfer just took out world number 1. Isabella Nicholls is with Vaughn.
Bella, what a result, taking down the newly appointed world number 1 in Gabriella Bryan, but you were looking really on out there. A change up of equipment maybe?
No, I'm actually riding the same board that I surfed on in El Sal, the same old trusty 511 that got put in the cupboard for a couple years and brung back out for the Narrowbeam Challenger Series a couple years ago, and it's just been like something that I can trust, and I know that as soon as the waves get over like 3 foot, that if I'm like activated and I'm on my back foot, that it will go no matter what. So yeah, it's just my little magic board at the moment.
Oh, there's nothing better than just knowing you've got the carpet, especially when the surf's that tricky. I mean, you had beautiful wave selection in that heat. That was really one of the big differences. And you just held it down. The rail engaged, and you just looked so strong out of the top.
Thank you. That's a big compliment. I mean, I've been coming here since I was 15 and training with Robbo and Kale, and then I just feel like I've got such a good crew around me now. I've got Maddie down here, I've got Bottle down here, I've got like Kurt, my family, friends. I just love this place so much, and I don't know, it's actually pretty hard to tell what a good wave's going to be out there, but someone told me right before I was going down the stairs, it's like, trust your gut. And I let a bunch of waves go that I was like, oh man, they could have been like a backup score or something, and I'm like, nah, just wait, and managed to find 2 pretty beautiful waves.
Challenger Series last year. This year, you've come back a new surfer. Like, you're just in such great form. Tell us about where you're at, how you got there.
Thank you. I feel like it's always been inside me, and I've just had to surround myself with the right people to unlock my potential, and I guess that's the same for everyone. A mixture of like trusting in your ability too, and I think it's like once you get one result, like El Salvador for me, actually to be honest, Pipe for me was like when I was like, okay, I can do this, I just got to believe, and then had a few shaky results through Abu Dhabi and Portugal, and then El Salvador here. Like I'm having fun, I'm enjoying it. It's nerve-wracking, of course, like I lose sleep over this night, but like frick, it's so cool.
Well, congratulations, semi-final at the Rip Curl Pro. We're so stoked to see you in your next heat.
Cheers, so excited.
Thank you very much, Vaughn. Isabella Nicholls, thrilled to be in the semifinals, loves her job as we catch up to an incomplete finish from Tyler Wright.
Oof. Wow, I'd want to say if she finished that, she would have got the score she was chasing.
Yeah, that's right, Flick, because she was chasing a score of 5.74 after Betty Lou got a 7.73 on her last.
Oh, it's just a big, giant hack out of the top there. Big, meteor, sizier wave. I think she's just knows now, okay, she's so smart. She gets a little bit caught there, but she just tees up here on the inside beautifully. You could see she was eyeing this section, but just got up there a little bit late. I think the dramatics of it all, if she would have stuck that last turn, it was definitely calling for that score, the requirement.
Coming up next, men's quarterfinals. Kanoa versus Ethan Ewing.
FATBOY, Fat Boy Bikes, suspension, fat tires, lots of juice in it. You want one? You can win one. Come over here, scan the QR code with your chance to win a Fat Boy bike. This thing can go anywhere. It's an e-bike. E's for epic. And by the way, it doesn't matter on the road, on the dirt, on the sand. Fat Boy eats it up.
Oh, it's so good.
Yes. Thank you, Kaipo. That is awesome. He's having a blast. He's in the water 1 second. He's having an oakberry acai, another. On the Fat Boy bike, looking great, doing a great job. Good man Kipes enjoying quarterfinal number 4. 11 minutes on the clock. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in a big heat. One of the biggest of her career. She's come close to a win. She's made a final at home at Sunset Beach. Runner up to Molly Picklum. That one stung. So close to a huge major win, but this is a big one. Surfing against one of the greats at Bells and pushing her. 7.73, her low scores of 5. She has priority. Tyler fell in her finishing move on her last wave, and it gets stuck at a 4.77. And she knows one of her best friends on tour is in the semifinals on the other side of the draw. That's Luana Silva, both growing up together, giving each other support. They have little mini Grom photos together, competing in all the local events through the Hawaii region, going for their national titles. They've just had parallel careers, pushing each other since day one. Tyler's trying to change that narrative and get her third bell. The 2-time world champ whips one quickly off the top. Great wave selection as well under Prio. She'll throw that last cut back into the pocket and just kind of slow down. All about speed management and timing. And now on the wind up, she'll get a little sticky on that turn. But she only needs a 5.74 end section. She hits up really clean and smooth. You can just see the experience here at Bells for Tyler Wright. She knows when she can kind of just stand tall, relax, wait for the sections to materialize. And now watching Betty Lou, it just shows that she was on the wave right behind Tyler. We'll see if she was able to improve on her 5.
This is going to be right there. I think that last wave from Tyler. Let's see what Betty did first. So Betty's on the wave behind, jams it there, but just a bit too much. Gets caught behind, but this is what Tyler did, okay? And I feel like this could be right there. This beautiful wave under priority, right? And this is always a hard moment for Betty Lou to know, do I, keep her off this wave? Do I not? Only thing that could be letting it down, it was just the one turn in the bowl out the back. Things get a little bit sleepy here through the middle. But what does happen is she gets a couple of nice turns on the inside. So there's the one moment out the back, pretty critical carve. Jabs it up here. But for me, she gets around the here, and this finish, it's quite nice. It's well timed. I think it's going to be touch and go. I think it's right on it. But it's so tricky. It could be under, could be over. It's so hard though for you to say, Betty Lou should have kept Tyler off this one, because there's still quite a bit of time in the heat. So it's like, are we really going to take off on a wave where I'm not going to better my score? It wasn't necessarily the best sort of wave coming through. It's just that's one of those hard moments where it's like, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? When sometimes the second wave is better and you go, okay, let Tyler go first. Second wave, she was just had to settle for one maneuver, and definitely Tyler's had that line on it that took her all the way. And Tyler's experience at her, she knows where her marks are, where to be at the right time. She knows what a good wave looks like. I think Betty Lou's gonna feel that mistake. More waves on the way. Betty Lou, since she only had a one maneuver section, she was able to regain first priority. We've had some exciting moments for that priority, especially the jump off the ski for Tyler Wright, who tried to make things exciting. Judges kind of send notes out to the surfers every morning, and really when it comes to the priority system, if they're getting a ski ride and it ends up kind of in a tie break, meaning they have a similar arrival at that drop-off spot. The judge kind of is based on like the pickup sequence, you know, so Tyler actually probably didn't need to do that. It was probably already decided in Betty Lou's favor, but sure it made it exciting for us. Last wave for Tyler Wright comes in at a 7. So she's got pocket 7s now in first. And Betty Lou needs a 6-2-7 answer back.
It's going to sting. It's going to sting. It's a double win for Tyler, though. Not only did you get that wave under priority, you also turned the heat with the score. So it's a game of chess, and she's just taken 2 pieces right there. I mean, that was just a master stroke. And 6 minutes on the clock. It's totally doable for Betty Lou. Totally doable. It's a lot of time. Definitely going to see another set roll through. And she just needs to find one with that open face, that nice clean wall. Looks like we're going to see a set here. So she's going to get another opportunity. It's just going to be a decision here. What one does she want?
And that's the hard part, identifying the right wave. She's had waves in this heat where it's been a little bit bumpy and hard to lay down a big turn. Then Betty Lou found a gem of a wave where she was able to do her brand of surfing, got the 7-7-3, which is still the best number of this quarterfinal so far. But trying to outsmart one of the best at this venue, Tyler Wright. Her first event was in 2010 at Bell's. A lot's happened since then, including those world titles, but she started making the final for the first time in 2013. She went back-to-back with the small bell, just made her more focused on winning this event, saying this is the only trophy she really wants. And she's going for a third. Dive into the GWM recap. What a story this has been. Tyler versus Betty Lou. Right on her second look in this heat, got a 7-point ride.
Yeah, so Tyler straight out the gate. She looks great here. I mean, this is just, she's just got such a beautiful connection with the bowl, but this was the moment that turned the heat. I mean, Betty Lou, this is the best wave, the best single wave of the heat, 7.73. She surfed it really well. Just got an eye for it, really, when she was turning and paddling. I mean, this thing just looked like an absolute gem. She converts, gets the score. She knows it too. It was just this moment here. Tyler takes off underneath priority, and she jags this one, ends up turning in another 7. And it's just a master stroke, really. It's just really, I mean, it was a roll of the dice. It was touch and go for Betty Lou, whether she goes that wave or not. Especially being that first wave of the set, it was always hard. Do I let Tyler go? Do I not?
Fun story here for Tyler to try to get her first win off the grommet. Well, Betty Lou's growing up quickly. She's a couple years on tour already, but so far undefeated in 2 previous matchups, and a rematch from the last stop of the season over in El Salvador, which was a round of 16 heat. This one round higher, quarterfinal matchup, and so far Tyler with a 14-point total out in front. Her best total she's ever put against Betty Lou in her career. So Tyler with something to prove today against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And we'll see if Betty Lou can keep this theme alive. She got 3 minutes to turn it. She does have priority, and she only needs a 6.27. She got a best friend on the other side of the draw in the semifinals. And it's always a good topic when you see surfers from Hawaii doing well at Bell's. We mentioned Margot Oberg. She was the first non-Australian to win it on the women's side. We mentioned Jeff Hackman in the first non-Australian to win on the men's side, also representing Hawaii. Chris, obviously 3 straights. Megan Abubo winning in the year 2000. A really special win for Megan. And it's been fun talking surf with Megan over the last few years. Still loves it, helps the next generation. Passing down all the knowledge. I think Megan would be a great CT coach, just full time.
Well, even just hearing her break down a few things, I think she was on the commentary team Pipe, right? And even we've just had her in when I've been a part of the team as a guest, and she has just such a good read on everything, you know, just her breakdown of situations, her analysis on it all. And she's just as sharp as ever, you know. I think she would be a great coach, you know. You know what we don't see too much of is has been the odd one, you know. I think Kate Scarrett, she's taken on that coaching role, but we often see a lot of the men coming on board and coaching a lot of the guys. But we haven't really seen that narrative that much. So it would be cool if we get a few more women coming back on tour.
Love that. Been running into Rochelle Ballard. She was helping some surfers out through like the Challenger Series events and select events on the North Shore of Oahu. Rochelle, one of the greats on tour for many years, absolute charger, still rips, still doing yoga, still having fun. Minute 15 to go. Betty Lou, what a great heat, and she'd have to be kicking herself if she loses with the highest single score and letting Tyler get that 7 under priority. That's the hard part about this game. Can you be hard on yourself because you're waiting for the second wave of the set? It was bigger, but you were behind, and Tyler had a wide open lane to take the lead off you. So veteran move for Tyler to see that opening.
It's a veteran move for Tyler, but I don't know, I kind of go, at least she might have been taking that opportunity away from her. But then even if she does, right, let's say Betty Lou does, is she going to, she might have improved on that 5-4-7. She might have also dropped a 7, but Tyler would have still had an opportunity potentially to fight back. It's so hard to know, you know, and this is the thing with surfing. I mean, say it so much, hindsight's 20/20. It's just you got the perfect idea, you know, in the future. But it's just, you look back and you're like, yeah, I can cook up the perfect storm. But the shoulda, coulda, wouldas sort of eat you alive in this sport.
Here we go, 10 seconds. Betty Lou misses that wave. And she will lose priority, lose the quarterfinal to Tyler Wright. Tyler still has a chance to win her 3rd bell. What a performance that was. Pocket 7s, nice clean, 14-point total. And her first win off Betty Lou in her career. She'll take on Isabella Nicholls in semifinal number 2. Luana Silva with Prisa Hennessy. Oh, what an effort, and that's got to sting.
Oh, man, this is going to be really frustrating for Betty Lou. She had it right there. She had her one hand on that semi-final, and Tyler's just taking it away. She's going to know. I just feel for her that nothing stings more. She's sort of made a double mistake here, and it's just going to be really tough for her to digest. This isn't going to be one that she can just sort of wash off in a shower. I mean, this is going to take a couple of days, I think.
Gosh, you know, that one felt great, that 7-7-3, but losing the lead when you've got priority is tough. Tyler Wright, so dangerous here at Bells, earning a spot into finals day once again. Coming up next, we switch to the men's quarterfinals. Ethan Ewing taking on Kanoa Igarashi. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Vaughn Blakey, and Richie Lovett here for the call.
The semi-finals for the women are set. Tyler Wright chasing a 3rd Bells victory. The contest she wants the most, the trophy she's chasing, is still within reach for a 3rd time. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett and Vaughan Blakey. That was a massive turnaround. Tyler was in trouble there for a moment, Vaughan.
Yeah, she was in trouble, but as you say, this is the event that really engages her. She is up for the fight. She doesn't mind getting in a battle here at Bells, and it'll bring out her best every time.
Speaking of fights, this is going to be a great one. Kanoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing in quarterfinal number 1. Richie Lovett, bit of head-to-head history between these two. Ethan's never beaten Kanoa in a head-to-head battle.
Wow, coming off the form of yesterday, you know, we saw historic performances from Ethan Ewing here yesterday in classic Bells Beach conditions. It's a little different today, and I think it's a bit more of an even playing field when we look at what's on offer here. Kanoa Igarashi, he'll want to keep this one in his favour and go the 3 up. Let's see what happens.
The conversation, Vaughan, it rolled on from the car park, into the car, back to the dinner table for a lot of people, and they woke up talking about it this morning. It was memorable stuff.
Yeah, it's the kind of surfing that people will talk about forever and ever. It's in that sort of John at Margaret's combo, Occy at the bowl combo. There's certain heats, certain moments in pro surfing where it all just clicks together. Ethan on the bowl yesterday was the best surfer with the potential to put on the best surfing, absolutely delivering. It was incredible.
But it is going to be Kanoa Igarashi getting a quick start here. Already has a throwaway score. Looking to make up some ground on some new equipment this year and looking particularly sharp. It takes a fall there. But as good as Ethan's been, different lineup today, different kind of conditions. We spoke about the dominance of Gabby Bryan and the numbers she was posting and how good she looked after a victory at the last stop. And she's out of the event. So Ethan's got to stay sharp. He's been super focused, afforded himself a bit of time to enjoy that victory yesterday, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that post-heat interview, Borno, we actually saw some emotion starting to spill out of Ethan Ewing, which was great to see. Clearly, he was stoked with his performance. But every single heat is a new heat. It's, you know, you shake that etchy sketch and clear the runway, and we're off and running again from scratch.
Got word from 4-time Bells champion Mark Richards last night, asked him for his thoughts on Ethan Ewing's performance. He was also very excited for Morgan Siblick, of course, but he said Ethan went totally stupid. Arguably the cleanest, most eye-pleasing style of anyone currently on tour. Slice and dice, all full power, driving rail work. And he threw this at me, which I'd probably have to agree with him. He said, I think if you polled all the viewers watching the WSL and asked them which pro surfer they'd like to surf like, Ethan would it in miles. So he thought that he would get the nod from the audience by a long shot as far as just how pretty he's surfing. And Mick Fanning, who's done some work with Ethan in the past, he had something to say as well. But Ethan's up at the moment, his first ride in this quarterfinal clash, chasing a second Bells title. He won his first over at Winky. He'd love to get it done here on the bowl. Blitzes the pocket on that section. And working this one over, that silky smooth style. Fanning said it was beautiful to watch yesterday, but said he felt Ethan still had another gear to get to, which is remarkable. That's how much he believes in Ethan's talent. A clean finish there on the inside. He'll win the opening exchange here and take the edge over Igarashi.
Wowza. That three-turn combination out the back, it actually had shades of that high 9 that he dropped yesterday. It was a similar series combination of manoeuvres. It's going to be great to break this one down. But he just looks like he has picked it up from where he left off yesterday, lost none of the form.
Igarashi on his way to his best finish down here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Had a number of runs at it, first time into the quarters. He won't be happy with that. He wants more. It's been a long time between event wins for Kanoa, a real opportunity with the form that he's shown. He's back to, you know, that precise, incredible timing and good show of repertoire throughout the event.
This is a perfect opportunity for Kanoa, but Rich, let's have a look at this wave.
Starts off with that clean snap. Keeps the momentum going down the line. The big wrapping cutback, gets the foam rebound, and then hits it on the tail. Blows it out through the lip, and then some beautiful transition work all the way through to the inside. Finishes with another little foam blow tail right on the shore. Love the slow-mo.
Yeah, I mean, pretty. It's one way to describe it. Absolutely incredible is another. It's just such buttery surfing. Everything where it should be, the drive, there's just never a bobble in this guy. And I guess really the danger here is that as much as he is in sync, sometimes you do have to just adapt to the conditions and win a little bit ugly. We saw Toledo surf himself into really good rhythm in this event, but just get squeezed out by strategy by Jack Robinson, as well as the good surfing. So, I mean, that's a perfect start, though. That's really gonna, make Ethan feel super confident as this heat plays out.
Absolutely.
The performance yesterday, when you think about the numbers, it's the second highest heat score total we've seen this year. Only behind Barron Mamiya and his amazing effort at the first event of the season, the Pipe Pro, where he went back-to-back.
I just want to highlight Ethan's decision-making process in these heats. He knows exactly which wave he wants to be on.
And we'll see if Kanoa knows too. He's taken one here, looking to just get a decent score on the board with this one. There's a huge fin drift. No recovery time needed. Great control, gets back up into the pocket. And now goes to the rail, draws it out, bounces off the foam. This is looking like a good ride. And a good reply for Igarashi. Comes through to the inside, banks off that final section, rides out.
It's a good answer back. 4 strong manoeuvres on that wave. And perhaps a little bit bigger than Ethan's wave as well. So 7-point ride for Ethan on the opener. Oh, I get the feeling this is going to go, well, it's going to match it, maybe even surpass it.
Yeah, the reason why I was liking Kanoa's opportunity here is because the way that the lip is, that just plays into that tail blow board slide that he's got. That's one of his best weapons, and not a whole lot of crew have it on tour. One of the cool things is that Ethan actually does have it as well. So, but this is really the bread and butter turn where Kanoa can separate himself from almost every surfer on tour. That turn right there, there's Kanoa, there's Griffin, there's Ethan, they all do it well, but this guy is probably the best at it when he gets that real fluffy section that comes at him.
Totally. Gets it nice and high, blows that tail out, gets the release, but keeps it in control. I love that final finishing turn as well. Comes right through to the inside. You actually saw the fins pop out there on this side angle as the wave starts to lay down a little bit. Kanoa still gets that rail buried, and you can just see here right at that moment there the fins kick free. That back leg tucks in, drifts down, and so smooth how he reconnects with that bottom turn.
When he goes for that, you know he's on. That's the move he goes to when he's feeling like he's up for the challenge. This is going to be unreal.
It's such a strong turn. It's a trademark turn for Kanoa. It's the kick, snap, punching through the lip with power, and then great control as he drifts across the coping. 7.5. Gets the jump on Ewing's first ride. A good rebound after a couple of throwaway numbers to kick this heat off.
It's a mini win in the opening exchange, and you'll take that 0.5 advantage at this stage. Ethan won't be fazed by that. He will sit and wait patiently. As we were saying before, his decision-making process through these heats is impeccable. Sometimes he does almost get over-selective, and he has left himself a little bit short. You've got to surf waves if you want to get through.
So glad you brought that up. He's sat out there and sat himself out of a heat in the past. And the good news is, Rich, so many lines coming in. There's so much swell. I don't think we'll see these guys leave anything on the table.
Yeah, it's pouring through at the moment. The ocean really coming alive for us this afternoon. I don't think our competitors are really concerned at all with this wind, because there are these just punchy little sections that pop up. You can really dig in. A lot of power in the water at the moment.
2023 was when Ethan rung the bell for the first time. Did it on the anniversary of his mother's victory here 40 years later, and went on to finish second in the world that year. It was an amazing campaign at the WSL finals. You got some movement here in the lineup. Kanoa just has to give way as Ethan uses his priority, just flying down the line, a lot of speed, and just jams the lip, puts it all on the back foot. So he is chasing a low score to get into the lead, but really the order isn't the issue at the moment. It's just about doing good surfing and dropping huge numbers. Kanoa will get his chance to reply. This will get Ethan into the lead, not the clean finish to the end of this ride that he wanted, but Igarashi is going to get another big hit to finish his off. Let's see what kind of work he did on the outside.
I was just about to say it's unknown. The opening stages of Kanoa's ride. His backup score. We see Ethan jumping on the Red Bull ski, but just a little off in the timing. Ethan Ewing, we've got to be critical here because he is so good. We've almost got to look for mistakes. He doesn't often give us any, but some beautiful surfing on that ride, but a little slip up at the end.
You said before, Rich, that you felt, you know, when Kanoa dropped the 7.5, that Ethan would be unfazed. It has to be said too, no one's really pushed him in the event just yet. He's had it all his own way. It's been his momentum to kick off his heats, and he's ridden it all the way through to the finish. So he's getting challenged here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rich. There was the start of this wave where it was all smooth and linking and the nice float. All of that lead-up work was really cool, and then the big turn just clicked a little off, and you could feel it in your guts as he hit it. You're like, oh, not quite.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, well, Kanoa, a beautiful rail turn outside. Gets a little jump up on the lip. Another fun-looking re-entry to finish off, and then we know he finishes strong. Layback hack. So, advantage Kanoa.
Both these surfers working with Jake Peterson. And Jake, he'd be happy either way. He's going to have someone in the semis having a run at the title here, but you know, more often than not, Rich, when someone's got two surfers in a heat, they just help each of them formulate the plan to win, right? And then step back and let the best man win.
Well, exactly. I mean, Kanoa's pre-heat routine and preparation is going to be different to Ethan's pre-heat routine, and it's just nurturing the individual and how they prepare and get ready. I think at this stage of the game, it's not about, hey, sit here, sit there. It's just getting them in the right mental space to compete against each other fairly.
20 minutes to enjoy this heat. 5.83 for Ethan on that second score, and Kanoa Igarashi with a number on the way here. Expecting it's going to be a pretty solid one. Nice big carve on the outside. Solid finish. Mentioned before the head-to-head history between these two. Only two battles. Kanoa's won them both. And maybe the interesting point to make about that history is Kanoa got Ethan at Sunset in 2022 in the semi-finals in an event where Ethan was doing the kind of surfing that was suggesting he was the man to beat, and Kanoa turned it around. Big heat score total for the surfer representing Japan. The numbers in, 7.9. So Kanoa now with the two best numbers of this heat. Ethan Ewing's got work to do. He's after an 8.4. Let's hear from Tyler Wright, who's still in the mix to win a third Bell's title, Rosie.
That's right, Ronnie. Well, in head-to-head matchups, you haven't beaten Betty Lou yet, and your most recent heat happened in El Salvador. Did that make that victory even more sweet?
I think the battle made it just a great battle, honestly, the whole time. I think in El Salvador, it was like partly bored. There's no waves, you couldn't do much in a situation like that, so you kind of just got to sit there and wait it out, and I hope that there's waves going to come through, and that felt like back and forth the entire time. Great battle off the ski, and that kind of just, honestly, that stuff is just entertaining. Like, that's so fun. It's not fun to be on the losing side of it, but when it's one of those ones where she rolled her dice, I rolled mine, and this is what it kind of came out to be. I think I fell on one that was probably going to be legitimately, like, put me up. And it's really tricky out there as well. So I'm really happy with my competitive mentality in that heat.
It definitely kept us entertained. And Tyler, you're the last former Bells winner in this event. You've been one of the standouts from the get-go in 2025. How are you enjoying your Bells campaign?
You know what? It's just been really lovely. This has been a really nice event. We have woken up heaps. I've surfed heaps, which, you know, you don't really see me down here that early. 31's a bit different to 21. Takes me a little bit longer in the morning. So this morning I actually I was going to come down early to get it on the low tide, but it's like period week. I get it tomorrow, which is great timing, by the way. And so it's one of those ones where I know I have a dip in energy as well. So I slept in, I drank tea, I saw Brett Jaros, and we did a bunch of work this morning to get me moving really nicely. And then mentally prepped for this heat. I did know it was going to be a strong battle out there. So. And other than that, we've just been cruising and enjoying. It's so nice. It's so lovely. It feels like a second home to me and my wife. And to be able to come here and take a deep breath, and like we're in a 5-event leg right now, it does a lot to restore here.
Tyler, so in tune with your body, and your surfing definitely looks like it is in sync. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie. Tyler Wright chasing down that third Bells win. It would put her in some very esteemed company with some of the champions of the sport. Courtney Conlog, Carissa Moore, and also Lane Beachley. So, yeah, it's a massive goal that she has in mind, and it seems like the goal that she's most fixated on in 2025 is getting this third Bells title. Just over 16 minutes remaining here. Kanoa Igarashi has taken control. It's been so hard for competitors to get a scoring edge over Ethan Ewing in this contest so far, but he's managed to do it twice now on the last couple of exchanges.
That's exactly where you want to be against Ethan Ewing. A point, a couple of points higher when you're going wave to wave, and well, it has put pressure on Ethan, and let's see if he succumbs to it.
Yeah, I was impressed, Vaughan, earlier on in the women's event with Sally Fitzgibbons and Brisa Hennessy, and Brisa chasing a big number, delivered in such a big way. And even though we've seen some pretty decent surfing, it hasn't gone into that excellent range just yet. And both these surfers feel so capable.
Yeah, when it's all going your way, it's easy to rack up those scores. Like when you get on a roll, when you're feeling it. But when you're up against the ropes, that's when you really figure out what you're made of. And Ethan's going to have to rise here because Kanoa is flexing. He's done a great job managing this heat so far. And now Ethan, yeah, we're going to get a chance to see just how gritty he'll be in the last 15 minutes of this heat.
Been a lot of fun to watch, and we're going to get treated to more now. A bit of foam on the face here, but Kanoa Igarashi electing to go this one for a moment, doesn't get anything out of it, and he's going to kick out, and that might open the door here for Ethan Ewing to respond. He's going to drop into this one. Looks alive on his equipment, drives up into the first section, pushes hard and goes down. Kaipo's watching on, he's out the back there, Kipes. That was huge, and a big fall, a missed opportunity for Ethan to strike back.
Whoa, hey, thanks for the throw. I'm out here, and that's heavy right now for Kanoa. Huge opportunity. He's got Ethan against the rope. Ethan's going to have to answer back. I was going to give you the Oakberry surf conditions update, but it's 4 to 6 is when I first, filed the update, but it's getting bigger right now. There's some odd 8-footers. It's getting more consistent, and also a little bit of onshore wind, about 60 miles per hour onshore. But I got to tell you, if Kanoa Igarashi is able to overcome Ethan Ewing, he is in the fast lane, I feel, to a bell.
Wow. Yeah, you can tell that Kaipo's sensing the energy increasing in the ocean. He's feeling those swell lines move in. He's dealing with the elements out there at the moment too. But he has a fantastic spot to sit and watch this all unfold. He would have seen the fins flying from Igarashi in the early exchanges, and during the last exchange, just no one was able to max a score out of this one.
Ethan just attacking this section here, and this is one of the very few mistakes. You can just see the board drops from under his feet. He catches that edge and goes down. We haven't seen this before.
Mate, there was a heat the other day, Joel Vaughan. He was up against it. He got a wave midway through, needing a score, went for a layback, went over the handlebars. Similar turn, similar stage of the heat. Coming from behind, and it reset him. He sort of shook his head, shook it off, paddled back out. And I would like to know, Rich, when you're in that scenario where you make a mistake and you're chasing a score, how do you sort of use that to just focus on what you got to do and not so much about the opponent, because that's what it sort of did for Joel the other day.
Yeah,
it took him out of the heat in a way.
Absolutely. All of a sudden, it's kind of like, okay, let's just untangle this little pressure cooker that I've got myself into right now. And like Ethan looking at the score that he needs, the 8.4, I don't think that's intimidating for him because he knows he can drop those numbers. We've seen him do it time and time again. So I just think at this point, it's sort of unwinding that pressure that may be starting to build, just staying confident. There's plenty of waves coming. He can really just almost restart the heat now and look for 2 8-pointers.
Making a move under priority here. Ewing is playing catch up at the moment. The rhythm isn't on his side. Kanoa Igarashi's been strong in the opening stages, establishing a healthy lead. A near excellent heat score total of 15.4. And yeah, it's just incredible form Ethan's carried through the event, but there is so many people capable of catching fire at different moments. And Kanoa's just a very wily competitor, super confident, unfazed by all the hype around his opponents, and always backs himself hard. Just on 11 minutes remaining here, we'll take a Bonsoy brew break as Morgan Siblick makes his way down the stairs. He's coming up against Geordie Smith next. Diving into the pulse and looking back on our semi-final setup for the women. Incredible quarterfinal matchups and some big moments for surfers reaching some milestones today. Luana Silva into the semis for the first time.
Yeah, Luana Silva put up a great fight against Lakey Peterson, the veteran, the more informed surfer, and we saw Luana just start to realise her dreams of position on this tour.
Risa Hennessy provided brilliance on her mother's birthday, saved herself with a huge 9.4 against Sally Fitzgibbons.
Sally Fitzgibbons had her on the ropes, but she came out swinging, and a big knockout blow with a 9.4 on this ride. Highest scoring wave of the day, and a great result for Brisa to get into the semi-finals.
Huge. Couple of surfers chasing their first big Bells title here in the top side of the draw. Isabella Nicholls had probably the toughest draw in the quarterfinals, up against Gabriella Bryan, coming off an event when it was a replay of the final from El Salvador, and Isabella got one back.
Yeah, Isabella, an amazing performance. Picked 2 of the gems in this heat, surfed them rock solid, bringing them all the way through to the inside, and she's moving up the ratings now. Takes out my pick for the event, Gabriella Bryan, who I had pegged to win the belt.
I think a lot of people had her, but Isabella, she stood up in a big way. Tyler Wright, we know how motivated she gets at this venue, Vaughan. She delivers again in a close one with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Locked in, and Betty Lou surfed so well in this heat. This was a real battle, but in the end, the experience, and you have to say the connection that Tyler has with this wave, this place, it came through. She blasted that one with a really professional performance.
She loves Jiraka, and that sets up our 4 semi-finalists, and the matchups are something to look forward to. Let's have a look at the bracket. Luana Silva, she'll try and go a heap better and achieve her first CT final. Brisa Hennessy's got the experience though, having won CT events before, but a Bell's title, something different. There'll be some pressure there. Isabella Nicholls, Tyler Wright, they'll fight it out for that second spot in the final. Can Tyler achieve a third Bell's title? We'll find out when we get it underway. Back into quarterfinal number 1, 7 minutes to go here, and Ethan Ewing still struggling to connect to the type of rhythm and performance that we saw from him yesterday. And Kanoa Igarashi, well, he's coming on at the right time, pacing himself through this draw. 2 mid-range 7s at the moment, and looking totally in control at the moment, Rich.
He is indeed. You know, you'd have to think that coming into this heat, there was so much energy and noise around what Ethan did yesterday, and Kanoa's just done such a good job to keep the blinkers on, to focus on his own performance. He's gone out there, delivered on the waves that he's found. He finds himself out in front against, well, everyone's picked to win the Bell as of yesterday.
Yeah, Igarashi came on the tour a couple of years before Ethan. He'd been travelling the world as a grommet, as a prodigy with Leonardo Fioravanti. I remember seeing them down here as micro grommets way back in the day. Kanoa actually broke his leg surfing Winky as a kid, so he's got that connection to the place, but potentially breaking Aussie hearts here today. This is impressive stuff. And he's just a guy that's, you know, made a habit of upsetting the big names. I mentioned it before. It's incredible to think that he hasn't won more CT events.
I was going to say that, you know, both these guys, this is such a huge heat because for how good they are, they've both been waiting a long time to get another CT win. And right now, you know, the energy that you were talking about, Rich, of what Ethan brought yesterday, well, that energy was just huge around the entire event. Today's been quite mellow down here, you know. The whole day's sort of been on a different rhythm, and I think Kanoa would have sensed that and gone, okay, new day, just stick to the game plan. Let's get out there and apply some pressure. He's done it so well.
Just over 5 minutes to go. Ewing looking for an 8.4. And unless he's comboed, he is going to be in this heat until the final hooter sounds. Good start to this ride. Jams one in the pocket. This wave flattening out for a moment. Ethan looking a little more switched on here. Is this going to provide the steep section on the inside that's going to help him get back in this heat though? Bit of foam on the face. Rides high, keeps that speed going through the flat sections. His boards have been looking great. A lot of spark in that turn, and he's going to get out of there. We're just on 4.5 minutes to go.
Solid surfing, and mind-blowing actually, that first big swooping turn that he did on such a foamy face to keep those rails so engaged. Just miraculous talent there. Jumps on the Red Bull ski. Have a look at the replay of this one. So this opening turn, look at how much texture is on the face of that wave. And the big roundhouse wrap, straight back up into the pocket, jams on the tail for the second turn. And then a big swooping foam rebound cut back for the third. Some nice rail work all the way into the inside section. Swooping, carving, arcing, drives through, and then gets a little blowtail on this final hit. Gets the release, gets the slide, so mixing it up.
Nice and tidy. That first turn, he just got so much torque out of the upper body, really accelerated out of the carve.
It's amazing he got so much dynamic energy out of that soupy face. It's so hard to make that sort of texture have a punchy moment.
How's how high he kept, and he stayed through the entirety of that carve. So high.
And that's a bonus there too. Like that was that shoulder was almost about to flatten out. He just teed off at the perfect moment to get that big spray.
Subtle adjustments on the bottom turn to get the timing spot on for the second hit. And Ethan has got himself back in the clash. Drops a 7.43, narrows the requirement by half a point. Now after a 7.97, 3 minutes to go. Set waves approaching on the outside.
Yeah, you could see Kanoa just letting that one go. He wasn't going to get lured into this. He's going to wait until Ethan joins him. He's going to push him. Oh, well, here we go.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Big section standing up. A floating re-entry. Drives past that wall. The wave's starting to flatten out. He's off it.
This is the danger of those bigger sets as they push over the bowl. That was such a good leave from Kanoa. He would have been having to make a split-second decision then. Do I go this? Do I hold Ethan off? Or do I keep my position and hold the priorities? Made the perfect choice.
Bells too, it's dangerous letting those sets go. We've seen in the past that, you know, if someone really has a great relationship with this wave, as Ethan does, they know how to work those bigger sets that push a little wide of the bowl, still get some big carves done, because quite often down the line that wave might shut down and you get the opportunity to do an unbelievable finishing turn. That wave didn't have it, but Kanoa, oh, he must have been sweating out there at that point.
Yeah, nerves of steel, and yeah, he did well to make that call, because as that wave sort of stood tall, you were just thinking, oh my goodness, what's coming up here? And then it crumbled.
Well, Ethan's been in this situation before, needing set waves, having incredible form on a run through a contest to keep his dream of ringing the bell alive. And Kanoa's really done everything he could to this point. He's dropped big numbers. He's got priority with just over a minute to go. And Ethan, you know, he probably needs a mistake from Kanoa if he's going to have a chance at turning this around.
Oh, you can see these lines. It's not the biggest set we've seen during this heat, but potentially a ride. And you can see that Kanoa just taking that position inside Ethan Ewing. He's going to cover him here. He's going to stick to him like glue.
Jake Peterson watching on. You know, at this point,
it's a win-win.
He's done a great job as coach, hasn't he? He's got 2 people into the quarterfinals. He's going to have likely Kanoa Igarashi into the semis here. Kanoa's got to be really smart with what he elects to do with his priority here in the final stages, and he is going to use it here and block Ethan's opportunity. Is there a wave behind it? We'll see in a moment, but right now Kanoa's fixated on maxing out the potential on this ride, trying to better a 7.5. Building down the line, driving up into this final section, and gives it everything. The fins are almost dry. He left them out there for that long. Ewing behind him needs to absolutely go mad on this wave, and it's such a tricky one to surf. Already pretty flat, drives up into it, doesn't really get on top of the section, and there is every chance that Kanoa Igarashi has upped his score. That last turn was huge.
So much pressure. Kanoa Igarashi rises.
Classy.
So classy. What a performance. And again, strategy playing a huge part in this one.
Great ride here for Kanoa, up and over that foamy section. Drives around this one, up into the lip, gets completely weightless as he busts through, and then just hammers that final section, kicks the fins free, somehow gains control and rips the board back under his feet.
Yeah, this was Ethan's chance to answer, and this wave just had no guts. And unfortunately, as hard as he could surf on it, as smooth as he was at times, that was a nice jam. There was just nothing there for him to really open up on, and that just obliterated any chance of him getting over the top of Kanoa.
A gutless dog of a wave that just had no opportunity on it.
2 burgers really at the end.
Exactly, but Kanoa surfed his well. Didn't go into his top 2, but the fin blow was so impressive. The heat score totals are solid, but Kanoa Igarashi too strong, 7.9, 7.5. If you're going to beat a surfer in the kind of form Ethan's been showing in that event, you've got to be mistake-free. That's exactly what he was, and he's on his way to the semis for the first time ever here at Bells Beach.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL.
Quarterfinal number 1 is done and dusted. Kanoa Igarashi maintains a perfect head-to-head record over Ethan Ewing. 3 victories now, and we're going to get some new history between these two. Geordie Smith up against Morgan Siblick, and these two haven't met in a head-to-head heat before. This is going to be a lot of fun, and Geordie's up at the moment, driving out onto that open face. Geordie chasing a second Bells title in 2025, coming off the back of a win in El Salvador. He's looked sharp, the big man, as he throws it up over that final section. A little junky. Can see a 4.83 next to Morgan Siblick's name already. We'll show you a replay of that ride in a moment. But Morgan, he has taken out some big names. Firstly as a championship tour competitor, now as a wild card here this year.
Yeah, Morgan opens up with a smaller wave from deep on the bowl, just gets a little shimmy off the top there, a little bit out of control, but starts to tidy up. Difficult wave to surf with all these ridges and bumps and foam. Smashes that end section though, gets the big fin drift. You can see Geordie's on a bigger wave.
Yeah, Geordie using the body here, swooping back towards the pocket. The boys both picking off some junky ones to get things going, and very smooth. Pretty interesting battle here, you know, like Geordie's probably going to rely on throwing a bit of new school tail drifting stuff going on, but Morgs is like that pound for punch sort of thing. He's going to get a lot of points where he really goes into attack mode, stings that lip. Yeah, it's a good battle. I'm really interested to see how these two played out.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Morgan has just looked to be in a different speed, a different gear to a lot of the competitors he's come up against in the event so far.
Yeah, he's turned it up a notch for sure. Whatever he's been working on in the last 12 months, it's been working, because the speed's there, the acceleration's there, and just the confidence back on his surfboard again. The mongrel's back at the back end, and you know, we saw this form obviously a number of years ago when he you know, finished in that top 5 of the tour, and then he kind of dropped off, went into the wilderness for a while. The surfing just wasn't there. The form wasn't there, but he's found it again.
Yeah, Geordie's style is so clean. You can kind of overlook his speed sometimes. He looks almost languid. He doesn't. There's an economy of movement in his approach, which is, you know, part of just what makes him so special. But he's laid down some big tracks through this event, and also through his run to the win in El Salvador. And it's a pretty close one on the opening exchange. I think both those numbers get dumped by the end of this quarterfinal heat. The winner of this one will take on Kanoa Igarashi.
It speaks to the differences between their styles though, because Geordie barely looked like he was even getting out of second gear just then, and Morgan actually looked like he was fanging it and kicking it and really busting his hump to get a score. So it's going to be great to see these guys get some sets and some clean face.
Definitely. Yeah, Geordie really does. You know, there's a thud to the hits that he throws at the lip. Morgan on his first wave, it was a little different to what we've seen from him so far in the comp. He's been so aggressive on those outside sections. He's got great rail turns himself, but he needs to hit the cymbals hard, and that's a bit more like it from Morgan, who splits his time between Angari, a really popular surf town that he gets a lot of support from. And the crowd making some noise. Dakota Walters, his good mates down here cheering him on as well. But he also is part of the Merryweather Board Riders Club, and well, typically Novocastrians have done really well in this comp, Vaughan.
Well, Newcastle's most famous victory, aside from maybe the 1997 Rugby League Grand Final, is Matt Hoy's Bells win. So, well, I mean, Emma has 4 world titles from up that way as well.
Nicky Wood.
You can chuck a few more in there, but the Bells win is a special one, and yeah, I know that the whole town will be tuning in to watch Morgs. Great to see that he's getting these finishes. I mean, on his opening ride, there was a few wobbly moments, but the finish was super strong, had plenty of sting, and on that ride, he threw everything. The kitchen sink, the little bits of lettuce that gather in the kitchen sink, it was all at that last turn.
Well, let's have a look at what happens on this ride. So it was a tricky ride to surf, or wave to surf actually. He had to pick his line really well. Big sweeping cutback to start off, then connects with the lip there. And then on this third carve, just again has to sort of pick the line in between the chops. But then he throws everything at that final move, like you said, Vaughn. And for a second there, we thought he was going to get bumped off. But he keeps control. Watch him kick the fins here. Bang, a real weightless, turbulent moment there under the board. You really have to muscle yourself down and reconnect with the wave face.
Yeah, it was a big improvement on his first ride. I felt there was some nerves in his first wave. Really looked like he was just sort of tapping a snare drum as he went down the line and hit the hi-hat at the end. That time, he got on the kick drum a couple of times.
Super stoked that, you know, he's made that last turn, a big high-risk manoeuvre, and man, the bottom turn on Morgan is a really impressive part of his surf, and it is so deep. He drives into it, and I saw Mick Fanning talking the other day to DH about sort of how he approaches his bottom turn. He says he attacks it like a turn, and I feel like Morgs is really on that level. You know, when he starts to lean it over, it is full on, like all the way.
It's all day.
When you think about the bottom turn, though, like let's dive a little deeper into that. You can sit on the bottom turn and just let it glide up to the top of the wave, or you can power through it and really push hard. And that's what you're saying, is that Morgan is driving through it. He's coming out of it with turbo blast, and that's allowing him to get so dynamic in the lip.
Yeah, there's been some comparisons made to Morgan and another Bells winner, a really stocky little unit who had some of the best rail turns and bottom turns that we saw here on the Bells Bowl. He didn't win his Bell here on the Bowl. He actually won it on his backhand, but Trent Munro. Yeah. And you know, it's a great comparison to have. And even Shane Herring, you know, the late great Shane Herring, had a similar kind of physique. He was just a stocky unit, and his approach was just aggressive and all power.
Yeah, they're core surfers, those guys. It's coming from deep in the belly, that centre of power. And you watch it, you know, some of the highlight clips of Herring and Munro, and the amount of water they throw around, just sheets and sheets coming off their bottom turns first and foremost. And then when they attack the lip, it's just complete destruction. But poetic destruction, you know, there's a line there. There's a beautiful style, and Morgs is definitely in that conversation.
Rich, you witnessed a lot of wildcard runs, been in events and seen them firsthand, competed against wildcards yourself. Do you notice something changing in the mindset of a wildcard as they power through an event? You know that the early heats are often going to be the hardest because they're coming up against the top seeds. And are you seeing a shift in Morgan, or do you think with his CT experience he's a different class of wildcard?
I was going to say, he's competing like he's been on the tour for this whole time, and he hasn't dropped off at all. He's already got that mindset of, I belong here, I can beat these guys. And for him, it's another event. It's not this big one-time opportunity. I don't think the gravity of this event really has got anything to do with his approach. I just think he's all business.
Yeah, you think about the Morgan Siblick, the performances that he gave us as a CT campaigner. He had some really strong finishes, cracked a final, but to get pushed back onto the Challenger Series and the conditions that he's had to face there, and to still just get himself within a couple of heats away from getting back to the CT has been heartbreaking, but he's persevering. He's still there fighting for it. And I think everyone's getting a reminder of what he's capable of in this event.
There's a couple of things that have happened, I think. Well, first of all, when he got on tour, as we know, he was arrogant. He was cocky. He had nothing to lose. He had incredible swagger. Yeah, you take a few blows when you fall off tour. Your ego gets checked, your self-esteem, cops are hiding, but Morgs has done like time on building sites. He's been hanging out with Cal Robbo, like a real grit merchant who fought tooth and nail to have the success that he experienced. He's surrounded himself with really good people who know how tough life can really be outside of this Rashi and this pro surfing life. And it's really fared well for him. You know, this is where he wants to be. He's discovered that. He's not worried about losing it. He's going, nah, this is where I want to be. This is what I want to be doing. And what that's done is given him an appreciation for where he's at and given him that fight, that mongrel that we love in him, because he's going to fight for it now.
And then you got Geordie Smith out there in the lineup, and it's been so fun just watching his return to just his best stuff and finding the winning formula in El Salvador. He's the most experienced surfer in the draw. He's the longest serving surfer on tour now, into his 17th year, I think, on the CT. The amazing thing about Geordie at Bells is that he maintains the highest heat score average at this venue over 15 performances.
That's incredible. And I
by a long way.
Didn't we figure out that he's got the highest heat total in a final since the two wave scoring system started? So Geordie's combined total in that final that he won would have won any other final. Like,
really?
You know, put the scale wherever you want, but just as numbers, that's the highest ever scoring final. So yeah, he loves it here.
He sure does. Morgan has the lead and is onto his third ride now, trying to better a 4.83. This one stretches out and shuts down, doesn't give him a whole lot.
Sneaky under prio, but did in that first turn have a little bit more about it. Like, he's freed himself up here with that last manoeuvre.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's courtesy of having two okay numbers. You know, one keeper, you would think, the 6.83 is a keeper. He's still got work to do to really shut this one down, and Geordie's really, he hasn't even started his campaign in this heat yet.
Just over 21 minutes remaining here, and Geordie Smith looking to put a big number on the board here against the wild card. But what a performance, Rosie, from Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, insane. And continuing your unbeaten head-to-head streak against Ethan Ewing, what was the thought process going into that one?
I mean, obviously I respect Ethan a lot as a surfer and as a person as well. And I just, that was the thing. I just wanted to get the heat going, and I wanted to go blow for blow with him. And yeah, I mean, the waves came, and there's, we had a bunch of opportunities, and that was kind of the game plan that we had with Snake. It was like, hey, like we're both working with Jake, and it was just like, hey boys, like gloves off, let's go. And luckily we had a heat like that, and it was hard to pick the right waves, but we had an opportunity, and that was just something I was super happy about.
And what about the decision making? What's priority in the last 3 minutes of that heat? Because that was pretty intense.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to take off on every wave that he paddled for, but there's something was just telling me to like hold ground, hold, and I just trusted the sessions that I've had out there, and tried to kind of like, look, try and like stare the wave down and make sure that I didn't see a second turn section. A lot of the waves stand up and give you one turn, but then to give you that second turn is I feel like where it makes the biggest difference. And I don't know, I just kind of trusted myself and trusted my wave reading, and ended up working out.
And what about making it into the semifinals for the first time in your career here at Bells?
Yeah, it feels good to make some heats. I mean, Bells is one of my favorite waves on tour, so I it's like for the last 9 years I've been on tour. At the start of the year, I'm like, okay, these are like one of my key events, and I think I never made it out of like round 3. So I was always kind of let down, and I sort of almost like let go in a way, and sometimes that's sort of what drives you to good results, is not having any expectations, and I feel like it's sort of working now.
Making up for it now. We'll see you in that semi-final. Thanks for the time, Kanoa.
Cheers, Rosie. Kanoa Igarashi, man, he was so solid with his wave selection and his game plan out there. It was going to take something special to overcome Ethan, but it was really the applied pressure with the 2 7-point rides that helped him get it done. Geordie Smith digging in. That was a huge turn.
Yeah, digs into it's like a mid-face layback hack. Comes through to the inside, and Jordan connects. These last couple of turns, and then just loses it on the foam climb. This was Morgan.
Morgan trying to dish his 4.83. It was always feeling like a backup replacement, this wave. He came from so deep, gets a nice swoopy cutty in, but it never really provided much opportunity. Didn't even bother with his inside bit. He was just like, I'm out here. But, Geordie, don't think he really punched that wave as good as he was hoping to, and so that leaves the door open, and it will give Morgan priority. So that's turned out to be a pretty good call for Morgs, just sneaking around on the inside there.
Yeah.
On the women's side, we saw Sally Fitzgibbons was knocked out of the event in the quarters. Tyler's still alive in the mix, so the only Bells champ left chasing the title there. If Geordie Smith gets knocked out here by Morgan, we'll have a new Bells champion this year. Still haven't had anyone on either tour claim multiple victories this season. That's going to keep the race nice and close for the final 5.
Yeah, and spectators love it. We love a close battle. We love to see multiple winners. Love to see a battle, a ratings battle.
Yeah, we also might see, you know, so a country represented on that Bells trophy for the first time. Kanoa Igarashi representing Japan. That would be massive.
That would be huge. But I'm so curious to see where this score is going to land. It was one of those waves, wasn't it? The first turn was massive, but the turn that I really loved was just that big, speedy check turn before he fell off the foam climb. So kind of that felt like the crispy moment. The other turn, you could almost go, oh, is it a bit sticky?
Yeah, well, it was still powerful, and there's some credit there for that. A 6-point ride for Geordie. That's his best. He now needs a 5.67. Both these surfers have bigger numbers in them. Yeah, Morgan definitely. Just under priority has gone looking for a couple of inside opportunities, Rich, but it'd be great to see him on some quality sets.
Yeah, it's a funny heat so far. Normally we see at least one of the competitors really get in sync and start to build some solid numbers. These guys have scrapped around and they're both sitting on a 6, so really it's going to come down to who gets the best second ride here, and that backup score, which could potentially go as their key score.
And you've got to think that just based on form and the size of Geordie's surfing, that Morgan has to be a lot like Kanoa was in that last heat. He's got to be perfect with his wave selection. He's got to be really smart. He can't afford to give Geordie any opportunities that might see him turn this heat. So far, though, the wildcard has the lead. Back in just a moment.
I'm starving right now. Where can we refuel?
Right here is my favourite spot, the Kin in Torquay. It has really good food, and not only that, it's right across the road from the beach. So
Can't
it's like,
beat that.
You can't beat that. There's so much good food around here, hey, like.
Yeah, Victoria has the best food.
It does. Such a good spot for lunch or dinner, hey.
Every single dish that we had was so delicious. I'm definitely gonna come back here. Now I think it's time for dessert.
Welcome back to the show, quarterfinals time, and having a look at the live rankings now. You can see certain competitors making their move. Geordie climbs another spot, some space above him, and the opportunity to go even higher. Kanoa Igarashi also climbing a few rungs, and Jack Robinson making his move as well. This is shaping up to be an incredible year, an incredible fight for those 5 positions to battle for a world title over there at Cloudbreak, Fiji in September. Right now though, Geordie Smith on a quest to claim a second Bells title. He's already regarded as one of the greats here. A second Bells win would certainly help solidify that even more.
He's just in such incredible form at the moment. He's been surfing incredibly in comps, obviously, with a win in El Salvador, and now, well, earlier in the year, he dropped one of the great free surfing clips, but a big story just played out during the break.
Yeah, a little changeover of priority there. We had Morgan take off on a wave and just hand priority back to Geordie Smith, which is really, you know, Geordie kind of sold him on it.
Felt like a sell.
Yeah, he sold him on it, and Morgan signed the contract, and as a result, he's handed the advantage and priority back to Geordie, puts him in the box seat to take advantage of this heat.
And like we were saying, you know, Kanoa did such a good job of being mistake-free and using his priority so wisely in that last heat. Here's what unfolded.
Yeah, you can see Geordie pushing for Morgan to have a look at this wave, and there was just so much on the face. It was really nothing he could connect with. Sketchy bottom turn, and at that point Morgan just went, oh no.
They both got mowed by a giant cleanup set, and Geordie, you could almost see him just rubbing his hands together as that one started to come in, because the second wave of the set, that's in your brain somewhere. You're thinking, oh, nice clean face, less water in it, and unfortunately it just looked to me like Geordie was going, this thing is going to be a burger, because there's just way too much turbulence in there.
So Morgan just making that error with his priority, but Geordie hasn't exactly fired in this heat just yet. So he's trying to tap back into the form that's seen him post some big numbers in the event so far, Rich. So
yeah.
now he's got that opportunity.
Yep. It's a shift of momentum, shift of advantage that happens. It's like in tennis matches, you see it. There's a momentum shift sometimes, and there's just been one in the last 5 minutes.
Rich, Geordie Smith, we don't know how many more years he's going to be having a run at it, hopefully many more, but a couple of runner-ups to the world title. Where's he sit in that list of greats that never held the title trophy for you?
Well, he's sort of right there with Taj Burrow is the first surfer that comes to mind. I think in my era, certainly, you know, I competed with Taj and then I bailed from the tour, but watched him go and win multiple events, but never just quite grabbed that world title. And yeah, Geordie's just, you know, he's been such a stalwart really on the tour for so long, and a favourite of so many people. I think back to some of the video parts that he's produced over the years, some of my personal favourite video parts for sure. But yeah, it's almost blasphemy that he hasn't got the big title.
Vorno?
I think, yeah, Gary Elkerton comes to mind. I read Shane Horan, of course. You know, I read Kong's book on the boat trip we went on. It was such a good read. And he got his Masters World title though, so doff of the cap, Kong.
Yeah, he is. Geordie's just given us so many magic performances over the years. You know, it was probably for Geordie, he saw it as a missed opportunity, just not being able to crack the final 5 at Trestles, at a venue that he's had so much success, where his surfing just shines. But he'll give it a red hot dig this year, that is for sure. He's had some amazing results all over the world. And when you think about what's coming our way in the back half of the tour season, some real positive signs for Geordie as he continues to climb up the rankings.
Yeah, well, you look at some of his highlight events. You know, he's done so well at Tahiti. He's obviously had a first place multiple times in Jeffreys Bay. He's placed first at Rio, at Lowers, at Bells here. You know, and he's done so well at the 2 events that we're about to stop off, the Gold Coast and Margaret River, but he hasn't quite got the win there yet.
Was that photo taken after he saw the back half of the tour in that list?
For sure. You know, he's got to...
Shot.
He's got to, you know, rate his chances as we come into the Aussie leg for sure.
You can see the grill's intact there. That was after he had his teeth repaired after knocking them out on the Bells Trophy a few years ago now.
It's a good looking set approaching.
In 2017 was Geordie's Bells victory. Got a bit of work to do here, but the score is nothing that's going to fluster this veteran. got priority out here at the moment and looks engaged here. He's going to take this ride. Let's see what he can do with this first section. It's nice and steep. Cuts it short so he can get on top of this section. It's a good read for the opening combo. Was in danger of overcommitting to that first carve. It was a tricky, lumpy section. Has some speed to attack the inside. Kicks that tail. Trademark stuff from Smith. And he's going to bail out of this one behind him. On the second wave of the set, which has typically been a lot cleaner, we've got Morgan looking to add some extras as well, and he gets a nice finish. I think Geordie has fans all around the world, but I think it's safe to say with all that Challenger Series crew and a tight-knit community down here, and this being the home of Rip Curl, that Morgan's probably got a bit more support on the beach.
Let's have a look at the replay here of Morgan Siblick, patiently waiting off the bottom, jams it off the top. Comes around this big section. He's not done yet. Again, another nice clip off the lip. A beautiful roundhouse cutback. Has to cut that one a little short so that he can get to that final turn. But a great direction change.
Game on here. 6 minutes 40. Geordie gets the first bite. Drives off the bottom. Hacks that one. Cuts it short as well, Reese. But that up and over was just beautiful extension. Heaps of speed. Oh, this is good stuff. Both surfers having moments of that really shine during these rides. On the inside, he'll get a big finish with the tweak. Is there a bonus on the end as well? Don't know, but I mean, that was a good slug out from both surfers.
That was a great slugfest for sure. Geordie's dropped a number.
6.4. Smith moves into the lead momentarily. We do still have a score on the way for Morgan. He needs a 5.57. There's the spread from the panel. Pretty much unanimous there. So I think both competitors were kind of dealing with the conditions as they went through those rides. Geordie would have loved the face of his wave to stay clean for that first big carve, but it had a bit of a rib in it, and he cut his turn short, and as you said, Vaughan went straight into that big transition hit on a sizey section.
And I think it's stayed below 7 just because Geordie had to kind of come from behind it, jump up and onto the lip of the wave, whereas Morgan felt like he was cutting through the lip and his positioning was a bit better. There was, for me too, there was just a slight edge in the speed element. I just felt like Morgan was travelling a little faster on his wave, and that final finishing turn, it was a real direction change.
Yeah, he had a bit more to go at. You know, there was a bit more lip. What are they chatting about out there? What do you do after
an
exchange like that?
He needs a 5.57, which I feel like he gets that score.
He gets it and more. It's the best wave of the heat. A 7 for Morgan Siblick. He jumps into first. Geordie Smith with priority, chasing a 7.43. It's a David and Goliath battle. Wouldn't even look that weird to see Geordie carrying Morgan around in a baby Bjorn. But Morgan's got the size in his surfing, and it's keeping him in front at the moment.
Don't do it to us at 4 minutes to go.
Oh, no.
you got to... Morgan's always had that. He surfed bigger than his stature.
Always.
He's got the power, and he's just got a go-for-broke attitude. Really clean hits on the outside, and I think the judges were paying attention to that, just that clean release, that risk taken on the outside section.
He packs so much punch. Like when he hits the lip, he really goes at it, and it's an explosive turn. That's what got him into that WSL finals in his rookie year. It was a turn that, you know, caught everyone off guard. John twice in the same year. So yeah, it's such a weapon. And it's great to see him get the opportunity to really blast it. I cannot get the image of Geordie Smith walking up the Bells stairs with more.
I only said it because Geordie's son Ziggy's about the same size as Morgan. Here we go. Here's the GWM heat recap. A semi-final spot on the line. The wild card giving it everything against the longest surfing surfer on the championship tour today, and one of the Bells greats. Look at that finish from Morgan, hangs on. And Geordie, he's been right there as well. The numbers have been pretty close so far.
Yeah, it's Geordie's been rock solid. Unfortunately, the canvases have let him down a little bit. He just hasn't had that opportunity to really show us what we're normally expecting to see from Geordie. He's been surfing incredibly well, but Morgan just maybe has the edge on speed, and he's getting these waves that are standing up. It's allowing him to just bust through the lip and bring that brand of sort of critical surfing.
He had the choice of waves, Geordie, and the second waves in the set have generally been a lot cleaner throughout the day, but he couldn't pass up that first wave.
Watching the highlights there, the difference is really obvious, isn't it? Morgs is just getting the punch. He's getting those big explosive sections and the big explosive turns.
I honestly, my feeling is if Geordie was on that same wave that Morgan got, we would have seen an even bigger score, just with the size of his surfing. And Geordie given a clean canvas out here on the bowl, he's pretty hard to beat.
I don't disagree with you at all. And, it's not over. He only needs a 7.43. There's lines approaching, and he has priority. So it's there for the taking.
It's you can see the challenge for the competitors with that priority and set waves approaching. You're looking at the wave, you're going, this actually looks pretty good, this wave. And I don't know what the second one's going to do just yet.
Well, he's let the first one go. This is the second one. Geordie doesn't want it.
He's going to let it go too. Morgan has a little sniff. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds to go here. And Geordie Smith, will he get an opportunity? He's sizing this one up. He's chasing a 7.43, uses his priority. He's got a lot of speed. There's a bit of white water on the face. Drives into this first section. Hammers it. Big layback jam to get started. Now goes to the rail. Deep carve. The wave's starting to flatten, but this one's going to stand up for him on the inside. Smith, a foamy section to deal with. Gets a finish. Pumps the fist. Has a flex. And right behind him is Morgan. He's trying to better a 6.83 here. Will he need a score? He's going to surf it like he does. And he's going to throw everything at that final section once again and just drifts across that lip, rides out. J. Bottle Thompson likes what he sees, and the crowd eats it up as well. What a heat, what a way to finish the day.
Wow, a great finish. Geordie steps up. He feels confident by the look on his face. Or he's actually loving the battle. And Morgan, oh, wow, that was so cool. A really good finish. Morgs throws it at that last section too. He had to. He didn't know what Geordie had done, but Geordie's face as he's paddled into that wave was pure determination. No question.
Wasn't it just? And he had to perform on it.
Great moment there, shaking hands. Looking like the Proven Summons trophy for rugby league fans. But here it is, the replay. Take us through it, Rick. It was a strong opening move from Geordie.
An aggressive gaff to start things off. A big swoop, nice and high in the lip. Another big roundhouse cutback, gets the rebound. An important finish here for Geordie. A little lip gliding floater, and then the flex.
Big surfing. Let's see what Morgan did on the outside, because we know, again, he got the incredible finish.
Had to wait a little while to get going on this one. Comes through onto the inside, rips the lid off that section. And at this stage, you're thinking, wow, what is Geordie going to get? Well, Morgs doesn't know, so he's just going to hammer the last section, gets the board up and over. That was explosive.
Well, you've got to give the nod to the end section, to Morgan. You've got to give the nod to the opening manoeuvres, to Geordie. The intensity of the turns are definitely debatable.
I don't have a marker.
Well, these guys, they're going to be busy signing autographs down there for probably a long time, probably until the Groms can't see anymore, because they put together a magic performance for us here. The judges really making some comparisons. Geordie surfing was big on that last ride.
It was big.
Authoritative.
The first turn was the first real manoeuvre that we've seen from Geordie. That gaff where the board just went fully onto a different direction, really acute angle. And then he had the big kind of roundhouse swoop, so big power turns.
The 37-year-old's having some magic moments, isn't he, Vaughn?
Oh, he sure is. I mean, that was pretty cool. He paddled into that wave. He knew what he had to do, and he just let rip. I think the distance, the speed, the size of the turns are all going to be a factor here as the judges weigh this one up.
Was it the best score of the heat? Because that's what we're looking at.
In my head, I think it is. Just trying to wrap my head around the next high score, the 7.
There was so many waves ridden. And that was Geordie's 5th. Morgan was particularly busy out there. He had 8 rides. That's been the great thing about today. There's been a lot of heats where there's been multiple waves ridden, great seesawing battles, but let's have another look at it here. This is Morgan's 7.
Oh, blast through the lip on that first turn. Comes around this section, goes through the lip again.
Ooh.
More of a placement turn the second, gets the wrap, and then the big finish.
The second and third, there wasn't a whole lot in it, was there?
No. But again, like Geordie's, the bulk of the points for Geordie are going to come out of that first turn, because the second was a nice carving cutback, but the wave wasn't really standing up at that point.
This is so close.
It was close from the outset. Both had 4-point rides, then both had a 6. It's been a great battle. They've maintained pace throughout, like a couple of thoroughbreds running over the line. Geordie's going to get their nose in front here.
Geordie's super confident. As we look at the stone and wood slow-mo, this is that gaff where Geordie just buries that hillside rail, digs the back arm in, and now here's that big front side swoop again. That had some nice track on it as well.
Yeah,
it's a better angle of the wave.
It's a much better angle. We haven't seen this one, and this really showcases just how much drive, speed, and power Geordie has.
The numbers are rolling through. And he's going to fall just short.
Wow.
A 7.4. He needed a 7.43 to jump up into the lead. Morgan Siblick is on his way to the semi-finals.
Incredible scenes here. Amazing for Morgan Siblick.
He had the sting out the lip. He had the release in the tail. He threw a bit more risk. Geordie strong. He was powerful. Leaned into those rails to try and get the job done.
We said it right at the start. It's going to be big, swoopy, loping, maybe some tail release turns against this little punch, pound for punch weapon who just goes at the lip as hard as he can. It really was that battle in the end.
Yeah, and you know, the score comes in for Geordie's last wave, and I'm not surprised if it comes in as the score, and I'm not surprised if it doesn't come in as the score. Some great sportsmanship there as we see Geordie just congratulating Morgan Siblick, who's made his way into the locker room, and we'll just take a second to reflect what he's actually just achieved.
So big. It just not only the opportunity to potentially ring a bell, but just in the hunt for some prize money to fund a campaign on the Challenger Series. These are huge heat wins.
That was crazy. Not to mention the confidence. This guy had it sapped out of his veins for a couple of years there.
Let's hear what he's got to say. We'll throw it down to Rosie.
Oh, man, you can just feel the energy coming from everyone. Morgan, what a win against Geordie Smith. Decided on the sand. What was the heart rate like? Wellness check. Let's check in on you. Are you flatlining? Elevated heart rate? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just tripping. I saw he got a couple turns out the back, and it was going to be real close, and my last one didn't really give me a good first section, which sucked. But it was like a real close heat. There was so many waves, but felt like there wasn't too many really good ones. There was no like really smooth little inside nugs that we could find. So yeah, I don't know. I'm over the moon to make that one. It feels amazing.
You've been unstoppable in this event, your 4th heat win so far. Going into the semi-finals for the first time in your career at Bells as a wild card, what does that mean to you?
Oh, it's so sick. I don't know, I'm over the moon. I just came here in the trials and didn't even know I was going to get in the comp, and then all of a sudden I'm in the semis, so I'm frothing and on Sunday, so always a goal to make it to Sunday, and yeah, it's going to be a good day tomorrow.
Coming up against Igarashi in the semis, what do you think of that one?
Yeah, I'm excited. They had such a good heat before ours. It was kind of big shoes to fill, it felt like. And Ethan was on fire all event. I didn't think he was going to be stopped, so yeah, Canoa's going to be a hard one for sure.
Well done, Morgan. Really cool heat to watch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. what a way to finish the day. We, of course, still have a couple of more quarterfinals to get through on the men's side to get that semi-final bracket complete. But Morgan will take on Kanoa. And again, congratulations to Geordie Smith, pushing through to the last moments there and making, again, another climb up the rankings, the live rankings. But the wildcard story, it's always an exciting one here at Bells Beach. Stay tuned. We got the Stone and Wood post show coming up. Lots to break down with Joe Flick and Vaughan taking it on.
Good evening and welcome to the Stone and Wood post show. The curtain drops on another day at Bells. The skies are blushing pink and the ocean is still humming from that last heat of the day. Oh my goodness. Morgan Siblick gets past the giant of Geordie Smith, who had the momentum from El Salvador, and we're seeing a brand new competitor and a human in Morgan Siblick. Seeing him down this far in a contest, you're remembering of that unbelievable rookie season where he finished 5th in the world. A lot to talk about here on the Stone and Wood Post Show. Joe Turpel, Flick City Paul Mateer, and Vaughn O'Blakey. Vaughn, this has been a lot of fun. I think the contest officials picked the eyes out of it. Nice delayed start this morning, and wow, that serve really pulsed in the afternoon.
Yeah, swell was pumping really today. The wind was a bit iffy, I guess, but there was just so much opportunity. There was so few slow heats. Everyone had multiple chances to sort of showcase their best surfing with the conditions that we had. And we saw great heats, great results, and some big, big upsets.
The theme has been kind of upsets, and blue jerseys really standing up against the high seeds. You know, we've got a lot of fresh faces at the pointy end of the contest, Flick.
I mean, today was pretty incredible, right? Vaughn, you touched on it. The win was a bit funny, but you can't complain. There was so much opportunity. I can't believe the last heat we just witnessed. It was just a ding-dong battle. It was back and forth. Morgs ends up getting the win on the sand, and yeah, a lot to process, a lot to digest, and even big news, Ethan going down to, I feel responsible because I kept saying it. I kept saying sometimes the most informed surfer doesn't win, and I mean, there's no doubting it, he was, and unfortunately went down today too.
Yeah, so much to talk about. That was the kind of drama that we had here on Saturday here in Victoria. First, let's get to one of the biggest moments, the Boost Mobile heat of the day. Seeing the veteran of Sally Fitzgibbons, two-time Bells champ. It looks like she was so close to getting in the semifinals, but Brisa had the final say.
She put together a really strong heat here. She was finding rhythm. She's at a place where she's had enormous success, 2 bells in the past. She teed off in this heat, but when she was against the ropes, Brisa Hennessy just came out and stood up. She got the best wave of the heat, best wave of the day, a 9.4, and just really showed character that we know that she's had, but when she gets the canvas, yeah, she teed off. She painted a masterpiece.
For me, it's a day of wave selection, right? I think it was all about that quality wave, and if you were on those waves, you were going to drop those big scores. It really was night and day. If you're taking off from that first wave that said it was wobbly, you wanted these clean face waves. I mean, Sal, she ended up dropping an 8.17, one of the excellent waves of the day, but just for me, the 9.4 from Brisa, some of the best surfing we've seen from her all year. And this is her strength. This is where, you know, she shines. It's those big open face waves where she can just really lay that board on rail. She's used to that power. And I mean, you know, it's deadly going into those semi-finals. It's her mum's birthday today too, so nice little present there.
And
Mummy, babe.
Big squeeze for Katie. Happy birthday, Katie. Just adding to her celebration. Brisa 9.4, her best ever number at Bells in her career. And the sound of that score echoed off the sandstone cliffs all the way to Namotu Island, where her dad was celebrating with all the Fijians. Look at that combined heat total, but also a great comeback. We know Hennessy was in the semifinals here last year, but this year's completely different result-wise. She really needed this to happen, and now here at Stop 5 Ono.
You can see that she was so stoked with everything. Like, even as she came up the stairs, the sun came out of the clouds. She was just baked in sunshine. She was just in such a happy place. And yeah, she's really connecting beautifully with this bowl at a crucial time.
I'm sorry, guys, but you're going to have to pick a champion. I'm going to bring up the bracket here, and we're coming really quick into finals day, which is probably tomorrow. Lulu in her a semi-final at Bells, her best result ever at the CT level. She's got Brisa, and then Isabella Nicholls just took out world #1 Gabby Bryan, but she has the vet, a world champ multiple times, Bells champ multiple times. Starting with you, Flick.
Tyler. For me, I just have to back the experience, and just taking into account tomorrow's conditions, what we're going to have on offer. When it's onshore and we're in the bowl, there's just so much to contend with, and it just, for me, it's just experience at this wave and knowing where to sit, and you move here, I move here. I just don't think you can deny it. And, you know, as history shows, you get 1 bell, you get 2. It sort of, you go on that trajectory of getting more and accumulating more. It's kind of just, I just can't go past Tyler.
Oh, I could literally hear the sound of that ringing in my ears. What about you, Vaughn? You seen another champ for Tyler?
I'm actually torn. I think it'll be Brisa versus Isabella in the final. Bella's riding her magic carpet. It's a board that she won Narrabeen on. She surfed so well in El Salvador on. She's feeling it. But something about Brisa's campaign in this event looks different. When you have a magic moment like you have today, you can really build on that. And Brisa did say to me, I've got so much left in the tank. And I'm like, wow, you're saying that with a 9.4 in your score? look out.
Great topics there. It's funny, guys. We actually have different opinions going into finals day. I love it. I'm seeing Lulu kind of go all the way. She's feeling confident now. She knows she belongs. It's a great venue for her, and she's got all the backing she needs to ring that bell tomorrow.
We've picked everyone.
That's
Awesome.
when you know you got a great final series. On the men's side, wow, we had some fireworks. And like you mentioned earlier, Flick, Ethan was the guy to beat. And when you got someone with a perfect track record against the guy, it was Kanoa's time just to say, hey, I've got Ethan's number, and he still does, even at bells.
It's pretty crazy, right? And coming into this event, the surfing we saw yesterday from Ethan was the best surfing I've ever seen on the bowl. It was undeniable, but he matched up against Kanoa, and I think you had him in the post-seed interview. Avorno was Kanoa, and he said, yeah, I don't care about the history that we have here. Let's just duel tomorrow. We've got the same coach. We both know what each other are doing out here. It's just going to be a full slugfest, and it was.
Yeah, it was incredible, but Kanoa, he just got the better waves. It really just came down to that. There was a couple of mistakes from Ethan as well, which were just so uncharacteristic. But Kanoa just drilled home every single opportunity, and he drilled it with flair. Like, he wasn't just surfing strong. He was bringing something special, something extra to every single turn, and his finishing maneuvers really showcased that. He was blasting the tail so far out the back, and I think this one will showcase that. Oh no, that was one of the little taps on the inside, but he was just doing these big, classic Kanoa Igarashi nose pick, tail bow, board slides. Good stuff to watch.
Where Ethan hasn't made a wrong step all event long, and he got kind of rattled the first time in the contest against Kanoa. I felt like he had the winning wave and he poked on it. He had that big hammer and just purled. You're going, what's going on? He was taking off and kicking out. He's the most efficient surfer on tour. He had waves, and it's just unlike him to just kick up and out and be on the wrong maneuver selection. So Kanoa definitely has his number right now.
Yeah, well, Ronnie mentioned, it was the first time someone had actually taken it to Ethan in this event. He's had it all his own way, in almost every heat. So, yeah, that pressure, it really created the diamonds for Kanoa in the end.
A big one for Kanoa, first semi-final, as he is looking to ring the bell for the first time. And it is pretty wild to think that he's just had one CT win in the past. I think we were talking about that earlier, Flick, and this is a great chance for him to win one of the most prestigious events on the calendar.
It is, and it is amazing because he's so consistent. When I think of him as a surfer, how he puts heats together, the strategy behind it all too, and just the reps on the board and the experience he's had over the years at all these different locations, it's pretty incredible. So going into tomorrow, I think he's going to be pretty fired up, especially taking down the most informed surfer of the heat of the contest. You've got to be taking some confidence from that.
And I think, being in close quarters with Ethan probably helps Kanoa out. They're both working with Jake Peterson, so it becomes a little bit more real. You're not watching a guy from afar putting up big numbers. You're with him in the same camp day in and day out. As we check out the finals day bracket, don't quite have the semis dialed yet. We do have Kanoa versus Morgan Siblick, and we'll be probably starting with quarter 3 tomorrow. Griffin takes on Samuel Pupo. Jake Marshall with Jack Robinson Vaughn.
There's going to be a new bell ringer. Geordie Smith being knocked out just then. That eliminates any chance of someone who's rung the bell before getting it done. I think Tyler's the only person left in the whole comp who can do it. But that's super exciting. That's a really cool bracket to see, and some good surfing still to come in the quarters.
Is it unfair to ask a favorite to win since we don't have the semifinals dialed, or do you already have one in your mind, Flick, now that Ethan's out? Anyone taking that place?
Oh,
we could go over tomorrow morning.
Just give me till tomorrow. I don't want to go prematurely into this.
I just think on the back of that last heat, I'm just going to get on the Morgs train, because a wild card winning at Bells is a story we've heard before, and it really, it just sets up this, I don't know, fairy tale sort of experience. It's been a fantastic event. We've done everything. Yesterday was a real cherry, such a great moment that'll help this contest sort of live forever, I think. And, a wildcard victory on the top of that, why not?
Yeah, I'm seeing Griff on the bottom half of the draw, finding his magic back, runner-up last year, and now finding his feet again and getting a big win this season. We'll put Flick on the spot first thing in the morning, because we got to dive into the forecast. You can't pick winners without knowing what the waves are going to do. Thanks, Surf Line. Coming into a potential finals day tomorrow.
Hey, got a winner for you looking at this. I'm looking at this and I'm looking at 6 to 10 foot. It's going to be onshore, it's going to be bumpy, it's going to be lumpy tomorrow, but it's side offshore and it's going to handle it, you know. Like, we saw some great opportunity today. Moving through to Monday, obviously it gets a little bit smaller, but I've got a winner, and I think it's going to be Jack Robbo, just in the way that he deals with lump and bump and an unruly ocean.
Ooh, great call. Smart, waiting for that forecast as well, as we focus in on the Hydrolite heat to watch coming into finals day. Kano Igarashi versus Morgan Siblick. A lot to unpack here, Vaughn. What are you seeing?
Yeah, this is a really great matchup. Morgan will be bringing so much confidence into that heat after beating Geordie. I think he's just going to be going, okay, 2 more heats and I'm ringing that bell. For Kanoa, it's a bit more dangerous, I feel. You know, he's already taken down the #1 favourite in Ethan Ewing, so he's just going to have to watch himself, make sure he does exactly what he did against Ethan. Surf a perfect heat, bring all that flair that he brought in the last heat. Great show, though, coming up there.
Been a consistent theme with the Hydrolite heat to watch on the women's side. Isabel's been a part of all of them as she takes on Tyler Wright.
This is interesting. I think both these women have lots of experience here. Tyler, obviously, with more. However, I think it's just going to be a case of who's on those better waves. Tomorrow, it's going to be even bigger, though, right? And maybe when I say who's maybe confident in those bigger conditions and who's got more experience out here, I just can't go past Tyler. Although Bella, I mean, today, she really surprised me with the performance she put on. You mentioned, Vaughn, she's on that magic board, but will she be on it tomorrow if the surf does pick up? I don't know.
Well, finals day, I'm calling 100% she'll be on it because it's a 5'11". It's already kind of probably slightly bigger than a regular board anyway. So, yeah, I think she'll trust the gear that works.
Can't wait. Really looking forward to it. Fun part of the show as we get into the BioGland Daily Dose. The biggest moments of the day coming in at number 5, Jack Robinson. Huge matchup with Felipe Toledo. He picked the best waves and really dominated.
This heat was amazing because Felipe Toledo, normally he can get scores on anything. Robbo did not give him a sniff. He suffocated Felipe's run in this event, and it was a good run with just perfect strategy and elite surfing. All the little warbles that were in his heat yesterday on the rail, they were gone. He was locked in. And this was about as perfect as you can put a heat together. It was just a commanding win.
Oh, so clean, and his rails had Felipe comboed, which is just wild looking at waves like this. Felipe had to work really hard for the scores he got, and Jack just kept that Jack pace. Picked the best waves, super smooth rails, big finishing moves, and just sat there with the lead and priority for the majority of the matchup. Bemiu's happy. Felipe moving on to the Gold Coast. Coming in at number 4, celebrating Luana Silva's first championship tour semifinal.
This is really cool. This is a great moment for Lulu. And we said it before, but these kind of waves, I feel like Bells, you look at the stops on the tour, this is one where you think she's going to do well. I mean, similarities with Sunset, I think, you know, was it Vaughn or Rosie? You both had her in the post-heat interview and she was just getting emotional, you know. I think she's obviously down the bottom of the rankings too. She needs to make a charge and things are finally clicking, you know, and it's not for a lack of her not feeling like her surfing wasn't there, because she's felt that. She's been vocal about that. Just for some reason, things weren't going her way, so it's finally going her way. Could we potentially see her ring the bell at her first World Championship Tour event?
She's at 13th on the rankings as we look at number 3, Siblick, living up to the expectations as the wildest wild card here.
So cool to see, and Morg just went, attack that lip. That was his strategy, excuse me, as he came off the bottom. It was all about just trying to get peak moments like this one. He did so well to get good, clean finishes, and really that was the difference in the end. You know, Geordie had that big swooping carve. He's in that beautiful rhythm. He got the highest scoring wave of the heat to give himself a chance, but it was the explosiveness of Morgan Siblick and the drive, the attack dog, the Mumrod's back.
That's right. I mean, it was 2021 when we saw him in CT semifinals. That was the year he finished 5th in the world. It's been a while, but he is better to take out one of the favorites, surrounded by good friends and positive energy.
Cult heroes, they'll be back for Morgs tomorrow.
Number 2, Isabella Nicholls wins the rematch from the final at Punta Roca, takes out world number 1, Gabriella Bryan.
This is going to feel good for Bella. I mean, you could just tell that she wanted to one-up Gabby after El Sal, and I think, you know what, it's all working her way. It was a master stroke. She took off on the best waves, the best 2 waves, and it's kind of what you need to do when you're coming up against world #1 and someone who's in that fine form. You need to eliminate that opportunity for her, and she did, and she's on the magic board, Vorna.
Were you seeing the Steph line in these waves? Like, it just looked exactly like some of Steph's best performances. Fanging off the bottom, really coming just up under that lip line, using that extra drive and the length in the rail to just pull it around into this spectacular surfing. Fantastic result for
her
Bella.
finishes were flashy, they were fast, and she owns that one as she moves forward and winning the BioGland Daily Dose. Brisa, brilliant, 9.4 to get the win off Sal.
Oh, I really love to see this because I just love it when really good people do really good things. And Breeze is just, she's so awesome, not just in the water, but also on land. And I think for her to drop this 9.4, I mean, one of the better ways that we've seen her surf on tour ever. And, you know, it's her mum's birthday. I mean, what more could you want? Good present for Katie. But I think she's looking deadly. I mean, I know we picked all 4 when we looked at the women's bracket, but it's really hard not to because they've all had their own best individual performances throughout this event. And I mean, yeah, it's going to be firecrackers, fire show, fireworks. It's going to be fireworks.
It's going to be firing.
As long as it's not Fire Festival.
That is not.
Pick your favorites for the win tomorrow, because we're looking at tomorrow morning could be kicking off with finals day pretty early. Remember, we had a later start last couple of days because of that high tide. We're looking to make a call tomorrow morning at 6:45 local time to try to get a jump start on men's quarter 3. Everything's going to be on deck. Enjoy the highlights from an incredible day of competition here at Bell's, and we can't wait to see you bright and early to crown our champions. Take care, everybody. See you in the morning. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.